Hi, this is Danny Doyle, and I'm here with another tier list. This time it's for Thracia 776. I recently did a maps tier list for this game, but now I'm doing a more traditional units tier list, where I rank the cast based on how well they contribute to a playthrough. If anyone hasn't watched any of my tier lists before, I do have an entire video going over the criteria that I use when ranking units. But the long and the short of it is, I approach things from the perspective of someone doing a casual playthrough without using any excessive grinding or exploits. So for example, in the case of Thracia, Tanya can get to level 20 in Chapter 1 because the boss is on a healing tile and doesn't have any 2 range, so she can just fire off a broken bow forever. That's not being factored in because that is excessive grinding. I think for some people, I should probably define, like, what is grinding versus not grinding. Grinding is when you are taking actions just for the sake of training a unit that don't really help at all. So somebody needing some experience in order to be useful, but they're fighting enemies that you need to kill anyway. Even if they're not the best person to fight those enemies, I wouldn't consider that to be grinding. That is, favoritism. But that's different than, okay, I beat the map, Leif is on the seize point, but I'm gonna wait another 10 turns so that I can fight the reinforcements, right? I think that is a different thing. And if you want to factor in grinding, that's completely valid. I'm not gonna gatekeep how people play video games. But the reason that I don't count grinding is, I believe, and especially in a game like Thracia, if you just grind everyone up to the point where they're all over-leveled, the game not only becomes trivial, but units become very hard to distinguish from each other. If everyone is one-rounding and in no danger of death, then what's the point? Like, then you just grade by availability, basically. The other thing is that I typically will factor in a unit's cost. So if, for example, you have to spend gold to recruit someone, such as, what's his name? In FE6, Hugh, the mage in FE6, or the Pegasus Knight in FE7, I count that against a unit. If there are mutually exclusive units and one is strictly better than the other, then typically I will count that against them. In the case of Thracia, the way which you determine which group of units you get is based on a route split, rather than picking between 2 units. So there is one group of units who just collectively are, by and large, better than the units you miss out on. And I don't necessarily feel that falls into the same category of, like, the traditional Aaron versus Samson, where you've got to choose one in order to get the other. So I'm not going to be penalizing the B route units, who are generally considered to be worse than the A route units, just for the fact that you have to go B route in order to get them, and therefore miss out on the A route units, and also miss out on what many people, myself included, consider to be the more enjoyable of the 2 route splits. But just bear in mind that usually, and if there is a cost associated, I will... for example, Misha has a cost associated with her, and we'll get to that when we get to that. If it's not a big cost, it's probably not going to affect their ranking, but it is something that I personally factor in. Yeah, with all of that being said, I do have a group of tiers right here. S is meta-defining. That should be pretty self-explanatory. These are the units that define the meta. I might have spelled defining wrong. It looks weird now that I'm looking at it, but if I spelled it wrong, the comment section can let me know. I'm pretty bad at spelling. It doesn't have the squiggly underline, so it's probably right. A is strong long-term. These are units who are going to be contributing throughout a large portion of the playthrough. It might not be the entire thing. They might, show up a little bit too late to be for the whole playthrough, or they might kind of fall off near the end. But they are always, or almost always, going to be a very strong deploy. They're going to be competing for deployment slots. B is strong short-term or decent long-term. There are some units who fall into both categories, where they're strong short-term and then they're decent for a longer period of time after that. These are people who, much like strong long-term, they're very, very good deploys, but for less time than the long-term units would be. Or they're just like, they're fine deploys. They might not be the strongest unit in the cast, but they're not someone who you're necessarily unhappy about deploying. C tier, decent short-term or filler, and often these units can be strong with investment. Thracia is a game where there's a lot of growth units, and there's a lot of opportunities to raise said growth units, either by giving them skills. There's a Paragon manual, so if you want to give someone EXP growth, you can give them the Paragon manual. There's also the Paragon sword, which the majority of units in the cast can use. All of the physical units, aside from Dagdar, Marty, Ronan, and Tanya, and Selphina and Robert, can use the Paragon sword at some point. Although, for many units, they either have to dismount or promote in order to do so. So, your mileage may vary in terms of that. And the biggest thing that benefits growth units is this is a game where you have access to scrolls, which alter your growth rates. And oftentimes, you gain way more than you lose. Like, it'll be, hey, plus 30% speed, minus 5% strength, or something like that, right? I don't think that's an exact one, but usually it is to the point where you are gaining way more than you're losing. You're able to use that to have many units reach above 100% on specific growth rates, and you can hold multiple scrolls and stack from their benefits, and since the upside is always larger than the downside, they sort of cancel each other out and make it so that, like, you're gaining a ton more if you stack a bunch of scrolls. So whoever you want to, you can invest in them. And oftentimes those units will end up just, like, pretty strong if you're willing to invest in them. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're, like, high tier, but I would say that they still deserve to be middle of the road, especially if they are decent at base or without exceptional favoritism. D tier are units that demand a disproportionate investment to their payoff. Much like I said with C tier, there are a lot of ways to invest in these units. The EXP formula is very, very generous, so even just getting chips or misses gives you chip experience, which is like 30 to 40 depending on the unit. I don't remember the exact numbers, but this is by far the most generous the EXP formula has ever been in the series. So as a result of that, there's a lot of members of the cast who are just, hey, I'm here, please train me. And a lot of them will probably end up here because some of them become strong with investment, and some of them still become strong, but I would say it's disproportionate to the amount that they want you to invest in them. And then F tier is named probably just Robert. No prizes for guessing who I think the worst unit in the cast is. It's called probably just Robert because there are a couple of other people who might be able to be argued into F tier. It's going to depend on what the rest of the tier list looks like. I find that often the earlier placements, and also while naming tiers or when the list is blank, it becomes harder to have a concrete picture because you can't really see where everyone is around them. Like Leif is the first unit I'm going to rate, and if a bunch of people end up above him that don't feel like they should, I would move him, or below, I would move him, that sort of thing. So, while Robert is absolutely the worst unit in the cast, the question becomes, like, who ends up in D tier, and then, like, are they significantly better than the second, third, and fourth worst unit in the cast? Or is Robert just really that much worse? And it's hard to be able to sort of have an idea before the list itself forms. And then the last tier is the Eyvel zone, untiered. It's below Robert's tier, the F tier. And I know, like, in Pokemon, untiered is considered to be, like, a mark of shame because you're worse than the lowest tier, which I think is ZU or PU, something like that. I don't remember. Here, this does not mean that the unit who's getting untiered, which is Eyvel, again, no prizes for guessing, is worse than Robert. It's just that Eyvel is an incredibly weird unit and one who defies tiering. You could tier her, and yeah, similar to some Gotos, it could be an interesting thought exercise. I tiered Osain on my FE8 tier list just because there are some units who I feel contribute less than Osain does, even though he's only around for a map. But Eyvel is really weird. Like, it feels like despite having superficial similarities to Osain, and that she's around and strong and then goes away, she feels much more like a story concern than she does like an actual unit, and anywhere where she ended up would feel incorrect. I'll get to that when I get to Eyvel on the list. Like, she's going in the Eyvel zone, but I will talk about her like I would any other unit, because she has a lot of interesting qualities. Two last things before we get started. The first is that this tier list is just my opinion. If you disagree, that's completely fine. That's kind of what tiering is about, sharing your opinion. So, don't take this as, like, the word of God, and if you had a really good time using a unit that I rank bad, even if it's Robert, that's completely valid. And the second is that Thracia, despite its reputation, is not a hard enough game that you need to only use the best of the best. Even if you agree with literally every point that I bring up on this tier list, that doesn't mean that you should limit yourself to the S and A tier. Not just because fatigue and availability mean that that's often impossible, but also because, yeah, Thracia has the reputation for being super hard, but it's really more obtuse than difficult, and you can use some truly abysmal units and have them secure kills in the late or end game just fine. Okay, let's start with Leif. Leif is the only character in the game with perfect availability, and this manifests in two different ways, actually. One, he's the only character that you can deploy on every single map, just due to the fact that at the end of Chapter 3, you get a shift in your army, and everyone who was available in Chapter 1 is no longer available, at least for a short period of time, but Leif is on every map. But the other way in which his perfect availability carries over is he's the only member of the cast who is not impacted by the fatigue system. For those who haven't played Thracia or just need a refresher, the fatigue system is basically anytime one of your units takes an action, they build a point of fatigue. If they do a round of combat, they build fatigue. Well, not any action. Literally, it's specific actions. So if a unit engages in combat, they build a point of fatigue. If a unit uses staves, they build fatigue based on what the staff rank is. It's 2 points for D rank, 3 for C, 4 for B, 5 for A or PRF. So if you have more points of fatigue than your HP, you can't be deployed. You have to take a map off. But not being deployed resets your fatigue down to 0. Fatigue carries over from map to map. So if, for example, you want to use Finn 3 maps in a row, the fatigue he builds on the first map will still be with him for all 3 of those maps. But then if he takes a map off, it goes back down to 0. So basically it means you can't use the same units on every single map, with the exception of Leif, who is force deployed on every map and therefore ignores fatigue requirements. Now you do get an item, the S drink, which you can get a couple of through, there's a guide that gives you a few, there's one that gives you a house, and there's some shops that sell them, as well as like stealables from thieves and whatnot. So you can pretty readily ignore the fatigue mechanics, especially if you do a bunch of the side objectives to get the S drinks. Although I find that you don't even need all the S drinks that the game gives you. It gives you a lot, and fatigue is not a huge problem for the majority of the cast. So it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal, is what I'm saying. But yeah, it's still nice that he gets to participate in every single map. And it makes training him easier because with other training projects, if you have them see a lot of combat in order to gain experience, then they have to sit the next map out because they just built up a bunch of fatigue. So you don't get the immediate payoff. Whereas with Leif, you do get that immediate payoff. Now, as for how good or bad of a training project he potentially is, so Leif has pretty bad base stats. 22 HP, 4 strength, 0 magic, which is actually relevant, 2 skill, 5 speed, 6 luck, 3 defense, and 5 constitution. The constitution stat is also pretty relevant. Swords are the best weapon type in the game because they have such low weight, and so you're not going to get weighed down terribly by them. But there are some swords that will weigh Leif down at base, specifically like heavy blades and stuff like the big iron. More importantly, his 5 constitution is low enough that he can be rescued without weighing down a horse unit. Or rather, without fully weighing them down. So, okay, in Thracia, rescuing, there's 2 different ways that rescuing affects you. If you rescue someone, which includes capturing, then they will cut all of your stats in half, with the exception of HP and movement. However, if they weigh more than half of your constitution, so say like an infantry unit that is 8 weight is rescuing someone who's 4 weight, then it will also cut movement in half. So this means that for larger units, it's not only harder to rescue them because you need to find someone who has enough constitution to do so, but also if you do, then it cuts their movement in half. Horses are treated like they have 20 constitution. Horses, I mean any mounted unit. So like Karin, the Pegasus Knight, Hicks, the Axe Knight, doesn't matter. Whoever you are, you're treated like you have 20 constitution when you're mounted. So they can rescue anyone whose constitution is 9 or below and not get their movement cut in half. Leif only having 5 constitution, while it does hurt him for the heavier weapons that, let's be honest, he probably doesn't actually want to use because they're not very good weapons, I think it's much more of a boon because he can be rescued by all of these other units perfectly. Also, 5 constitution is 1 more than Asbel, which means that if you want to, for warping strategies, warp both Leif and Asbel, because Asbel is commonly considered to be one of the best boss killers in the game, if not just the best boss killer. If you want to warp them both to the throne, you can have him rescue Asbel, or more realistically, what you do is someone else rescues Asbel, then someone else gives Asbel to Leif. You can warp Leif and have Leif drop Asbel, and you save a warp use that way. Now, because there is constitution growth, if Asbel gains constitution and Leif does not, that can mess up these strategies, but it is a nice quality. It's kind of weird how impactful 5 constitution is for Leif specifically, both in that it's like low enough that not only cavalry, but like a lot of infantry units can rescue him without being weighed down, like Dagdar can, for example. But also, it's high enough that he can rescue Asbel and then like drop him in range of the boss to enemy phase the boss if you want to. It's a very niche strategy, but it's something that I think is really neat and I wanted to bring up. Leif has a lot of other positive attributes. Like, his base stats are not great, and his growth rates are also not great, although because this is Thracia, you can patch that up with scrolls. It does kind of suck. Actually, this is how like perfect availability kind of bites it in the ass. Because he joined super early, if you're training him, especially if you're training him to perform better in Manster, then he's going to end up leveling up without scrolls, at least for a good portion of the game. So it does kind of suck that he's like, you'd almost prefer a training project join later because there's more scrolls available to scroll stack them. But Leif is, a decent training project. You get a couple of scrolls you can give him to take advantage of. And like 35% strength, 35% skill, 25% defense, 70% HP, 40% speed. They're not bad growth rates by any means. They're just not good either. They leave a lot to be desired. The most notable one is a 3% movement growth. Every unit in Thracia, or almost every unit in Thracia, has a movement growth, and 3% is on the higher end. I believe the highest movement growth in the game is a 5% movement growth. Most people have around a 1 or a 2% movement growth. 3% is on the higher end, and while it's not something that you, should rely on, when you are the unit who, needs to move towards the seize objective, needs to move towards the escape objective, having a above average movement growth, above average in this case being fucking 3%, is definitely, it's beneficial. It's nice. Another unreliable aspect of his kit that is beneficial is he has a single action star, sometimes referred to as movement stars. Basically, what movement stars or action stars do, or vigor stars, they have a lot of names. But what they do is after you take your first action for the turn, you have a 5% chance per movement star to move again. It's basically a chance-based gale force, if anyone's familiar with Awakening. This stacks with dancing, which is not true of Gale Force. So, say Leif takes an action, he gets the 5% chance, gets to move again, takes another action, and then you dance him. If he takes a third action, he still has a 5% chance to get a fourth action. That being said, it can't stack with itself. So if you get a movement star and take a second action, he doesn't have the 5% chance on that second action. This is largely not a huge deal. It is like a minor benefit, and Leif is kind of a character who's made up of a bunch of minor benefits. I know that oftentimes, like, because it's chance-based, right, you don't want to rely on it, and you really don't want to build strategies around it, so oftentimes you'll end up in a situation where you take all of the actions you're going to take for a turn. You're like, you've planned out the turn perfectly, you know who's killing who, right? And then Leif gets a movement star, and you're like, oh, well, I don't have anything else I need to do. All the enemies I needed to kill are dead. Leif was already standing in the spot I need him to stand in for enemy phase. I guess I just hit end turn. That feels like a waste of a movement star. And that definitely is a feel-bad moment. But you'll also run into situations where you're trying to figure out what to do, you feel like you're coming up one action short, you have Leif take his action, attack someone, and then he gets a movement star, and he can take another action and, like, solve a problem for you. Or if you are, like, rushing towards the siege point and there's people chasing you, he can proc a movement star, get to the siege point on time. Those instances come up, in my experience, far less than the times where you don't really have anything to do with the movement star. I think the most common occurrence is you're just like, oh, well, you know, I guess I can attack someone with it, but I don't really need to. I think the best way of thinking of the movement star is it is a slight boost to his reliability, and that sounds weird because it's like, oh, well, that's a 5% chance for something to happen. But think of it this way. Oftentimes, especially in the early game, which is when Leif's combat is most useful, oftentimes you're like, oh, I have to attack and I have like an 83% hit chance, right? And if I miss this 83%, then things go wrong. If Leif attacks and misses his 83%, but procs the 5% movement star, he gets another chance at doing an 83% attack. So rather than planning strategies where you're like, oh, if I don't get a movement star, I'm fucked. That's not how you should approach the game, especially not with a unit like Leif. Instead, I think that if you're going to factor the movement star in at all, which I do, it's a part of his kit, I think it should be seen as a slight reliability buff. And I feel the same way about Adept. So he has a skill Adept, which lets him take an extra attack AS% of the time. AS is your speed minus the weight of the weapon you have equipped. And Leif's base speed is 5, so he's not going to proc Adept very often. Even if you start building his speed growth and cap his speed, 20 is the cap in Thracia, so even if you give him like the speed scroll or like rig his speed growth or whatever, Adept is just not something that's going to happen very often. There will be times when Leif is attacking and he procs Adept and suddenly you deal way more damage than you expected, especially if you're using the Light Brand. And you're like, oh, holy shit, he secured a kill that he wouldn't have been able to do with Adept. But you shouldn't count on Adept proccing in your strategy. Instead, again, you should see it as a reliability buffer. There are no ways to secure 100% hit in Thracia. Hits cap at 99 and minimize at 1. So you can never have a 100% reliable strategy. However, if you stack a bunch of these like percent chance things for things to go right, you can buffer reliability by a significant amount. Let's say you're in a situation, Leif needs to do a little bit of chip with the light brand because he's the only one who can attack from 2 range. And he's an 87% chance to hit the enemy, and if you don't hit it, you're kind of fucked. Well, in addition to having the 5% chance to proc the movement star, he also has a low percentage chance if he misses to just proc adept and then hit on the second hit. He's a much less extreme version of another character we'll talk about later who uses these weird RNG mechanics to add to their reliability, but I think rather than thinking of movement stars and adepts as something that you should gamble on because they are not reliable for that, you should think of them as minor reliability buffers. I only need to hit 1 attack, but I could miss, but I could proc adept or a movement star, and then I get a second chance at hitting this 1 attack. Speaking of, because I've mentioned the light brand quite a few times, Leif's personal weapon is the light brand. It gives you plus 10 luck for equipping it, which is not like a huge deal because luck is one of the worst stats in Thracia. Luck is generally seen as a dump stat. There are some units who can make use of luck. We'll get to one very soon. But for the most part, the extra luck is just like, it's kind of gravy on top of everything else you want from the light brand. The bigger deal about the light brand, it is a 60 use 1-2 range weapon. Now, Leif has 0 magic, so he can't use his magic stat to leverage it. Even if you raise him up, he has a 10% magic growth, so it's not going to be dealing a ton of damage based on that. Instead, because it uses magic, it hits enemies on resistance, and it has 12 might, which is very decent. And it's 80% hit, which doesn't sound like a lot. But if you compare it to other, I guess it's not a physical 1-2 range option, but common 1-2 range, non-mages, right, is hand axes. Hand axes have fucking 45% hit. The javelin has 55 hit. If you want someone to 1-2 range, it basically needs to be a mage who's squishy, or someone with magical sword access. And Leif isn't the only person with magical sword access, but he's the only person who can use the light brand. So he has this 1-2 range PRF, and that's really, really beneficial to him. He's not the bulkiest boy in the world, but he's bulky enough to take a couple of hits in the Manster arc, which is when this is most useful. Manster is often touted as the most combat-heavy portion of the game. I would argue that it is a very combat-heavy portion, but there are other portions of the game that can be quite combat-heavy. Even if you're warp skipping the majority of the late-game maps, there's some instances where you're like, yeah, I want really good combat for this map. Final is a big deal, is a big example of that. The final map you do actually want very good combat for. But the Manster arc is an important combat map, and access to the light brand not only means that Leif can 1-2 range groups of enemies, which there are sometimes, there'll be mixed groups of enemies where you have a 1-range person and some archers, or you'll have mages or whatnot, which granted, he's not doing much to the mages with the light brand, because magic is resistance in this game, so any magical unit is not taking a ton of damage from the light brand. But it's nice to have access to a 1-2 range weapon. But it also allows him to attack uncountered. You run into this a lot in FE6, where if your units are weaker than the enemy's units, the ability to attack uncountered is valuable. And in Manster, it's especially valuable because you don't actually have any other units or you don't have any units who are capable of using javelins, no lance units indoors. And the only axe user is Dalsin. And like I said, hand axe is 45% hit. Hand axe is not a good 1-2 range weapon. The only other people who can attack from 2 range are Fergus if you grind his sword rank up high enough to get the flame sword, and Asbel. And then Nanna with the earth sword, but that comes much, much later. I guess you could theoretically grind Lithis' sword rank in Chapter 3 so he can also get the flame sword, but like I don't factor in excessive grinding like that. And no one else is reaching B rank swords on time to be able to use the flame sword. Yeah, Leif is very good combat-wise in Manster. He's not your best combat unit, but he has a lot of reliable traits, whether that's being able to chip from 2 range, whether that's hitting on resistance, because you don't get Asbel until partway through 4X, and there's scary armor knights both in chapter 4 and the beginning of 4X before you have Asbel. So like hitting them on resistance is very valuable, and it's a relatively niche thing. Only Fergus and Leif can do it at that point. And Fergus, you do need to grind his sword rank like to be able to do it. So it's like it's difficult, right? It's nice that he has it. Once you leave the Manster arc, Leif can sort of slide into a utility role. The other thing about his combat. The other thing about his combat, before I forget. He does have an FCM of 2. FCM is follow-up critical... I say FCC because it's follow-up critical coefficient. FCM is follow-up critical multiplication, multiplier, modifier. There's a lot of terms for it. Basically, every unit has a number between 1 and 5. That is their pursuit critical coefficient, follow-up critical coefficient, whatever you want to call it. And that number represents... So your crit rate on your first attack is usually your displayed crit rate. Thracia lies and like it caps your first attack's crit rate at 25. But your displayed crit will be multiplied by your FCC if you are doubling. It'll be multiplied by it on your second attack. So let's say Leif is doubling an Armor Knight and he has a 5% crit. Because he has an FCM of 2, then he'll have a 5% crit on his first attack and a 10% crit chance on his second attack. This doesn't apply to Adept, so if he Adepts a unit, he still has 5% on both of those attacks. But it will apply for the follow-up attack from naturally doubling. 2 is not like the biggest deal in the world. Leif doesn't really have that many ways to take advantage of it. He can use the Rapier, which has 10% crit, and he gains support from Nanna, which gives him a 10% crit bonus. It also gives hit and avoid, but the bigger one for supports for FCM units is the crit. So if he's in 3 tiles of Nanna, then he'll have a default 10, or he'll have like base 10 crit from the support, which means he has a 20% crit on follow-up. 2 is definitely better than 1 and 0, but there are other units with higher FCMs that make better use of this, either because they have more supports or other tools to be able to take advantage of, or just because they have a higher FCM. I guess the Killing Edge is the other one, like because he has an FCM of 2, the Killing Edge goes from 30 crit to 60 crit on second attack, and crits in Thracia are stronger than they are in other games in the franchise. Normally it triples your might after factoring in the enemy's defense, but here it doubles your might before factoring in the enemy's defense, so a crit can actually make it so you go from dealing 0 damage to one-shotting an enemy. It's kind of absurd. It's very funny. But yeah, that is the last thing about his combat. It's not the biggest deal in the world. It's, again, Leif is kind of a character of a bunch of little things. And what is more indicative of a bunch of little things than his movement, or his leadership star situation? So, depending on what portion of the story you're in, Leif will have leadership stars corresponding to the number of advisors who he has. When August joins the party during Chapter 6, the very beginning of Chapter 6, Leif goes from having 0 leadership stars to 1 leadership star. And then when you get the other one, I forget his name off the top of my head, but you get him at the end of Chapter 9, Leif gets 2 leadership stars. Then when the non-August one, the more straightforward guy, spoilers for the plot of Thracia. Skip ahead to Finn's segment if you care about the spoilers for the plot. But this character dies in Chapter 19. Leif goes back down to only having 1 leadership star, and he'll maintain that for the rest of the campaign. Now, I've seen some people argue, and I've even argued this in the past, that Leif should not be given credit for his leadership stars, because the way the leadership stars work in Thracia is as long as a unit is deployed, they give +3 hit and avoid to all of the units on your army. So functionally they also cancel out enemy leadership stars because, 3 hit and avoid, they cancel each other out. I've seen the argument that Leif does not deserve credit for these leadership stars because He's force deployed and he's a game over condition, so there's no way to actually get rid of the leadership stars. It's no different than if the game simply said, your army is feeling inspired from escaping Thracia, therefore they're performing better. Your army is being inspired by the fact that you've gotten a new advisor, therefore they're performing better. Army is discouraged by the fact that they had a staggering defeat, therefore they're performing a little bit worse, right? But there's a couple of reasons why I wouldn't say that. First, they are literally listed on his character screen. I know that you don't have the choice to deploy Leif or even like kill him off so that you don't get access to the leadership stars, and they are kind of an inherent trait of the game. But at the end of the day, like, if we're ranking units, we do kind of have to go with what the game says they have, for the most part, right? It is an inherent part of him, and if we are ranking Leif, I think that that is probably the strongest argument for including him. But if that's not enough to convince you, because like, oh, well, you don't actually have to position Leif, like it's a global boost so everyone gets it, you actually kind of do. So if a unit is being rescued, then their leadership stars do not apply to any of the other units in the army. If you rescue Leif with someone, then his leadership stars go away until he gets dropped. And the same applies for if he's captured, although that's largely irrelevant because a quirk of the AI is most people won't capture Leif unless he's the only unit left alive. I don't fully know the extent to which that, like how much that applies, the extent and whatnot. But there is like, they deprioritize capturing him for the most part. They will fucking kill him, but they deprioritize capturing him. But yeah, if you have him get captured or have him get rescued, then his bonuses go away. And this is relevant, especially if you're like trying to low turn a map, right? And Karin's rescuing people. She could benefit from the extra avoid. Not really hit, she's not a combat unit. So the fact that like him being rescued gets rid of it is, it is potentially relevant, right? Yeah. Leif also has a lot of supports that he gives people. In Thracia, supports are usually one way. Sometimes they're two way, but they are usually one way where one person gives benefits to another person. And Leif has the largest number of supports in the game. It's actually kind of sad. He only benefits from Nanna. I mentioned this as like, you could potentially use it to crit stack with his FCM of 2. You really shouldn't, but if you wanted to, like, that's the only way you can, which is really sad that he only gets the one support. But he, in exchange, gives bonuses to a large number of units. So, he gives support bonuses to Finn, Eyvel, Ronan, Safy, Dalsin, Asbel, Nanna, Hicks, Carrion, Selphina, Olwen, Tina, Linoan, Miranda, Sarah, and Xavier. And these are units of varying levels of quality and usefulness. But it is a very cool minor benefit that he gives to these people. I'm going to go over them one at a time and say, like, the ways in which they are or are not useful. So Finn is one of the better units in the cast. We'll get to him very soon, but one of the nice things about Leif giving Finn a support bonus is that Finn is often used for capturing, and since capturing cuts your hit rate in half, or doesn't cut your hit rate in half, it cuts your skill in half, which reduces your hit rate. It makes it so you're doing combat as if you currently are holding someone, right? Being able to bolster Finn's hit rate with Leif support is really beneficial. It can make some more difficult captures, like the Chapter 8 capture, for example, much, much easier to handle, and that's really nice. Eyvel is one of the better units in the game, but also she's literally invincible. The extra 10 hit almost never comes in because, like, she's gonna hit stuff anyway, and the extra 10 avoid literally doesn't matter. She avoids every lethal attack, and so it doesn't matter if she dodges stuff anymore. You could even argue that, like, her dodging is actually a net negative because you can't train Safy if she doesn't get hit, but, like, that is also the most fucking pedantic thing ever, and I'm not counting that against Leif. Ronan probably appreciates the hit rate. Bows are not very accurate in Thracia, but also Ronan is a pretty bad unit. Safy is one who doesn't really benefit that much from the support, although hilariously, there are actually multiple LTCs that I've watched that make use of the Leif support, because if you give Safy Leif support, it increases her chances of dodging enemies. And you can actually, in Lolo's Iron Man LTC, so it's an Iron Man safe strategy, she trained Safy by having Safy dodge tank some archers and javelins thanks to Leif support, reducing her chance of death to lower than 1%. Which is fucking incredible. I love that. It's actually so funny, because Safy is sort of like the poster child for, like, this unit does not need Leif support. Leif supports are overstated. And yet it actually came up in a fucking LTC Iron Man, of all things. Like, it's an Iron Man safe strategy that influences LTC. I don't rank because of LTC, but it is just such a funny story, I wanted to say it. If you haven't seen Lolo's Thracia Iron Man LTC, linked below, fucking check it out. Phenomenal watch. Yeah, Dalsin is another mediocre unit, but honestly, this might be one of the better beneficiaries of Leif's support. He's available in Manster, and he uses axes, which are not very accurate, and so every little bit of accuracy helps, and in Manster, you really want even the bottom of the barrel units to contribute, and so either in securing kills, captures, or, even just, like, chip, right, because he is a fairly bulky unit, it's very, very beneficial to have that extra 10 hit. Asbel, one of the best units in the game. Any boost to his hit and avoid is appreciated. He's usually not going to have hit problems, but boosting his avoid can get him to the point where, again, he has almost no chance of death. The Leif Asbel support was made use of a lot in the Iron Man, but it's also just really easy to make use of in vanilla. It's easy to make use of in Manster, and it's easy to make use of if Asbel becomes your boss killer. Nanna is another one who's like, this is a good unit. She has a personal Nosferatu weapon. Extra hit and avoid on that is always appreciated. Hicks is kind of in the same boat as Dalsin, but a less combat-oriented portion of the game. Still, he uses axes, and he appreciates the extra accuracy from that. Probably not super useful after you get out of Manster, but it's nice to have. Callion is a training project unit. If you're using Callion, he really does benefit from Leif's support. The Paragon Sword has pretty low hit, so if you're training up a unit, you probably want them to use the Paragon Sword, and since Callion can get Leif support, he can get a little bit better hit with the Paragon Sword. Tina is much like Safy. This is a staff unit. She shouldn't be seeing combat, and unlike Safy, I don't know of any Tina dodge tank strategies once you recruit her. Linoan is another character that is relatively frail. She benefits from the avoid, she benefits from the hit, although light magic really doesn't have any accuracy problems. Just a very solid unit. It's nice that Leif can support her. Miranda is similar to Callion, but she doesn't have the Paragon Sword, so she doesn't really have accuracy issues. She's another, like, this unit is a training project. Leif supporting them is not a huge deal for playthrough in general, but if you want to use them, it's nice to have that support. Sarah is another very, very strong unit. Much like, honestly, very, very similar to Linoan in that she's frail, so she appreciates the extra avoid, probably doesn't need the extra hit. And then Xavier is a very strong unit, but again, you get him quite late. I guess if you're using lances or axes on him, he appreciates the hit boost. Even swords, like his accuracy is going to be a little bit shaky with some of the higher ranked swords, but yeah, he's not the biggest deal in the world either. He's not the biggest deal in the world either in terms of Leif support. The big ones are the early game ones because they're beneficial in Manster or Asbel and Nanna just because they are very good units for a large portion of the game, and Finn because captures. But yeah, Leif, a character of minor benefits. Just so many minor benefits that carry him around. And the last of them, like, this is the minorest of benefit, but he is a sword unit. And swords are the best weapon in the game. Well, arguably tomes. It's either swords or tomes are the best weapons in the game. Not only because, like, they have the highest accuracy, They have the lowest weight, so you're often doubling, which means they deal more damage than axes very frequently, especially against like mid-speed enemies. But also, there's a bunch of interesting swords you can get. Rapier is effective damage against Armor Knights and Cavaliers, plus it has a little bit of crit cooked in, so you can make use of the FCM if you want, especially stacking that with Nanna. Not a huge deal. Killing Edge, you do get killer weapons for all of the weapons, but Killing Edge is the one you get earliest and freest, since it comes in the unit's inventory. And, again, make use of FCM stuff if you want, just because of how broken crits are in this game. Kingmaker is a brave sword that grants the Charisma skill, and since Leif is often giving support bonuses to characters anyway, people frequently will park the Kingmaker on Leif, just have him hold it and give Charisma. Charisma is 10 hit and avoid to any unit within 3 tiles, and this does stack with his support partners, so for example, if he's holding the Kingmaker and has Charisma, and he's standing next to Finn, or within 3 tiles of Finn, Finn gets plus 20 hit rate, which really helps with captures. Important to note, Charisma does not stack with another instance of Charisma, so Nanna has Charisma naturally. She can't get a second instance of Charisma from the Kingmaker, and also, if both she and Finn are in range, or she and whoever is the Kingmaker are in range of Finn, then you only get 1 Charisma benefit. You just get the plus 10. I mean, you get plus 30 because of their supports, but only 10 of that comes from Charisma, if that makes sense. Yeah, he also technically has access to the Paragon Sword. He probably doesn't need it, although if you haven't been doing a ton of training with him, or you do want to, like, scroll stack him to make him a better combat unit because he is a free deploy, then that's not a bad weapon for him to use. Doubling EXP gain is always really beneficial. I think those are all of the swords. Oh, magical swords, right. In addition to Lightbrand, which is Leif's sort of personal 1-2 range weapon, you get the best 1-2 range for non-mages is also magic, the magical swords. The Flame Sword, Wind Sword, and Thunder Sword each boost stats if they're equipped, just like the Lightbrand. But the most relevant one is the Flame Sword, boosting your magic, plus 10 magic. Effectively just makes it a higher might weapon. But considering it's 1-2 range and accurate and hits on resistance and relatively light, like it's not the lightest weapon in the world, but it's relatively light. All of those are pretty huge benefits. He's a reliable 1-2 range unit. Despite being sword locked, he's more reliable at 1-2 range than like your axe and lance units. And it's really nice. It's really nice. So yeah, really a character of a bunch of minor benefits. The biggest point in which he shines is in Manster, but I think there's sort of like a narrative around Leif wherein that he's not really useful after that, or that he should just be a support unit after that, and I want to push back against that. Like, he's incredibly usable. Enemy quality in Thracia is low enough that he can still do decent combat after Manster, and you can scroll stack him if you want. It feels like you might as well train him, since you're probably having him stick around for utility purposes. Even if you aren't seeing combat with him, he's still quite useful utility-wise for Finn, for Asbel, for Nanna, for training up the shitty training projects. I think that he's simultaneously a decent long-term unit because of his like utility role, and a strong short-term unit just based on being one of the better, or I don't know if better is the right word, one of the competent combat units in Manster. He has access to all of the unique tools with like 1-2 range that is relatively unique to him. He's one of the few units who can like freely use the rapier. He's nice. He's nice. He's very nice. Yeah, he fixes Dalsin's reliability. Just like really nice to have in Manster. Yeah, he's nice. I should mention the biggest downside of Leif is he has both a very late promotion and a very underwhelming promotion. He gains minimal stats out of it, and Thracia promotions, they're kind of unbalanced. Some units get significantly more than others, but for the most part, they're very, very busted. Sage and Warrior are the two that sort of stand out because you get +5 in multiple stats, but Leif just sort of gets +1 in a couple of stats, and no new weapon types, and It's just sort of chilling. No skills either, because there are some class-based skills. But yeah, he's, unfortunately, also his promotion comes super late, which means that he's stuck in his unpromoted class, for, like, the majority of the game. And then the promotion comes and it's just like, oh, this is what I was waiting for. It comes at the end of chapter 18, and there are only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 maps total left, if you go to every single optional map, which not everyone is going to do, and some of those maps are also really easy warp skips, so if you are allowing warp, oftentimes the 9 maps actually becomes a significantly smaller number. So yeah, the promotion being super late and super underwhelming definitely holds him back, but all of the tiny advantages that Leif has, I think, elevate him to at the very least somewhere in B tier. It's always hard placing the first few units because you don't see how everyone is around them, but I'm fairly confident in this. Okay, next we have another unit I'm going to talk a lot about, both because Finn has a lot of things going on, and because he introduces a couple of mechanics that will come up for other units, but since they're first on him, he's going to be the first one that we talk about. So Finn is a Lance Knight, which is a mounted class. He starts out at level 7, so I've heard some people refer to him as like the third Jagan or halfway a Jagan because you have Eyvel and Dagdar in the starting map. Personally, I think that's a bit of a stretch, but his class is mounted and he has noticeably better stats than some of the people around him. So I don't think it's the most absurd thing in the world, but personally I think it's a little bit like archetype bloat. A little bit too archetype bloat for my taste. But he has 8 strength, 28 HP, 1 magic, which is just resistance. He doesn't have any way to, well, I guess dismounted, but basically just resistance for him. 8 skill, which is not the best, especially when you use an inaccurate weapon type like lances, but could definitely be a lot worse. 11 speed, which is fucking phenomenal, especially for this point in the game. 5 luck, 7 defense, and 9 constitution, meaning that when he dismounts, because you can't rescue mounted units, when he dismounts, he's just under the amount for weighing down horses. Unfortunately, he does have a 10% constitution growth, so there is a 1 out of 10 chance every time he levels up that he will get to the point where he just can't get rescued, like, successfully by flyers. And I've had that happen, and, like, I was counting on being able to rescue Finn with Karin for a couple of strategies, and it was pretty annoying. But otherwise, his growths are solid. 60% HP, and then 35 in almost everything. He's got 35 strength, speed, 30 skill, defense, 45% luck, and 5% magic. Also 1% movement growth, very low movement growth, but, like, movement growth is kind of just gravy. It's not a huge deal to have a low movement growth. The 45% luck is the first thing I want to draw attention to, because Finn is probably the only unit who really wants to get a high luck stat. He has the miracle skill, which works a little bit differently than you might be used to. It's similar to modern miracle in that it saves you from fatal attacks, but in Thracia, it's a luck times 3% chance that if it procs, you will dodge every single fatal attack in a round of combat. So say you're getting quadded by a brave weapon, and miracle procs, you just dodge all 4 attacks, assuming that all 4 are lethal. This can happen regardless of what HP you're at, and unlike modern miracle, where you get reduced to 1 HP and then it can't proc again because you have to not be at 1 HP, it's kind of like sturdy, but in reverse. Here, you can just have it proc whenever. Now, it is still only luck times 3%, right? So it's not super, I mean, it's not only not super reliable, but at base, it's 15% chance to happen. You really shouldn't be putting Finn in situations where he can fucking die and hoping for a 15% chance. With the Brave Lance equipped, which is his personal weapon, he gets plus 10 luck. And so suddenly, it goes up by 30%. It's now a 45% chance to happen. You still should not be putting Finn into situations where he has a chance to fucking die if he doesn't proc a 45% luck percent, like, proc thing, whatever. But it's at least more reasonable. It's like a little bit of a extra insurance on him. And much like with Leif and Adept, you can potentially see it as a reliability buffer. If Finn is facing 3 enemies and he gets 3-rounded, but they all have pretty low hit on him, he still technically has a chance to die, but he has to get hit by like 3 different 30%s, right? That's a low percent chance to die, but it is a thing that can happen. The third one, having a 45% chance to proc Miracle, you should see it as a reliability buffer rather than putting him in a situation where that is the only, like, thing that will save him from dying, right? On the other hand, luck in Thracia caps at 20. He has a 45% luck growth to begin with, and you do get a couple of luck rings, and I need to check the scrolls real quick to see if there's any luck boosting ones. Okay, so there are some luck boosting scrolls. Balder gives everything, or almost everything, 5, and that's the chapter 3 scroll, so that can boost him up to a 50%. And then Heim in chapter 12, or Uller in chapter 15, both give plus 10%. Thrud in chapter 20 gives plus 5%, but that's like super late. And then you can get plus 30% from Bragi, but that's also pretty late. It comes in 16A or 17B, depending on which direction you go in the route split. The 30% is definitely, like, super ideal, because it gets him up to 75% luck growth. But I think that just giving him the Balder scroll to give him a coin flip to gain luck, as well as feeding him whatever luck boosting items you get, there's a couple of luck rings, I believe, is more than enough to bolster his 45% growth and have him potentially reach the golden threshold. By which I mean capping luck. 20 luck is the cap. It is feasible, even without rigging, to get Finn to 20 luck around the mid-game, I would say. And with that, he has a 60% chance to proc Miracle. Except for if he equips the Brave Lance, he has a 90% chance to proc Miracle every round of combat where he's facing lethal damage. And that's only if he would be hit by the enemies. So, before factoring in inaccurate enemies, anytime an enemy would hit him for a lethal attack, he just has a 90% chance to say no and dodge all attacks in the round of combat. Finn is one of the few units in this game that you can reliably set up dodge tanking with for that reason. Unfortunately, he doesn't have any supports, or rather, no, actually he does, it's the other way around. He gets supports from both Leif and Nanna. He gets 10% from both of them. So he can gain up to 20 avoid just based on positioning with them. Except for just kidding, because Nanna has charisma, so it's actually 30 avoid because he gets plus 10 from charisma. Finn can be ridiculously avoidant. This isn't even like the main part of his kit. This isn't even like the thing that makes him good, but it is just incredibly funny that it is actually feasible to just have Finn, who is a random-ass Lance Knight, turn into arguably the best dodge tank in the fucking series. At least before, like, hard mode engage Karin Thieves, right? Like, it's truly absurd. It's truly absurd. And this isn't even what makes him good. I mean, it's one of the things that's useful, but the bigger deal is just he has really good combat stats on your join map and is, or on the first map of the game, and is on a horse. And he's in level 7, he'll gain a decent EXP gain throughout the course of the early game in order to make use of those good growth rates and continue to keep pace with the rest of your army. I guess I should talk about the Brave Lance. I mentioned that it gives plus 10 luck, but it is Finn's personal weapon, and it's more than just plus 10 luck. This is a 13 might, 70 hit lance with 10% crit as well, just like to be a little bit juicy on top. And it's brave, which means that it'll attack twice, or if you're doubling, it attacks 4 times. Although, in fairness, it has 9 weight. You're probably not doubling unless it's against, like, an axe enemy. a 60 uses, so functionally 30 because you do, like, Bravify it. But still, that's a lot of uses. And the fact that he's mounted and therefore has 20 Constitution means that Finn is, at least in the early game, and I would argue throughout the entire game, you're just your best capture bot. Just your best capture bot. So I haven't talked about how capturing works in Thracia. I'll give a very quick overview, because I assume if you're watching a Thracia tier list, you know how capturing works. But basically, Thracia's economy is balanced around capturing enemy units and stealing their stuff and selling their stuff. Also, if they have, like, rare items, you can just take the rare items from them. Whenever you attack an enemy at one range, you have the option to attack, which means you use your full stats, or you have the option to capture. If you capture them, you use half of your stats. So your strength is cut in half, your defense is cut in half, your speed is cut in half. It makes your combat a lot worse. But in exchange, if you kill them, instead of just killing them, you forcibly rescue them. And that allows you to trade items off of their inventory before you drop them. Because Thracia never gives the player any gold, and the only items you get are from visiting villages and from stealing stuff and from starting inventories because there's no droppables, this means that the primary way of either acquiring cool items, such as, like, there's a armor knight with a flame sword in chapter 10, for example. There's some units who have, like, warp staves in their inventory or S-drinks or whatever, is to capture. You can steal either using thieves or using Tina's thief staff, but the primary way in which you get gold, either by, like, taking enemy iron weapons and selling them, or new weapons, including irons, like, because it's nice to have a good number of irons, is just by capturing. Because Finn has a brave weapon, he's able to sort of get around the capture penalty. He does still get his stats cut in half, but one of the ways in which capture really hurts is, since it cuts your speed in half, and your strength in half, and your skill in half, you're often not doubling. You're often dealing less damage than you would otherwise. I mean, you're always dealing less damage than you would otherwise, but you're often not doubling. Sometimes you go from doubling to being doubled, like, it can be that extreme. And because of your skill stat being lower, it's really hard to, especially with highly avoidant enemies, capture them because you'll just miss, right? Now, Finn having access to a highly accurate brave weapon, there are other brave weapons in the game, including another one in Chapter 1. Finn having access to that highly accurate brave weapon means that he gets 2 attempts to hit if he only needs to hit once to capture, which oftentimes, like, capture strategies involve chipping a unit down, chipping a unit down, chipping a unit down, and then going into capture. So Finn only needs to hit once if you've chipped him down enough. He gets 2 attempts to do so, sometimes 4, but, like, it's usually 2, especially because the Brave Lance is heavy. It's usually 2. Because he has 20 Constitution since he's on a horse, he's able to capture anyone in the game who's not also on a mount. Except for, I think there are some enemies that can have 20 Con. It's like, I hesitate to say that something will never happen in Thracia because random stats are so extreme, so there's probably some non-mounted enemies with 20 Con, either static ones I'm forgetting about, or the possibility of getting them based on random enemy stats, because they can be fucking extreme. Movement is random, by the way. Every enemy has a random chance of having +1 move. It's kind of absurd. Regardless, because Finn has the Brave Lance, right, he is able to get 2 attempts at getting the capture. Because he's got 20 Con, he's able to capture basically everyone. And because the Brave Lance is accurate, the other option is the Brave Axe, which you do get early on. You'd also get the Brave Sword, which is also a very good option. I would still argue that Finn is the better rescue bot, and that's because he gets 2 supports, one from Leif and one from Nanna. Those will boost his hit rate. His skill is really good, and also you get him from the beginning. Like, capturing in the early game, while it's not as big a deal as, because there's not going to be, like, as many rare items, right, as in later chapters, it's very nice for either supplementing your gold or just getting a good supply of irons to be able to whip out when you don't need a special weapon. And combat in the early game is kind of handled entirely by Eyvel and, to a lesser extent, Dagdar. So you can focus, instead of being like, oh, I need all of these units to be able to do good combat, you can focus on just trying to capture as many things as you can. There is like a bit of a trap, because capturing too much can end up being like your combat gets worse. You don't actually need 8,000 iron bows, but I do think if you're trying to build an economic base, because you don't get any gold. Like, if you want any gold to purchase items, you do need to sell things, either that you get from events or that you get from capturing. I do think it's in the first 3 chapters, well, I guess 4 chapters, including 2X, it's nice to be able to start building that gold supply up. And Finn is very helpful for doing that with the Brave Lance before you get the Brave Sword. Some of the trickier captures in the game, Finn will often be an appropriate level to have the stats that have decent hit rates against them with the Brave Lance. Just for comparison, I am going to pull up the Brave Axe to see. I should have had it pulled up. I had the Brave Lance pulled up. I didn't have the Brave Axe pulled up. Oh, okay, they actually have the same hit. So that was a fucking lie. That was a fucking lie. Yeah, the Brave Axe has the same hit. They both have 70 hit. Okay, so Finn isn't like the be-all, end-all capture bot, because Dagdar with the Brave Axe can capture just as well, because he's got such a high constitution, right? But 10% crit, I guess, is a little bit nice. Like, maybe you'll get lucky with the crit. I think the bigger one is just, like, Finn has a decent skill stat. He has the Brave Lance entirely to himself, and he has multiple supports to boost his accuracy. But yeah, I'm talking out my ass. The Brave Axe is just as accurate as the Brave Lance. Like, YouTuber lying moment, I guess it's heavier, so, like, you could kind of be like, oh yeah, well, maybe he'll quad with the Brave Lance, but that's pure fucking copium. Like, yeah, the Brave Lance and Brave Axe are both very good for capturing. Finn having exclusive access to it is really nice. Yeah, and being able to leverage Weapon Triangle over the various sword units you want to capture is nice. The Weapon Triangle is only 5 hit and avoid, by the way, though, so, like, maybe I'm giving him a little bit too much credit for his role. I mean, I do think in the early game, capture bot role is very, very good. Moving into the late game, Finn just sort of maintains very good outdoor combat. Brave Lance doesn't just have to be used for capturing. Sometimes you can just be like, hey, this unit has a 13 might Brave PRF. I'm just going to wreck shop. The extra luck is nice for the dodge tank build. Being on a horse is very, very good in this game because you get Super Canto, which means that you can move again after taking an action, including attacks. If you play the GBA, you might be familiar with trading and then moving if you're on a horse, but in this game, you can literally do hit and run tactics, just attack and then run away. It's pretty awesome. And then we get to the point where Finn's, fuck. But there is theoretically a downside to being on a horse, and this does actually, in my opinion, hurt Finn's longevity. And that is the fact that if you go indoors, either because the entire map is indoors or because a portion of the map is indoors, as happens on, for example, Chapter 3, for example, Chapter 11, there's a couple of maps where part of it is outdoors, part of it is indoors, right? You have to dismount. Dismounting means you lose your horse, so you no longer have Canto. You lose your weapon type, and instead you have to use swords. So this disproportionately affects anyone who can't use swords mounted, because they have 2 weapon ranks to keep up with, and they can't really focus on one, because in order to be useful mounted, they need one, and in order to be useful for dismounted, they need the other. Finn is hurt by this, because B rank lances is very nice. It lets him use just about everything that he wants, but his starting sword rank is D. He does have 30 weapon experience, so if you train his sword rank early on, he can get to C. He only needs 20 rounds of combat to get to C, and that is definitely doable in the early game, but it also involves dismounting Finn, which not only means you're not capturing as much, because his constitution of 9, he's not going to be able to capture things in the same way he could if he were on a horse, but also he suffers stat penalties. Dismounting stat penalties, they're sometimes, like, gassed up as way more than they should be. 5 movement is definitely rough, but that's just what comes from being infantry. The other things are he loses 1 strength, he loses 1 skill, and he loses 2 speed and 1 defense. So his combat stats get a little bit worse, but I do think it's sometimes exaggerated the degree to which OMG never use a mounted unit indoors, like they lose stats, OMG. The bigger thing is losing the weapon ranks, but swords are by and large a better weapon than lances, so if you're not using the Brave Lance, it's actually not that unfeasible to have Leif just like dismount to, or not Leif, Finn just like dismount to do sword combat. I've done it a couple of times in chapter 1. I know I just said that his capture botting like kind of isn't a thing when he's dismounted, but 9-con is enough to capture some soldiers or archers depending on what they roll. And I have captured with the Iron Sword before to get him a short lance, because he starts with just a Brave Lance and the Iron Sword as inventory, and so it does feel a little bit bad to be like, oh, I'm using the Brave Lance against the biggest wimps in the fucking world. But yeah, overall, I am a pretty big fan of Finn in the long term. I think that he almost certainly deserves to be strong long term. I think that one of the better capture bots in the game. Having actually looked at the Brave Axe, which I should have done beforehand, whoopsie doopsie, I think that saying that he is just the best capture bot in the game is not accurate. It is nice that he has, all to himself, 60 uses of a Brave weapon that has 70% accuracy, that he can get boosts from 2 different units, including Nanna, who gives the extra boost from Charisma while capturing. It does kind of suck that he doesn't give any boosts via support. It feels like a bit of a flavor fail to me that he doesn't give Leif the support. But what supports are supposed to represent story-wise is also a little bit unclear. Like, part of it, sometimes it's like, oh, this person is supporting the other person. But sometimes it's like, oh, well, this person is inspired by the other person, which, like, feels different, if that makes any sense. Like, I don't know. It's not necessarily a flavor fail, but I would have liked if these were two-way. Even if, like, I don't know. I hate that Finn can't support Leif, because I do like Finn a lot. On promotion, his promotion gains are, like, they're fine. They're better than Leif's, but they're better than Finn's. Finn's promotion gains are better than Finn's. I am a professional. They're better than Leif's, but they're unimpressive. They look like the sort of thing you would see in GBA. 2 strength, 3 skill, 1 magic, which again is just resistance, 2 speed, 2 defense, and 1 constitution, which means that when he's promoted, it's harder to ferry him around, but by the time he promotes, I feel like he doesn't really need to be ferried. I just sort of, if I'm using him, I just sort of have him do combat stuff then. Yeah, I think he's pretty solid. One other thing that's worth noting, he has an FCM of 1, so he doesn't get any, like, funny crit builds, and he has an authority star. I already talked about Leif's authority stars situation. Finn always has one, but because you choose to deploy or not deploy him, you won't always benefit from it. I guess also if you do rescue him, you don't get to benefit from him. But he's a unit who's often not going to be rescued. Because the end game is primarily indoor maps, it can feel a little bit rough the last few maps for Finn, especially if you haven't, like, trained his sword rank. I do think he's decent indoors. Like, he still has solid combat stats, but it does kind of suck that the main appeal of him is the Brave Lance, both because it enables the fucking bonkers luck miracle build, and because it's a Brave Lance. Like, Brave weapons are strong, newsflash. 70 hit is kind of awesome. Hitting twice is kind of awesome. And the fact that he gets it all to himself kind of incentivizes you to use him, because his combat is good. And if his combat is good, then he's getting experience. And if he's getting experience, his combat stays good, because his growths are, like, pretty solid. I like Finn a lot. I could see moving him down to B tier, depending on how the A tier fleshes out, but for now, I think this is a good spot for him. Okay, so the next unit on the chopping block, god, that makes it sound so brim, is Osain, or Osain, I think. It's hard to not call him Osain. That's the old translation name, and that's when I first started playing. Plus, Osain is also a Sacred Stones character, so if I call him Osain, which I probably will, Sorry. Osain is the more official translation name. But he's a character, I feel like he's a fan favorite character. He has a funny personal weapon, the Vooj. I'll talk about the Vooj to begin with. So he doesn't start with his inventory. Instead, he kind of has to spend the entirety of the first map running in the opposite direction of where the rest of the combat is going on, so he can go to some random ass house. I say random ass house, it's his house. But in the context of like the map, it's a random ass house, and pick up the Vooj. The Vooj is a 10 might, 9 weight, 1-2 range weapon with 30 crit, which is already pretty awesome. A killer weapon with 1-2 range, because like 30 crit is functionally a killer weapon, right? A killer weapon with 1-2 range is kind of fucking ridiculous. Especially with, as I talked about with Leif, Thracia crits being nutso. The real secret sauce behind the Vooj, though, is it has 80 hit. I mentioned earlier that hand axes are 45 hit, javelins are 55. Your physical units are really struggling for 1-2 range. Sword users are better off because magical swords are amazing, but for the axe and lance users, it's a struggle. It's a struggle out there. Like, if you've only played GBA and Tellius games, you might be used to parking people with 1-2 range and just like watching them delete all the enemies. It's really a struggle to do that in Thracia, simply because you're gonna miss, you're gonna get weighed down, you're not gonna double, and then you're gonna be sad. You're gonna be sad that all these people didn't die. The Vooj not only has the hit rate to hit, 9 weight is like, actually kind of an issue. It can kind of be an issue. Actually, what is Vorsen's starting constitution? Just kidding, he has 11 constitution. This does mean rescuing him around is a little bit annoying, but yeah, he's the constitution for axes. The iron axe in his starting inventory is 10 weight. He's not weighed down by that. He'll get it down by the steel. He gets weighed down by the battle, but like he doesn't need any of those. The Vooj has 60 uses. This is going to be his primary weapon on the maps where he's doing combat. And that's because it's 1-2 range. And that's basically it. Like, yes, 30 crit. Yay. 1-2 range and also 80 hit. 80 hit, so the only axe that even comes close to rivaling that is the Brave Axe, which, as we just learned together, has 70 hit. 80 hit is kind of ridiculous. What's the Battle Axe got? Because the Battle Axe actually has, like, surprisingly good hit rates in Thracia. So Battle Axe has 60 hit. That doesn't sound good, but for an axe, axes are really, really inaccurate. And that's where the problems start showing up. Because if you're using a weapon that's not the Vooj, the Iron Axe, which is one of the more accurate axes in the game, has 65 hit. That's pretty sad. The Battle Axe, like I said, I think the Battle Axe is the most accurate Oh, no, it's only got 60 hit. Okay, so it's a little bit less accurate than the Iron Axe. So yeah, Brave Axe is the most accurate non-PRF, then the Iron Axe, then the Battle Axe. And then you're stuck with, like, really, really low accuracy things like the Hand Axe, like the Steel Axe, like the Devil Axe, which not only is inaccurate, but has a chance of backfiring on you. So you end up in this situation where you sort of live and die by your PRF weapon, or Osain does. Osain does. But the Vooj is a good PRF weapon, right? It's nice to have, and it supplements his stats pretty well. His base stats are 27 HP, 6 strength, 0 magic, 7 skill, 9 speed, 3 luck, 4 defense, which is a little bit shaky because, you know, if you're trying to 1-2 range, you want to actually have bulk that's functional, and 11 constitution, so he's not weighed down by a lot of axes, which goes well with the 9 speed. 9 speed is respectable. His starting axe rank is E, but in 10 attacks, because he starts out with 40, he'll get up to D, and that's not good enough for the Battle Axe, right? Battle Axe is... Oh god, Battle Axe is B rank. I thought it was C. Yeah, so he's gonna struggle to use any relevant axe outside of the Iron Axe and the Vooj. He can use hand axes, but hand axes are just, like, strictly worse than the Vooj, and Thrasia's not the sort of game where you spend multiple maps parking a unit and doing 1-2 range damage. It's just not a thing that's happening. I think that Osain is... So, his combat, it's good early on, right? But you don't really need the combat early on. So it's just kind of... Any combat that he does in the first 4 maps, chapters 1 through 3, including 2X, is more for self-improvement than for anything, because he does start out at level 1. He has decent growths, but the bigger thing is getting to hero. Or, I'm sorry, it's called Mercenary in Thracia now? You get D-rank swords on promotion to hero. His growths are fine across the board. 30% strength is pretty good. 35% speed is pretty good. 55% luck, but no way to access miracle. 25% defense is fine. Like, he's never going to be super bulky, but I guess 85% HP on a base of 27. He can sort of make up for it. Enemies don't hit super, super hard until you get into the very late game. And then on promotion, he gets 3 defense as well. 3 speed, 3 skill, 2 strength, 1 magic, which is just resistance. No HP. Actually, fun fact about Thracia, I'm pretty sure no units actually gain HP. No one gains luck either, but that's normal. But no one gains HP on level up. Or on promotion. People do gain it on level up. 85% HP growth, he'll gain it on level up. One of the weird things about the Axe Fighter to hero, like, class promotion thing is... Osain starts out with 6 movement, which is more than you would expect for infantry, right? But he doesn't gain any move on promotion, which can be a little bit icky, but gaining sword access is more than good enough. If you want to use your early Master Seals on a indoor combat unit, you can do worse than Osain. He has an FCM of 3, which is kind of cool, especially since 9 speed and 11 constitution is often enough to double. The Vouge giving 30 crit means that he'll have 90 crit when he doubles, and crits are pretty incredible. He can bolster that even further. He's supported by both Tanya and Eyvel. Eyvel is barely around after the early game when, again, his combat's not really super necessary. And Tanya is, but, like, she's pretty bad. If you're deploying Tanya, it's probably just so she can act as a support bot, because she's a pretty bad unit on her own merits. But giving an extra 10 crit to Osain can allow him to reach 100% crit on his double attacks, but there's another way he can reach 100% crit, and that is through his skill, Wrath. Wrath means that on enemy phase, well, it's not just on enemy phase, because Vantage makes things weird. If you attack after the opponent, right? So usually this is on enemy phase. If you are counterattacking, your first attack will always be a crit. Because crits in Thracia are significantly stronger than they are in other games, that's really strong. The downside is it doesn't work with Vantage. If you give Vantage to Osain, Wrath just stops working because you do need to actually be counterattacking. This does mean, however, if on player phase you initiate against someone who has Vantage, then they will attack first, and then you get a Wrath crit off, which is pretty nice. Other than that, like, big Unga Bunga combat, mostly using his PRF. If you go B route, you get a second copy of the PRF, which is nice, because it is 60 uses, which is more than you would expect. Like, it lasts him longer than you would think, especially if it's the only weapon he's spamming, which it probably is. Like, hand axes are pretty bad, and you could use the Brave Axe, but if you're just using Brave Axe, like, there are better users of it, if we're being honest. But it lasts Osain longer than you would think, and at very least it lasts till promotion, and possibly soon after. The fact you can get a second copy if you go B route is nice. It sort of incentivizes, like, it increases his longevity, right? The big appeal is Voog. The Voog is, like, the Voog is the thing. The Voog is the cash money. An accurate 1-2 range weapon with Wrath, he's going to delete a lot of people on enemy phase. And once he promotes, he can just kind of be like a mercenary that uses swords and has the option to use 1-2 range. Yeah, it's pretty decent. Pretty decent combat stats, pretty decent growths, very good personal weapon. I think he's also... I'm struggling between strong long-term and decent long-term. Because, like, he is... Well, so he's strong short-term as well. Like, when you first get Osain back... Not in the first 3 chapters that he's available. When you first get him back, right, after you escape Manster, there's a couple of maps where his combat is very appreciated, but... You start getting units who are just, like, have better suited skills than him, right? Combat is not at a premium in a lot of maps that he's available. I'm gonna say that he's decent long-term, because... Here's the thing about, like, ranking units in Thracia is so because so many units, it's like, yeah, well, you just give them scrolls and then they just become a combat unit. And he does have a standout trait in the Voog, like something that sets him apart from other units. A lot of other units, physical units, won't have the 1-2 range. And you can fix his defense by giving him, like, defense boosting scrolls, right? So I think B is a good place for him. Sword access, the fact that he gets D-swords on promotion is the biggest thing saving him from just being a short-term unit. Because if he lives and dies on the Voog, which to an extent he does, the Voog only lasts so long. But since he can just be a generically good sword unit and then use the Voog in situations where you want to use the Voog, I think he's a B-tier unit. I think that is good enough to say that he's decent long-term, and during whatever portion you're using the Voog, a very strong unit. In contrast to Osain, Halvan feels like a much more vanilla-ish unit. You know, Osain lives and dies by his personal weapon, but he also has funny crit build, also has wrath, like, just stupid stuff, right? Very stupid fun stuff. Halvan, on the surface, it looks like there's some cool stuff you could do with him. He has Vantage, which means that he will always attack first. So he's kind of the other half of the Vantage Wrath duality. And he has an FCM of 4, which means that his crit rate on follow-up will be multiplied by 4. This doesn't actually synergize with Vantage. Like, you're like, oh, wait, super high crit rate. I can just delete things before they attack me. Oh, just kidding. It's only on the second attack. So it doesn't actually work with Vantage. And he doesn't have any way to boost crit. The only unit who supports Halvan is Eyvel, and she is around for Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 2X, Chapter 3, and then the final fucking map of the game. So Halvan has one of the higher FCMs in the cast, and just no way to leverage it. Like, it's actually kind of tragic. He starts out with D-rank axes, so he's slightly ahead of Osain there, but Osain will get D-rank pretty immediately. Just 20 rounds of combat, and he gets it, so it's fine. And his stats are, by and large, they feel worse. He has a little bit more bulk. 28 HP and 5 defense, and then 7 strength and 7 speed. So he's slower. They're filling, like, the same niche, but Halvan just does not have any of the sauce. Because he doesn't have the Vouge, he doesn't have any reliable 1-2 range, so if he wants to use any accurate sort of axe, he has to use the Brave Axe. Now, Halvan is the unit who gets you the Brave Axe. Osain and Halvan, because they live in the village that you start out in the first chapter in, they each can get a special event by visiting their home. Osain gets his personal weapon, and Halvan gets the Brave Axe, but unlike the Brave Lance, which is Finn's personal weapon, the Brave Axe can just be used by anyone. It's a D-rank axe, so almost any axe user can use it. Like, Osain can't use it at base, but he's 20 combats away from doing so, and basically anyone who has axes can use it. So it makes it just feel like, oh, he grabs a weapon that someone else can use. I do think that if a character gets an item for you in a secret event, or even if it's not a secret event, just like in an event, in something other than their starting inventory, I do tend to give them a little bit of credit for that. In the same way that I would give, like, a thief that can only open one chest credit for the contents of that chest. Think Volk from FE10. He can open one chest. That's the entirety of his thief utility. Any unit that has, like, a single item they get, I sort of think of it like that way. Like, okay, well, they're just the worst thief in the world, but then they also have the other stuff on top of them, if they do. And Halvan does, like, his biggest thing is just that he's got 12 constitution, and because of that, he can be a rescue dropper in the first few maps, which I do think are a very capture-heavy portion of maps, just because you have the overpowered combat to capture people. I think you want to take advantage of the fact you will never be as strong compared to the enemies in the main campaign as you are when you have Eyvel. So you want to take advantage of the fact that you have this super overpowered combat, and you can afford to capture everything that's not nailed down. I do know that it's a meme that Thracia players go overboard with capturing, and I do think once you enter Manster and leave Manster, you shouldn't be capturing everything that's nailed down, but in the early chapters, there's not really a downside. You just sell it all and bolster your economy, so you can actually purchase things later. And Halvan is useful for that because he can take drop stuff with 12 constitution. His combat's pretty decent. 7 skill can help make up a little bit for the abysmal hit rate of non-Brave Axe axes. Yeah, ultimately he's just like a dude. 4 FCM feels so bad. Just because what the fuck are you supposed to do with the 4 FCM? Like, I guess when he promotes, he gets D-rank swords, and then you train his sword rank so he has rapier, and then he can have 40 crit on follow-up with rapier, or killing edge. Is there even a killing axe in this game? I don't, let me check. Killer axe. Thracia. Yeah, there is a killer axe in Thracia. So he can use the killer axe, I guess, to get a 100% crit. God, that's so sad that he has a super high FCM, and the only way he can make use of it is literally with the killer weapon. Which, like, other high FCM units can, but usually you can combine them with something else. Yeah, that's so sad, that's so sad. Poor Halvan, like, I don't think he demands a disproportionate investment to pay off, because you don't really have to invest in him too much, and he's just like, hey, maybe he does. No. He's fine early on, Decent short-term filler. He's sort of the spitting image of it. The take drop happens. Alright, next up we have Eyvel, and, I mean, no prizes for guessing. Eyvel goes into the Eyvel zone. But I do want to talk about her as a unit and why it is so difficult to tier her. Eyvel is this game's Jagan, but unlike traditional Jagans, who are really, really strong in the early game, and then they are supposed to have, like, less growth potential, right? So that's the thing that holds them back from being just sort of the win button for the rest of the game. Eyvel goes away. Eyvel pulls an Orson if you've played FE8. Eyvel's around for 4 maps, and those are chapters 1, 2, 2X, and 3. And then there's like a big cutscene that happens, and she comes back for 1 map, for like half of it, in basically just a set piece. Like, it feels like a playable cutscene more than anything. And then she goes away for the rest of the game, and you can only get her again if you go to a Gaiden map directly before the end of the game, like literally right before the last map. You can recruit her at the end of that map and then escape with her, and then you get to use her on the final map, and that's it. So, weird availability situation. And, you know, I've tiered units who have weird availability situations. You know, like Gotos are the go-to example for that, and I am planning on tiering this game's arguably 3 Gotos. But the thing about Eyvel is her combat sort of defines the first 4 chapters that she's in. Actually, in the first 5 chapters that she's in, so including like the little cutscene set piece thing, right? She's literally invincible. And I don't mean like Seth is literally invincible. I mean, she is literally invincible. She has an invisible skill called Miracle Plus, that means that every enemy in the game will miss her if they're going for a lethal attack. This is, I suspect, the reason that hit rates cap at 99, so that no one can ever have a 100% hit rate on her, and therefore break the illusion. Although, if we're being honest, no one would ever have a 100% hit rate on her anyway, because her stats are fucking incredible. 20 speed, that's the cap, by the way. 10 luck, so already her avoid is kind of crazy. 7 defense, 18 skill, so she hits everything. 4 magic, 9 strength, 28 HP, 8 constitution, which, like, it does kind of suck because I would like to use my invincible unit to capture people, please. But that's okay, that's okay. She's still awesome. We still love her. Eyvel will delete everything in the world. She starts with an iron blade, which is one of the worst swords in the game. Just because, you know, it's a blade, it's heavy, it's inaccurate, 55 hit, 15 weight, and despite the fact she's weighed down by the iron blade, she'll double a ton of enemies on the first map. Oh yeah, her sword rank is A, so she can use every sword in the game. Most relevant is in her starting inventory, the flame sword means she actually has a 1-2 range option as well. It gives plus 5 magic, so her base magic of 4 plus the 5 magic from the flame sword mean that she's functionally has the same magic and strength, since she has 9 base strength. Yeah, she's kind of ridiculous. Even in the final map, where she's no longer invincible, her combat is appreciated. The strength, like, her strength and magic are not keeping up with the rest of your army, but 20 speed means that she doubles things. That's pretty darn good. A-rank swords, you got a master sword, slap that shit on her. 1 FCM is a little bit unfortunate. She wouldn't be able to take advantage of a high FCM, really, because she's only supported by Leif and Mareeta. And again, like, she's... Mareeta, the Mareeta support she literally can only use in her, like, little cinematic set piece, and if she was on the final map and you deployed both of them. She has 2 movement stars, which is pretty cool. Means that she's a 10% chance to take a second action every turn. And she has Adept, which, because it's AS% and she has capped speed to start out, she's gonna Adept a lot, especially with the flame sword. Yeah, she's just a pretty freaking incredible unit. I think I said that she's weighed down by 15. She's actually only weighed down by 7 because of the 8 constitution. I forgot to factor that in. But yeah, with a 15, I think what I meant to say is, like, with a 15 weight weapon, she still doubles things, which is super impressive because fucking capped speed. Yeah. She also, in addition to just doing really, really good combat and making it so that you just don't have to worry about combat in the early game, she supports the other potential, like, training projects. So she's supported by Leif and Mareeta in a one-way, but then she supports Osain and Halvan. She also supports Dagdar, who I guess, like, I wouldn't consider him a training project, but also EXP formula is pretty generous. Like, I guess he can benefit from some chip or whatever. The bigger thing is that she supports Osain and Halvan. So if you want to invest into either of them, their accuracy can be a little bit lacking in the early game, and I think you take advantage of that plus 10 hit, just to sort of get over the hump of, yeah, my combat needs a little bit fixing. Yeah, Eyvel's kind of incredible, and the reason that I have her an untiered is it's a unit where it's like, how the fuck do you rank this, right? Because, okay, so she is the reason that the first 4 chapters are such a nothing burger combat-wise, you can focus on capturing. So, like, she starts out the economy, so does that mean that she's, like, you know, meta-defining? She literally defines the meta? I mean, meta-defining S-tier sounds like where you'd put a literally invincible unit, but also, she's only literally invincible in the first 4 chapters of the game, arguably some of the easiest chapters of the game, and then she just doesn't exist. So how do you rate a unit that only exists on the final map? Like, well, we rate the Gotos, right? But the Gotos are really, really good on the final map. Eyvel on the final map is basically just providing her leadership star, because she does give one. She gives an extra 3% hit and avoid based on, like, globally, based on the leadership star, and that's nice. But, like, that's probably not worth deploying her on its own unless your army's really struggling. So, like, a unit that's only available for one real map, that would be F tier, right? But, like, a literally invincible unit who's the reason your economy gets off to a start and deletes everything for the first 3 maps, that's not an F tier unit. She's a conundrum, right? You probably could find somewhere in the middle and be like, okay, well, she's very strong short term, right? This is probably where Eyvel belongs. Like, she's better than Leif. She's better than Osain. Well, Osain and Leif last longer, though. That's why this is so weird. That's why there's the Eyvel zone. She probably, like, the category she fits in the best is strong short-term. But the effects of her being strong short-term ripple throughout the game. And it kind of feels unfair to be like, yeah, you know, you're quite like, strong short-term is fucking underselling it. She's literally invincible. You can't get much stronger than that. Literally invincible, starts with capped speed. Yeah, it's so fucking weird, y'all. It's so fucking weird. I don't know. That's why we have the Eyvel zone. That's why we have the Eyvel zone. Maybe at the end of the tier list, after I, like, place everyone else, I will try to find where she would fit the most. I think B tier is probably what it would be, right? That's strong short term, but I think the Eyvel zone makes more sense. I'm second guessing myself because I did rate Merlinus, right? And he's a unit who people often don't rate. And I did rate fucking Orson, and Orson's in a similar situation where, like, he goes away for a while. But with Orson, it's more that, like, there are some really, really bad units who contribute less to an entire playthrough than Orson does in a single map, right? Like, think Namie. Namie's absolute garbage. She absolutely contributes less than Orson does in a single map. Meanwhile, Eyvel, definitely strong short-term, like, belongs in that category if we're tiering her. But does Halvan contribute less over the course of a playthrough than Eyvel does? I don't think so. Even factoring in Eyvel jumpstarting the economy, if you invest in Halvan, it's decent filler, you know? He can be, I wouldn't say strong with investment, but he can be decent with investment, long-term. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to be tiering Eyvel, because she's a weird one. Alright, next up is Dagdar, and he is a much more traditional Jagan. He is a warrior who starts with, much like Eyvel, cracked stats. And like Eyvel, he goes away for a little bit, but he comes back much sooner and is actually available for the majority of the game after that. So he has 43 HP, 14 strength, 1 magic, which is just resistance for him, 11 skill, 9 speed, which is and then 2 luck, which is I mentioned that luck doesn't super matter, but having a low luck stat means that you don't have too much crit avoidance. He does have 30% luck growth, which is fine. 10 defense, which is good, and 15 constitution, which means that much like Finn, he can be a capture bot in the early game, and mid game, TBH. He is, because the Brave Axe having the same amount of hit as the Brave Lance means that, hey, 15 con, you know, it's not 20, but, it's a lot. He can capture a lot of things. In the early game, he captures everything you care about. Because he has axe access, A axes specifically, he can just use I mean, you don't need A axes to use the Brave Axe, because it's fucking D rank for some reason, but he can just use the Brave Axe to capture things. Same principles as with Finn apply. Unfortunately, Dagdar misses a couple of crucial captures. The biggest one that he misses is the Chapter 8 capture, which you need to do in order to get Dagdar back. The fact that he also only has 1 support partner, that being, well, technically he has 3. He gets supported by Eyvel and Tanya, and then he supports Marty, but the big thing when it comes to being a capture bot is the people who support you, and Eyvel doesn't exist during some of the crucial captures, and Tanya is a unit who you probably aren't deploying anywhere, whereas, like, Leif is force deployed, and Nanna is a good unit who you're often deploying for reasons outside of the Finn boost. So, like, he's a little bit worse of a capture bot than Finn. In the early game, that doesn't matter. Like, in the early game, he's just as good, but for the mid game, for important captures in the mid game, he can be a little bit shaky. He does have hammer access, so there's, like, the flame sword armor if you want to, like, desperately try to capture that guy. Hammer access can help with that, but also fucking hammer hit rate. Like, I've been complaining about how the hand axe has 45% hit. Hammer has 50. It's not that much higher. It's also 18 weight, so you're never doubling. Like, you're never doubling while you're capturing. What the fuck? But yeah, Dagdar is mostly just an axe unit. He has bow access, and well, I say bow access. He has E-rank bows, so he's, like, not going to be able to reach... he's not going to be able to reach any of the good bows, specifically Brave Bow, because, as it turns out, bows are pretty bad in this game. I know bows have a reputation for being bad in every game, and I made a video trying to push back against that, the idea that, like, bows are usually good, but Thracia is not one of those usuallys. Thracia bows are bad. They're mostly mirroring the hit rates of axes, except for that they have worse might, and also they can't capture, because you can't attack from one range. Which is unfortunate. That is unfortunate. That is definitely unfortunate. Yeah, Dagdar good though? Like, Dagdar good unit? The fact that he has 15 con does limit him a little bit going forward in the mid-game and especially end-game, where there's some big maps. You can't really carry him around with anyone because they'll get slowed down because he is heavy. His growth rates are, like, they're fine. Well, actually, no, they're awful. 10% strength, 10% skill, 10% speed, 10% defense, 30% luck, that's the one that's fine. And then 15% HP. Woo! Gaining HP is such a nothing burger, especially when you already have 43 HP. The thing is that Dagdar's combat holds up for a while into the game. I know he's like an all-star in 0% growths, and he kind of is just a 0% growths unit, because, like, those growth rates are bad. But 14 strength, you're like almost 3/4 of the way to the cap, right? So it's not bad. He has a movement star too, which, again, it can be a little bit of a reliability threshold. He appreciates that because he's using axes, which do suck. I do think going into the mid game, you start wanting to use people who can use swords. You start wanting to use people who have mounts. He can be really good indoors. He doesn't have he does have 1-2 range, but, like, it's hand axes, so it's better than not having it. But really, the only good axe is the Brave Axe, or personal axes. Well, Vogue, specifically. And then even, like, training, like, using bows doesn't really get him out of the accuracy issues, because bows suck, too. The other, I guess, notable thing about Dagdar is he has the Accost skill, which is really good for him in the early game. What Accost does is if you have higher AS than your opponent, and also you have above 25% HP, which, given Dagdar's really massive HP pool, he usually does, then you do 2 rounds of combat instead of 1, right? Oh, no. The 25% HP is only in genealogy. Sorry, I was misremembering. Good thing I checked. But yeah, literally just if your AS is higher than the opponent's HS, and your HP is higher than the opponent's HP, which Dagdar's HP value, his current HP, is higher than the foe's current HP. Dagdar's HP value is usually very high. Accost is going to be triggering him for a lot. The fact that it relies on your AS being higher than the opponent's AS and your HP being higher typically makes it so that Accost is proccing when an extra round of combat would be advantageous, because you get countered a second time, right? Like, if you attack someone who can counter, they will counter you a second time. If someone attacks you and you counter, it'll happen a second time, and you get hit twice, basically, right? But your AS being higher and your HP being higher means that this second combat is typically thought to be advantageous of you. However, Accost is sort of a double-edged sword, and as we move into the late game, magical enemies, especially with Siege Tomes against Dagdar's 1 magic, proccing twice because he has really high HP and he's faster than them, so they just get to hit him twice because they're weighed down by Siege Tomes. Ballistas, to a lesser extent, just because he does have high defense. Siege Tomes are the big one. Mages, potentially can be a problem, although oftentimes if they're not Siege Tome mages, then they won't be weighed down enough, but, like, some Dark Mages might be. It's pretty bad when you get doubled by Siege Tomes. I guess that is the advantage of training his bow rank. If you fucking struggle through it and get him the Brave Bow, then Dagdar can use Brave Bow Accost to his advantage. And Brave Bow Accost is nice because you trigger a second round of combat and you don't get countered in either of them. So it's a cute little trick that he can pull. But the way that Dagdar falls off is not necessarily that his stats don't keep up. Arguably his bases are good enough for the majority of physical combat. It's that you start facing mages, so his defense doesn't matter, and a cost starts being a liability in those instances and with ballistas. Still, he's a strong short-term unit. I think he does more in the average playthrough than Osain. Dagdar's just, like, really, really high bases. Yeah, Dagdar's real good. Dagdar's real good, okay? Also, he has a personal point of movement. I didn't mention that with Eyvel. Eyvel has a personal point of movement. So Eyvel has 8 move, I think what it is. It's just more than the Swordmaster normally gets. Yeah, she has 8 move. Oh, Dagdar doesn't have a personal point of movement. It's just that promoted classes have 7 move usually, unless you're a hero, in which case, go fuck yourself, I guess. But yeah, Warrior has 7 move inherently, so he has more move than Osain and Halvan will, making him the superior axe user, obviously. God, it sucks so much that he's stuck using axes, and hand axes are trash garbage. I do still think he's better than Osain, because you get everything, you get all that for free, and like, so he gets supported by Tanya, and Tanya's support can like fix his hit rate a little bit. Yeah, he's like, he's real good, it's just, yeah. Movement Star also, like, again, the Movement Star can service as kind of a additional bit of reliability. Same way that I was talking about with Leif, and with Dagdar, it's a bigger deal because he's often struggling for hit rates more. But yeah, it's a little bit tragic. I have talked about Tanya, and I guess I can just sort of like follow up and rank her, because Tanya's main utility is just that she supports Dagdar and Osain. She gives a one-way support to both Dagdar and Osain. And that's it. Like, she's an archer, and she's an archer in a game that bows suck. She starts with E rank as well. She has terrible stats: 20 HP, 3 strength, 1 magic, 6 skill, 10 speed. Like, oh, I guess she doubles, so she can do 2 damage twice. 6 luck, 2 defense, so she's gonna fucking get bonked a bunch. 4 constitution. So steel bow weighs her down. Does iron bow weigh her down, actually? Iron bow might weigh her down. Yep, iron bow weighs her down by 2. God damn. So she's 8 AS at base. No skills. Well, asterisks on that. I'll talk about that in a second. No skills in her kit, normally. FCM of 2, but, like, nothing to make use of it. She has a 2-way with Osain, so, like, okay, I guess with Osain, she can, like, go from having 10% crit to 20% crit. Oh boy. Oh boy, better watch out. And then because she's locked to 2 range, both as an archer and when she promotes to sniper, she can't capture at all, which, like, I know a lot of people, like, really play up not capturing as, like, the huge downside, but a lot of units don't want to capture. Finn and Dagdar are the big capture bots. I guess, like, Osain and Halvan can also use the Brave Axe to do so. They'll be a little bit worse at it than Dagdar, but probably fine. But a lot of the time, like, not being able to capture isn't the worst thing in the world. If you've got decent combat otherwise, it's just that she doesn't have decent combat otherwise. The biggest utility of Tanya is that she supports Dagdar and Osain. And those are good units to support. If you want to raise an archer, like, your options are her, Selphina, Robert, and Ronan. And if you want to raise an archer, there is an argument that, like, just getting the extra support on both of these units, especially if you're investing in Osain, because, like, Dagdar's kind of a free unit. Most teams are probably going to use him at least short term. Osain is really an investment project, right? Actually, Dagdar might be strong long-term, now that I think about it, just because his bases hold up for a while. Yeah, I think he holds up as long as Finn does. I think he's worse than Finn, just because Finn does have some... Finn can capture a little bit better because of the supports, and Finn also is probably the best at capturing the Chapter 8 boss, if we're being completely honest. And Finn has horse utility. Finn indoors is definitely worse than Dagdar indoors, but neither of them are especially great in the late game indoor maps, and in the mid game indoor maps, Finn is fine enough, and I think his outdoor dominance sort of like elevates him above that. So yeah, I think Dagdar should be A tier. Now that I'm like, talking about Tanya makes me reevaluate Dagdar, because the idea is that like Tanya's biggest thing is just that she makes Dagdar and Osain slightly better. So I guess if you want an archer, there are worse arguments for an archer than that. God, archer sniper is just such a bad class in this game. She really has nothing else to offer. I said she has no skills. In Chapter 8X, Tanya has the Eyvel type invincibility flag for 15 turns, which is truly absurd. That is a ridiculous amount of time. And if you do want to invest in Tanya, make her semi-competent in order to be able to deploy her for filler combat and then also support these two. Like, if you're using Osain, Tanya is not bad to use as well, if you've decided to invest in him. That's a decent time to do so, because she's just invincible. People can capture her still, but she can't die, which is the good part. And if they do try to capture her while she has a weapon, then they're not gonna have much hit on her. It's fucking axe units, they already don't have much hit, and then they try to capture her, they cut their stats in half. Like, are you kidding me? Tanya sucks, but she's not that bad as to get captured by them. Cheese strategy, if you want to use her for Osain and Halvan, and you're not willing to do the 15 turn invincibility thing, a cheese strategy is raising her to level 20 in Chapter 1. I guess it's also worth noting that, so Chapter 8X is the map where you get Dagdar and Tanya back, and it has a really notoriously difficult boss to kill. If Tanya gets captured or killed, you get Dagdar, but you don't have to go to 8X, which is normally required to recruit him. So theoretically, you could say that killing her off is ideal, so you don't have to deal with that map and you still get Dagdar. But on the flip side, that map has a lot of good treasures. The Wrath Manual to teach Wrath to a unit. The Leg Ring, which is like the equivalent of boots. A good amount of... Oh, wait. You do get gold. You don't have to capture. Because I think that one of the chests has some gold in it. Am I gas lamping? Wait, what all is on that map? What all is on that map? No, I'm not gas lamping. There's no gold in that map. I think I played... So I co-commentated that map with Jacob recently, and I think I played another map shortly thereafter and had to look up the treasures for that, and I must have gotten them blended together. So yeah, there's a Pure Water, there's the Leg Ring, there's the Wrath Manual, Devil Axe doesn't really matter, Hammer doesn't really matter, and the Near Scroll, which is... It's a scroll. Scrolls are nice. They crit negation, and also... it boosts growth rates. What does Near do again? Yeah, so that's like the plus strength, plus HP, plus defense, plus build, minus skill. So yeah, it's a pretty good scroll. I mean, it's always nice to have a scroll. But yeah, the reason that I bring this up is that I don't think killing her off, I don't think the fact that killing her off makes you skip a hard chapter elevates her, or drags her down at all, because also you miss out on some very good treasures. The Wrath Manual and the Leg Ring are the big ones. I would still say that Tanya demands a disproportionate investment to pay off. If you're just deploying her for 10% to Osain and Dagdar, that's often not worth the deployment slot. Deployment's not super tight on every map in Thracia, but there's some where it is. If you have a good deal of fatigued units and you just need to rotate someone out, I guess she can give that 10% boost to them, but it doesn't really elevate you above D tier. And if you invest in her and make her a combat unit, she's pretty bad at that job too. She's just sad. She's just sad. And the disappointing combat train will continue, because as fun and funny as Marty is, he's not very good. All of the downsides that affect other axe units that I've talked about also affect him. Mainly that axes are really heavy, so they slow you down a bunch, and they're not super accurate. But Marty has very funny numbers. He starts out with 0 skill and 0 speed, and he only has a 10% skill growth and a 15% speed growth. So for the majority of the time, he's going to be not doubling and attacking super inaccurately. The rest of his combat numbers are fine. 32 HP, 9 strength, 0 magic, but that's just resistance, 6 luck, and 6 defense. But he doesn't have any special traits, other than, like, the negative special trait of 0 skill, 0 speed. Well, I guess he does have one special trait. Marty has 15 constitution and a 75% constitution growth. So he will not only, like, always weigh people down, but he has a very, very high chance of just being unrescuable, because when you're 20 con, you're unrescuable. On the flip side, this means that he can take drop literally anyone once he hits 20. At 15, he can also take drop probably anyone. Like, if Halvan's able to, Marty's able to, right? Marty's more able to. He's even beefier, even connier. So I guess the big thing that Marty does is he can help take drop during the first couple of chapters while you are in Capture City. And if you're deploying him in other chapters, which, like, you shouldn't, unless you're meming, like, if you're meming, like, that's fine. But if you deploy him in other chapters, his high constitution does mean that he can be a take dropper for captured people. He's not really good at, like, rescuing, because you want mounts to be the ones who are rescuing, because they have Canto, they have higher movement, but I guess he's, like, pretends to be a mount because he's got 6 movement, so, like, yeah. Oh, no, Dagdar does have a personal point of move, because Warrior also has 6 movement. Yeah, you don't gain move on promotion in Thracia, usually. So, yeah, Dagdar does have an extra point of movement, a personal point of movement. God, Marty's so bad. So, like, when he promotes, because I say, like, his speed and skill is never going up, he gets 5 skill and 6 speed on promotion. That's not enough. That's not enough. It's a huge gain. He also gets 3 strength and 3 defense and 1 con. No, he doesn't. He's capped con by now. And a magic. Woo! But, yeah, 6 skill and 5 speed is huge, and it's not enough. He's still going to be your slowest unit. He's still going to be one of your least accurate units. He's stuck using axes and bows, which are super inaccurate. I think he barely escapes F tier because the high constitution niche in the early game, like to take, drop, captured people, is nice. But he's definitely the worst person you have in the early game. He's a meme for a reason, right? Like, we meme on bad units. It's very possible that he sinks down to F tier, but I want to see who else ends up in the D tier around him. If there's, like, a bunch of people who I'm like, no, this person's significantly better than Marty, then I will move him down. But as it stands, like, Tanya is not significantly better than Marty for providing 10% extra hit to Dagdar and Osain. Marty does get plus 10 hit from Dagdar support, and Dagdar's a unit who you're probably deploying, and you could try to cope and be like, well, he has no skill, but he gets extra support, but then he's, like, using inaccurate weapons. It's so cringe. It's so cringe. He can use the Brave Axe, I guess. Alright, next up we have Ronan, and Ronan is a unit who, I think the obvious comparison is to Tanya, not just because they're in the same class, but they are incredibly similar in a lot of ways. Their bases are surprisingly close to each other. Tanya, in case you forgot, has 3 strength, 6 skill, 10 speed, and 2 defense, whereas Ronan has 4 strength, 3 skill, 7 speed, and 2 defense. So in addition to both being in a very bad class, they are also, like, the same bad class, not just any bad class. They're in the same bad class as each other. They join around the same time as each other. Tanya joins the army 1 chapter before Ronan, but then when the army, like, separates and everyone has to come back, Ronan rejoins the army 1 chapter earlier than Tanya. So they have the same number of chapters that they're available, it's just which ones is different. And they struggle for the same reasons, and it's mostly just their class. Bows are an incredibly bad weapon type in Thracia. They can't capture. They have really, really bad starting stats. surprisingly decent growth rates on both of them. Tanya being faster and having a much higher speed growth is, so Ronan's growth rates are 15% strength, which is pretty piss poor, and then 55% magic, which is for resistance, like he's supposed to be a mage killer. He starts out with 0 base magic, but he has 55% growth, so even that's like, he's not really going to be, like, he's not going to have resistance for a while. You have to train him to get him to that point. And then 45% skill, 55% speed, 25% luck, and 5% defense. So he's not very physically bulky, and he's never going to be unless you scroll stack him. And he doesn't get magically bulky for a while. You can speed it up by scroll stacking him, but I don't actually think you can... Yeah, you don't get a magic scroll until very, very late, so you can't do that. He's just kind of like really, really mediocre combat. There are a couple of qualities that he has that makes him stand out from Tanya. I do ultimately think, like, you know, class by class is not the best way of looking at things, but they do draw a natural comparison. I do ultimately think Tanya is the better of the two early game shitty archers, but just because it's because of the supports. Like, she supports two incredibly strong characters. But Ronan has, well, so I say he has a couple of things going for him. On the surface, it kind of looks like it. He has Adept, but with his low speed and lower speed growth, it's not going to proc particularly often. And he has 3 movement stars. I think the best way to think about these, much like with Leif, is the 3 movement stars, which is a 15% chance for an extra action, and Adept are both minor reliability buffers to the fact that he's using an inaccurate weapon with 3 base skill and only a 45% growth rate, which is decent, but it needs scroll supplementation, especially with a base that low. And again, an inaccurate weapon type that you're never going to get out of. It is also worth noting that Ronan has a personal point of move. He has 7 movement at base, but then the promotion from male archer to male sniper does not grant movement, whereas the promotion from female archer to female sniper does. So regardless of whichever one of them you train long-term, if you for some reason have decided you want a long-term sniper, they're going to have the same movement stat. It's just that Ronan has his initially, which is advantageous. I think ultimately that ends up being better because I mean, obviously it's better than getting it later. There's no way that getting it later would be good, but I think it matters more early on because you're often not training them up all the way, but you're using them in the first couple of chapters. You might deploy them as a little bit of filler when all of your other units are fatigued early on after the Manster arc, like chapters 8, 9, 10, whatever. And the extra point of movement can be helpful during that portion of the game. I still think, realistically, that Tanya is contributing more just through the 10 support that she gives to both Osain and Dagdar, just because I don't think either of their combat is, I would say, not even something to write home about. It's really bad. Like, they have very bad combat. Even trained, they have very bad combat just because they use a bad weapon type. And they don't have great growths, and even if you scroll stack them, like, they just are stuck with the inherent flaws of the archer class, unfortunately. So there are a couple of chapters where, like, bow access can be advantageous, because there are some flyer-centric chapters. The biggest ones that come to mind are 14X has a lot of flyers, 14 has a decent number of flyers, and the last outdoor map in the game has a decent chunk of flyers. Other than that, the Selphina map, Dagdar's Manor, has 5 wyverns, which is not a large number, but, like, they're scary. It's similar to Chapter 7 of FE6, where there's a small number of wyverns, but because they're scary, having a bow is still valuable there. Or Chapter 2 of FE3, Chapter 3 of FE3, a lot of chapters in FE3, actually. Book 2, specifically. But in those chapters, the thing is, by the time those chapters roll around, you do have other ready-to-roll bow users. Even Dagdar with the iron bow can make use, but you'll get Selphina and, to a lesser degree, Robert. So it's much less of a deal. You also have wind magic at that point on Asbel or Homer, depending on the chapter. Yeah, it's it's really not worth raising them just to shoot down flyers, and without that, they don't really have anything to their name. That's obviously not the only way you can make bows strong, but bows, just everything is working against them in this game. It's a shame. It's a shame, because bows are cool. And both Tanya and Ronan are, they got cool portraits. They got like a little bit of personality to them in the portrait. And I know that they're both fan favorite characters. Like Ronan's a bit of a meme because he does have that, oh, I guess I should say, he also has a 3% movement growth, which is above average. And so that combined with his movement stars does give him that, and adepts does give him that sort of like gambling feel, right? But I think on average, I think it's best to think of specifically movement stars and adepts as just like slight reliability buffers, especially on a unit like Ronan, who like, in addition to needing the buffer to his hit rates, if Ronan's procs a movement star, he's not doing much with that second action, because his first action's also not that impactful. Yeah. Yeah. I hope you've had your fill of me talking about mediocre to bad units, because we're about to get into a stretch of some pretty phenomenal dudes, and ladies, and we're starting with one of the phenomenal ladies, Safy. I've got a lot to say about Safy, but I do need to start by talking about how stabs work in Thracia, because they are different than in other Fire Emblem games. So, stabs in Thracia, in other Fire Emblem games, right, if you're using a status staff or some sort of attacking staff, like Silence, Sleep, Entrap, then there will be a formula to determine whether or not you hit the enemy. In Thracia, that formula also applies if you are using a staff at all, like any staff whatsoever. Using a heal staff, formula applies, and if you miss, the opponent doesn't get healed. Using a warp staff, it applies, and if you miss, the person doesn't get warped. Using a torch staff to try to light up the area around you, formula applies. If you miss, then the area does not get lit up. It is one of the big things that people cite when they talk about like, OMG, Thracia is evil and unfair. And I think it is probably the worst mechanic in Thracia, but it's not as detrimental as you might think. The formula is 60 plus the staff user's skill times 4. So once you have 10 skill, which in fairness is halfway to the cap, then you will never miss a staff again, and that includes attacking staffs. However, if you're using an attacking staff like Sleep, like Silence, like Thief, you need to have a higher magic stat than the opponent, otherwise you can't target them. Also, you cannot target anyone who's on a throne or a gate with a status staff like Sleep and whatnot. I mentioned it earlier, but in case you forget, stabs contribute more to fatigue than other things. It depends on their rank. It'll be 2, 3, 4, or 5 points depending on the rank, and that's a little bit unfortunate because most staffers, including Safy, the one we're talking about, have very low HP values. So this often necessitates rotating multiple staffers out, especially if you're using high rank stabs or PRF stabs. Because that'll be, for example, if Safy uses Warp, which she can't do at base, but she's the fastest to get to it. If Safy uses Warp and her base HP is 14, that's more than a third, because it's 5 fatigue, it's more than a third of her max fatigue. So oftentimes you want to train up multiple staffers, even if you're only using one on a specific map, just so you have the courtesy of rotating them a bunch. And that's especially relevant because you want to be spamming staffs with people like Safy and Tina and Salem in order to much more quickly reach A-rank stabs, because in this game, all stabs, aside from like heal, all stabs that are not one range locked, so Physic, Warp, Heal, Rewarp, those sorts of things, are infinite range. Doesn't matter about your magic. And the big ones there are Warp, Rescue, and Rewarp, because it's movement stabs. You can move to anywhere on the map that you can legally go. So, like, you can't warp Leif into the ocean, but you can warp him onto the throne, and that's a big part of how to clear some of Thracia's late game bullshit, because it does throw some bullshit at you in the late game, or just a map that you don't feel like dealing with, or even if you're not warp skipping, it's incredibly helpful for reaching objectives on time. Chapter 10 There's a couple of houses that are difficult to reach before thieves destroy them because they're guarded by ballistas, and the only flower you have is super, super fragile. So that can be a bit of a problem. But if you just warp someone there, there's the solution. There's some bosses you might want to kill in Chapter 14. You might want to send someone over the mountains to help defend the church in 15. Like, there's a lot of uses for warp that are not just warp to the boss, kill the boss, warp, seize, leave the throne. Warp, Leif, seize the throne. Goddamn. I'm leaving that in because it's funny. Warp, seize, leave the throne. There's a lot of uses of warp that are not just warp skipping seize maps or kill boss. Well, there's no kill boss maps, but seize maps. Or other maps where you would need to reach a faraway objective like the church and whatnot. But at the end of the day, whether you're warp skipping or whether you're warping warp for whatever else, it's a very, very strong tool. And Safy is, well, she has C stabs in quotation marks. She's 10 away from B rank. She's a total of 60 staff uses away from being able to use warp. And she's the first staffer that you get, so she's going to naturally be building that staff rank just by healing your units just in Chapter 3, because then she goes away for a while. But in Chapter 3, she's going to naturally build some staff rank, and then when you get her back in Chapter 8, she's going to naturally build some staff rank, and even if you don't build her staff rank just by spamming staves, you can use a Master Seal to promote her, and she gains 50 staff rank, and therefore gains warp, which is kind of awesome. Other than that, her stats are, like, pretty abysmal, TBH, but her stats don't matter. 14 HP is the big one that is very sad because it means she has a low fatigue threshold, and because this is Thracia, she doesn't gain any HP on promotion. 0 strength, literally not a stat that she uses, though. 6 magic, I guess, affects the healing formula, but I don't think magic matters on your healers. 6 skill is a little bit cringe, and she gains 1 skill on promotion. She is a decent candidate for a skill ring, just to bolster her to that 10 skill threshold. However, she does also have a 45% skill growth, so if you are training her to get her to warp anyway, a skill boosting scroll can potentially be what pushes her over that milestone. 40% speed growth with a 7 speed base, 9 luck, 0 defense, so combined with the 14 HP, she's probably not going to be surviving too many rounds of combat. But here's the trick, she doesn't need to, because in addition to you being able to capture, the enemy can as well. And if your unit does not have a weapon that can attack from 1 or 2 range equipped, which Safy won't until she promotes, and even then oftentimes you don't leave her with it, they will capture instead of killing. Now this is a little bit annoying because they will immediately steal all of your items from the unit they capture, so you kind of have to capture them back or you lose all of the items. Aside from PRFs or special weapons, stuff like the Brave Axe, stuff like Hammern, which is her personal weapon, we'll talk about that in a bit. But it does mean that anyone who's like got a low constitution, like Safy who has a low con of 3, can potentially, instead of risking themselves in combat, allow themselves to get captured, and then if you kill the enemy or capture them back, if you want to get your stuff back, then they don't die. And that's good, because she would die. It does mean that you do have to watch out for like people who can only attack from 2 range, because you can't capture from 2 range. So like archers or just mages you're on the edge of, although her magic of 6 means that she's not like as dead to mages. But yeah, it is a strategy you can employ, and if you trade all of her stuff off of her before she's going to get captured, this also means that she doesn't get things stolen. I don't think capture baiting, which is what the strategy is called, is a big deal with Safy, but I wanted to bring it up here because the enemy will prioritize capturing her, at least until she's promoted, so she's the first unit that sort of like introduces you to the mechanic. Well, Lithis kind of does, it's complicated. He does as an enemy. But yeah, she's very frail, but the capture baiting system gets around that, and if you're smart about trading her stuff off, you can use that to your advantage and have the enemy weigh themselves down, get their stats cut in half, and then wada bam, wada boom, you kill them that way. Aside from that, Safy is mostly staff bot out of 10 is In any other game, Staff Bot out of 10 is like solid B tier as the first staffer. But in a game like Thracia, and with her being so close to getting Warp, and you get Warp very early as well. You get Warp in Chapter 8 at the earliest, which you shouldn't fire it off in Chapter 8, but like you get it super early. That in and of itself is enough to elevate her super high. But she also has the Hemern Staff, or Repair, depending on what translation you're using. Hemern Staff it lets you repair a weapon. It has 5 uses, and because it's a PRF, it gives her a lot of experience, but also uses 5 fatigue, so like the trade-off that way. I have, in the past, used Hemern just to raise Staffy's staff rank, or her experience to promote her, and it's not exactly the best use of it. The bigger thing is that you can use Hemern to repair Warp, or you can use Hemern to repair personal weapons. The Light Brand and the Vogue are the 2 that come to mind. The Brave Lance is also a very good target for that. It's not a personal weapon, but the Flame Sword is also a decent target. The Brave Axe, again, not a personal weapon, sorry Halvan, but also a good target of Hemern. I think the majority of people use most Hemern uses on Warp, though, because here's the thing, right? Broken staves or weapons, in other games, they often just disappear from your inventory, but in Thracia, you just end up with a broken staff or a broken weapon. And so you can get the full 3 uses out of Warp, and then Hemern it, and you get another 3. And given how over-centralizing Warp is, both in the terms of, like, it lets you skip annoying maps and lets you do all sorts of other powerful things, even if you're not skipping maps, and that you get a bunch of them early, and you get a bunch of units who can be trained to be able to be Warpers fairly early. Safy being able to Hemern Warp, since it's literally in her starting inventory, Hemern, is incredibly useful. I know a lot of people cite Hemern as something that Lena gets credit for, because she's in a similar boat in Shadow Dragon, where she, like, has Hemern as a PRF, but in FE1, FE3 Book 1, and FE11, you get Hemern super, super late, and also, you can't use it on Warp in some of those games. It's literally just FE11. Where it feels like the sort of thing where it's like, oh, you get it when you don't really need it. With Safy, you get it at the beginning of the fucking game, and you can use it on so many things. I do think that, like, the biggest priority is Warp, but you probably don't need to use all 5 uses on Warp. If you do, that's a 15-use Warp Staff, which is fucking phenomenal. But if you don't, that can be like, hey, it's a 9-use Warp Staff because I used 3 of them on Warps, and then I also repaired Voog and the Brave Lance. Or I also repaired the Flame Sword. I pointed to Leif because he's the only sword person we have on there, but he's probably not the Flame Sword user. And the Brave Axe, or, you know, whatever other cool tools you want. Even if you're not warping at all, like if you're doing a warpless challenge run, Hemern is incredibly, incredibly valuable. And obviously, if you are warping, S tier? Like, does anyone disagree with this? Probably the best unit in the game. Well, there's another contender, but like, S tier. Like, being the first staffer kind of lands you in B minimum, because it's sort of the staff bot out of 10 thing, but staffs are incredibly, incredibly powerful in Thracia. I didn't even mention Restore. Restore is another very important staff, because status is permanent. So if someone gets put to sleep, they're honk snooing the rest of the map. You either gotta carry their ass around, or you gotta restore them. Restore, another very powerful stat. Ensorcel, because it boosts magic instead of res, because it's normally it's the barrier staff, right? But because magic and res are one stat, it boosts magic. Well, surprise, surprise, boosting magic on magical combat units is very, very strong. Staffs are just so good in Thracia. Even status, like, you have status staffs like Sleep. I don't think you have a Berserk staff, but you get Sleep, which is useful. You get Silence to turn off enemy staffers. Oh, there is Berserk staffs. You can steal them. There's a couple of Berserk staffs you can steal. I know B-Route has one that you can steal on the boss. So yeah, you can get Berserk staff and Berserk people, and that can be very funny. Oh yeah, you Berserk Reinhardt. That's the strategy. You Berserk Reinhardt. And like, those are like niche applications, but they are, again, more things that you add to. Just staffs are so, so powerful in this game. Y'all, staffs are so, so powerful in this game. Now, we talked about one incredibly powerful utility unit, being the Staffers, but the other type of incredibly powerful utility unit are the Thieves. There's only 3 of them, and Lithis is the first one you get, and arguably the best, at least the best at being a thief. So I should talk about Thracia thief mechanics. For those who are not aware, in Thracia, you can steal anything. If you play the Tellius games, you might be familiar with the ability to steal weapons depending on your strength versus their weapon weight. It's similar to that, but in Tellius, you can't steal equipped weapons. On Thracia, you can. You just need to have a higher constitution than the weapon you're trying to steal, and a higher speed stat than the enemy you're trying to steal from. Or steal 2. Because, and this does actually come up sometimes, you can steal weapons onto other enemies. Like, give them weapons. Kind of like if you ever played, like, Skyrim or Fallout, how you can pickpocket grenades into people and have them explode. You can't do something of that extreme, although there is actually... Okay, so there is actually a weird giving someone the Devil Axe strategy, but you have to get captured and to give them a Devil Axe. You can't steal it because it's 20 weight. But you can, for example, if you're trying to set up a capture, the biggest time this comes up is in Chapter 8. If you're trying to set up for a capture and you're worried about low percentage crits, you can steal a scroll onto the enemy to prevent your units from getting undesired crits. Bronze weapons in Fates, Thracia did it first. You can also, an exploit that people will often do is steal a bow onto, there's a late game boss who has a weapon that gives him a large amount of defense, and you can steal a bow onto him and then have someone park at 2 range and he'll attack with the bow because they can't counter, rather than attack with the sword because he can't attack with the sword. So there are a couple of strategies where stealing things onto people comes up. Also, if you have full inventory and you're like, well, I've got this iron sword I don't care about, but I do want to steal something from this guy, I can steal the iron sword off of me in order to take the fire tome from them, right? Like, it's a mage you want to steal the fire tome from, you can give them, as long as you have more con than the thing you're trying to give them, you can give it to them. So in that example, you would need to have more constitution than the iron sword, but it is something that very rarely comes up, and that it is functionally a trade menu that you're opening when you're hitting the steal button. So you can trade something onto them and off of them in the same action, if need be. Another exploit that comes up with this that sometimes people will do is you can steal a vulnerary on and off of an enemy who you've otherwise disarmed and trapped, in order to basically get infinite experience, which is not super beneficial. None of the thieves are like, well, Lithis and Parne are actually pretty good combat units, but none of the thieves are super EXP hungry, aside from getting Lithis to promotion. But it is like a fun little exploit, and since this is a game with a constitution growth, you do slightly benefit from con levels for doing that. Yeah, it's like the minorest thing in the world, but I did want to mention it because if I didn't, someone would comment about it. As for Lithis himself, he starts out with 20 HP, 3 strength, 0 magic, 4 skill, 10 speed, 1 luck, 2 defense, and 6 constitution. The 2 most important items there, or numbers there, are constitution and speed at 6 and 10. 10 is very good. He's going to steal from basically every enemy on the map, aside from maybe like a couple of fast bosses for the foreseeable future. And by the time his speed starts not being good enough, especially with a 45% growth rate, you get another thief and you can just cycle him out for that thief. Constitution is the more interesting one, and it is sort of the big selling point for Lithis. 6 is a very good number for stealing some very specific things in the Manster arc. It's enough to steal fire tomes, and it's enough to steal rapiers. And with a single 10% growth rate proc, you can also start stealing iron swords. Now, if you steal, people often describe Lithis stealing a fire tome from a mage as one rounding, because if you steal the only weapon that a unit can use, and there's a lot of mages that just have fire tomes, then suddenly they can't do anything. They just retreat. Thracia enemies do have trade AI, so if there's a unit who gets their item stolen and one of their allies has multiple weapons, one of which that unit can use, they will trade and grab the item from their ally, right? But they will not trade to take the last item off of their ally. So if you steal a fire tome from a mage and there's another mage with a fire tome nearby, the one you stole from won't trade from the mage that still has a fire tome left unless that other mage has 2 fire tomes, which just isn't a thing that happens, at least until you get to the mid game and there start being units who will be like, I'm a cavalier and I have both a lance and a sword, or there might be some bosses that have multiple weapons and whatnot, but for the most part, enemy trading doesn't really impact the fact that Lithis can steal stuff. It's something that it can come up occasionally when you disarm an enemy, so I wanted to bring it up now, because, I don't know, I want to be thorough. I want to be thorough on these. I want to talk about everything. Speaking of being thorough, while Lithis' main purpose is theft, to the extent that he actually joins without a weapon in his inventory, right? I do want to talk about his combat, because it is actually surprisingly relevant. He is with you during the Manster arc, which is often considered to be the most combat-heavy portion of the game. And, well, he joins one chapter before the Manster arc, and he's the only unit alongside Leif who remains in your party when Leif goes to jail. So, his combat, even though it is only 3 strength and 10 speed, 10 speed's actually really good. It lets him double a lot of stuff. 3 strength, less so, but he can supplement this either by using effective weapons, specifically the rapier, which he doesn't have the rank for at base, but he's only 20 combats away from, or by just, attacking low defense enemies. Not having a super high strength stat doesn't super matter if you're doubling and killing. Now, his bulk is, shall we say, questionable, but there are multiple units you can use capture bait strategies with to sort of reduce the combat potential of enemy units in order to make it so that Lithis is, like, not good against them, but competent against them. He's not going to be doing, like, the majority of what you're doing with him, right, is stealing tomes, stealing staves, opening doors, because he can use a 30-use lockpick to open doors and open chests, and specifically in Chapter 4, there are a lot of chests to gather, and they're randomly placed around the room, and they have all the items you brought in, plus a couple of extras, so you do want to make use of his ability to, like, pick locks in that map, especially since that map is, like, it's on a soft timer from the fact that reinforcements will show up. You can wait out the reinforcements. I think it's, like, 255 turns or something stupid like that, or I think it's 56 turns. So, like, you're not on a strict timer, but I do tend to treat that more like a soft timer, because I don't like waiting out 56 turns of reinforcements. Like, that's stupid. I don't like that. So, yeah, his ability to contribute to opening those doors in that map, in the following map, in the map after that is really useful. His ability to, quote-unquote, one-round mages by stealing tomes is really useful. He's also bolstering your economy by doing this, because you can either sell those tomes or you just can give them to... There's a pretty good unit who would appreciate being able to use more weapons. So you can just give them to him. And then, of course, if you've got someone who's been capture baited, or if you trained him enough to use the rapier, he can do some decent combat that way. Unfortunately, he's one of the few units that has an FCM of 0, meaning that he will never crit on the follow-up attack, which means that, like, you can't really, I mean, not only you can't do crit strategies like you could with Leif's FCM of 2, but he literally can't crit on the second attack. It limits his combat a little bit, but combat is not the main part of his gimmick. If you promote him, he does, in addition to getting a point of constitution, which helps him steal more stuff, get the vantage skill. That's an inherent skill of the rogue class, but I don't really think he has the stats to have that hold up combat-wise. I feel like if you're promoting him, it's for the 2 speed and the 1 constitution, to help supplement his theft. His combat's really only good enough in the Manster arc, but that's because you don't have many options, and you'll take whatever you can get. Speaking of in the Manster arc, he doesn't have any support bonuses in the Manster arc, but afterwards, he can get 10 hit from Safy, like a 10 hit avoid bonus from Safy. It's pretty unfortunate that his only support bonus joins after the arc that he is most useful for combat, because it just sort of means that the Safy support doesn't matter. I didn't mention this when talking about Safy, but another piece of utility she brings to the table is she gives supports to Lithis, Shiva, and Tina. Of those three, Shiva's really the only one that makes use of it, but it's whatever. Like, I guess if you wanted to do combat Lithis stuff, that helps a little bit. Lithis' main thing is thief utility, and thief utility is very good. I think I'm going to put him in strong short term. I think I find him to be... So he's more useful than Leif during the Manster escape arc, but he becomes less useful once you leave Manster. He still can do stuff. There's still enemies with tomes to steal. There's a wind tome you can steal in Chapter 9. There's a lot of locks to pick in Chapter 8X. Stealable vulneraries, stealable S-drinks, stealable pure waters. Like, there's some nice stuff to have him theftize. But yeah, I think that Leif's utility lasts longer. Yeah. And next up, we have Machua. And Machua, and to a lesser extent Brighton, are kind of the reasons that I highlighted Lithis' combat being perhaps a little bit more serviceable than it looks on the surface, because these are combat units that join on Chapter 4, which is it's the first map in the Manster Escape arc, right? It's one of the maps where I think Lithis' combat during that short portion, it's serviceable. He can steal stuff, and that's really, really good. But in Desperate Times, which you're kind of in Desperate Times the entire time in the Manster arc, he can do some halfway decent combat. And the reason I say that is his combat stats are not all that different from Machua and Brighton. They're sort of tiers, right? Lithis has the lowest of the three of them, and Machua is slightly higher, and Brighton is slightly higher. It doesn't fully go linearly, because there are a couple of ways in which Brighton differentiates himself being worse. But if we look at Lithis, Machua, and Brighton, just like side by side by side, Lithis has 3 stank, Machua has 4, Brighton has 5. Indoors. We're just talking during the indoor Manster portions, right? Lithis has 10 speed, Machua has 11, Brighton only has 4, so that's one of the areas in which he's worse. Lithis has 20 HP and 2 defense. Machua bumps up to 24 HP and 4 defense. Brighton bumps up to 28 HP and 5 defense. Skill-wise, Machua is definitely the most accurate of the bunch, with Lithis only having 4 skill and 1 luck, Machua having 10 skill and 6 luck, and Brighton having 5 skill and 2 luck, because luck contributes to hit in this game. It is 2 times your skill, plus 1 times your luck, plus support, plus weapon hit. Brighton can supplement his hit a little bit with the Machua support, but we'll talk about that when we get to him. I wanted to overview the 3 of them, their raw combat stats, together to sort of paint a picture of what you're dealing with for your, I would say, filler combat units in the Manster arc, because you get a couple who are significantly better, but these are the ones who are like, they're doing... No one in the Manster arc is soloing hordes of enemies, except for maybe Asbel, depending on the group of enemies. So these are the people who are helping out. And Machua, she helps out fine during the portion. Her low constitution of 6 is a little bit annoying. But otherwise, she's just got, like, decent sword combat during a portion of the game where it's kind of all hands on deck. One thing that's interesting to note about her is she does have an FCM of 3, but she really doesn't have any way to make use of it. If she uses the rapier, it multiplies the crit bonus of 10 to 30, and the killing edge she can use to multiply to 90. So those are like nice niche cases. She does start out with D swords. She actually has the exact same starting sword rank as Lithis. And Brighton? No, Brighton has a higher rank. So as Lithis, that being D plus 30. Of course, Lithis is probably going to be ahead because he can get some rank on Chapter 3, where she literally joins in Chapter 4. But the combat is appreciated. Basically, everyone is using swords throughout the indoor portions of the Manster arc, which can be annoying because the majority of enemies have lances. But the weapon triangle doesn't matter in Thracia. It's the weakest it's ever been. It's only 5 hit and avoid. So, like, it does mean that her being the most accurate of the bunch, even with his support, Brighton is slightly less accurate than Machua not getting any supports because she doesn't get any, is beneficial, right? Like, she has that slight accuracy lead. Although you could talk about Lithis' I didn't even mention it in Lithis' thief stuff, but he does have movement stars. They're not really, like, as relevant on him because his primary purpose isn't combat, so you don't need a reliability boost when you're stealing, but sometimes he can proc a movement star and steal 2 items, I guess. It's not very often. It's not very often. What is it, 10%? Yeah, he has 2 stars as 10%. Machua doesn't have any. She has 2% movement growth, but that's not something to be relied on. Really unfortunate thing about her FCM is that the only person who supports her is Sed, so, like, one of the advantages of having an FCM of, like, 3 or 4 is you can take advantage of the supports to get that free 10 crit, and sort of bolster it that way, like, multiply it that way, and she doesn't really have anyone to do that with, because her Brighton support is one way, and she is the supporter, not the supportee. I guess the other notable thing about Machua is she has Vantage as a skill, like, as her personal skill. She doesn't really make use of it very well, because her low strength, and as much as swords are a very good weapon type, her low constitution means that she can't use, like, blades, like heavy swords, super well, because she does rely on doubling for her damage output. Like, with 11 speed, she will double a lot, but if you're relying on doubling for your damage output, Vantage doesn't really do much for you. They did the same thing with Maya in Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn, where she starts out with Vantage, and it's a skill that doesn't work for units that really rely on doubling as part of their damage output, because Vantage just lets you get a single attack off before the enemy can attack. Vantage is much better on someone who just hits really hard, or you can even make it work on people who have, like, Adept. I know Vantage Adept is a thing people like to do in Tellius. I think it's not very good, but I also think it's fun, and, like, I'll do it sometimes. It's fun. It's not good. Vantage on Machua is basically just, like, sometimes a weakened enemy will attack her, and she'll get to take advantage of Vantage. Take advantage of Vantage. God, that sounds so clunky, but I don't know how else to phrase it. She'll get to use Vantage to her advantage. I can't make it not sound clunky. But yeah, Vantage will proc, and she'll kill someone. But that's a very, very rare instance. You almost have to set up for it. It's pretty rare that Vantage will actually matter for her. Her combat is decent short-term. Like, she's pretty good filler during that time. And we have a tier for people who are good filler short-term. I do think that she's, like... I think people sleep on her during the Manster arc. Because she's less flashy than her husband. But 11 speed is quite good for that portion of the game. Like, Lithis sort of, like, coasts by on the fact that he has 10 speed, and so when he's doubling, he can do fun stuff with, like, doubling with the rapier or whatever. And Machua, like, she can't double with heavy weapons because low constitution. But she has the same constitution as Lithis, so, like, whatever he's doubling with, she's doubling with, right? Yeah, worst case scenario, you could make her a capture bait, but I think you're better served making Laura and Karin into capture bait on those maps. I just think she's fine. She doesn't do anything flashy, but she's fine. And then, of course, disclaimer, as with any other unit, like, if you wanted to raise her up, you could. Her growths are not phenomenal. 30% strength growth leaves a lot to be desired, especially since her base strength of 4 is really not carrying her after you leave Manster. She does get axes on promotion, so you could use that to supplement her strength, because she does have 55% skill and 35% luck, and decent bases in both. So she potentially has the hit rate to make, like, the Iron Axe work, some weaker axes work. Brave Axe is only D rank. So like, oh, she gets D rank axes on promo actually. Yeah, so she can use the Brave Axe as soon as she's promoted. So that's pretty good actually. Yeah, that's pretty good actually. You just have to get her to promotion to do that. I don't think it necessarily elevates her on the tier list, just because a lot of units can be long-term. I guess Vantage Brave Axe could do some stuff. Eventually, she could get Vantage Brave Sword as well, but the Brave Sword being B rank makes that sort of a pipe dream. Like, it's not happening in the Manster arc. She's often not even getting to Rapier by the time you need Rapier. So yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for her, but she does well. She does fine. On the other hand, her husband, I do like him better than Machua, but I do want to emphasize that I think these two units are very, very close to each other during the Manster escape portion. The big reason that I like him better is once you get outside. I went over their stats in comparison to each other. When he's dismounted, because Brighton is an Axe Knight, right? He has D rank swords, so he's got a lower axe rank than Machua. I said she has a lower axe rank than him, or lower sword rank than him, but I misspoke. I meant to say that he has a lower one than her. But he's got D rank swords, so he can really only use the iron and steel. And he's D plus 10, where she's just D plus 30, so he's 40 combats away from getting the rapier. She's only 20. If either of them is getting it, she is, and she makes better use of it because she'll like double more people. With his speed of 4, Brighton will often not even double armor knights, even if he's not weighed down, because 11 constitution means he's often not weighed down. But he still struggles to double armor knights because he's just very, very slow. It's not the biggest deal in the world, and he will double some if they like roll 0 speed, or if he gets a speed level up, which his speed growth is what? It's 30%. That's not it's not like a snowball's chance in hell. Like, it's a thing that will happen sometimes. But doubling armor knights is not like the biggest feat in the world. The fact that he kind of has to rely on the growth to do that is pretty pathetic. Enemy stats can roll pretty randomly in Thracia, but yeah, the dismounting penalties plus like just low base speed to begin with really do hurt Brighton's combat. As opposed to Vantage, Brighton has Wrath, which I didn't make the association until now, but like Osain and Halvan are a duo that comes with Vantage and Wrath, skills that are kind of associated with each other for being a broken combo in FE4 and that combo being denied in FE5. Although how broken the combo is arguable, just given the units that can have it. And then Machua and Brighton are another duo that shows up with those same like 2 stats with each other. The reason that I like Brighton better than Machua, though, isn't his indoor combat. As much as, like, it can be fun to do Wrath Crit stuff, because it means that he'll often kill on enemy phase. And he has the bulk to sort of, like, stand up to a decent number of enemies on enemy phase, especially the first turn of 4x. His bulk is appreciated. But the bigger thing is that once you get outside, he can mount. He is an Axe Knight, so if he's mounted, he's not able to use swords anymore, which does make things a little bit awkward if you, like, train his sword rank doing combat for the 3 chapters that he's dismounted, and then he gets outside, you mount, and suddenly he's just stuck with C rank axes, which, to be fair, is higher than his base sword rank, but it's just kind of funny that he can't use all those ranks you built. But, he can immediately start rescuing people around. And Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, which are maps that he's forced and free on, are very movement-intensive maps. So he can just sort of be a ferry for a lot of the more footlocked units in order to get them to their position. If you're taking the map slower and therefore end up fighting some of the more difficult enemies, there's some Cavalier reinforcements in Chapter 6. And then Chapter 7, as long as you don't do the cheese strategy, you probably end up fighting the Cavs just because they show up quickly enough. He can make use of the poleaxe, which is just an incredibly strong weapon, that he will one-shot with the poleaxe. Like any Cavalier, he'll one-shot them with the poleaxe. Now the problem becomes, does he hit? Because even when he's mounted, because he gets better stats when he's mounted. He gets 6 strength, 6 skill, 8 move is the big one, for the ferrying. But then his speed goes up from 4 to 6, so he will double some people, whereas he doubles 0 people if he's dismounted. And his defense goes up by 1 as well. So he's like, got decent combat as a mounted unit. The poleaxe is definitely a big appeal, but he does need to hit. He can make use of the Machua support to sort of shore up his accuracy, and he can do that both indoors and outdoors. If he's doing it indoors, then he has almost as accurate attacks as she does, and then if he's doing it outdoors, and he's using axes suck, and his base skill and luck kind of suck. That is the unfortunate thing about a lot of the axe users, is they just do not have the stats to supplement their abysmal weapon type. That's one of the reasons that Machua getting axes on promotion is, it's not like the most OMG, now you can use hand axes, spam hand axe with Marcus, because hand axe does still have 45 base hit. But she can make them work better than a lot of units, right? Like, there are some axe units that we have relatively high, and, she's not as good as them because they, you know, Dagdar just has all of the sauce in the world, and Osain has a 70 hit 1-2 range weapon, or 80 hit 1-2 range weapon. But at the same time, like, she can do some stuff. And the Brave Axe is very accurate. Like, she can Brave Axe some people, and have her natural accuracy supplement that weapon's natural accuracy. Whereas he's just sort of like, oh, my wife, please give me an extra 10 hits so I have a chance of hitting this guy with a poleaxe and one-shotting him. But if you do one-shot him, that's awesome. Like, being able to use axes during the Mancer Escape arc is, during the 2 outdoor chapters specifically, is beneficial. Specifically because of the poleaxe. Because, like, I would say the most difficult enemies to deal with during the Mancer Escape portion, when you're outdoors, are the Cavaliers. There are a couple of armors as well, I guess you could use the hammer against, but you really only, I don't know, you don't need to do that. You got mages. You got a mage, and you've got a mage in everything but name. The bigger one is the poleaxe, like, just, yeah, you can kill with rapiers too, but there's a lot of Cavaliers, especially in Chapter 7, there's a lot of Cavaliers. After that, he's kind of just like, I guess you can deploy him as filler horse unit. Much like with Machua, much like with everyone I've talked about, you can train him up, give him scrolls. 30 strength, 35% defense are decent. He has a 20% constitution growth as well, and a 30% speed growth. So, like, he will crawl out of that speed hole, especially because in Chapter 4X, you do get the SETI scroll, and while I do think Asbel is the best user of it, if you want to use Brighton long-term, giving him the SETI scroll to supplement his speed growth, which is the main weakness that he has, it's not the only, like, I say the main weakness. His skill is also questionable for an axe unit, but helping, it helps him, Boosting his speed helps him, it doesn't hurt him. It just kind of sucks that, like, you really want to give that to Asbel. Lara is the thief that joins with Brighton and Machua. And initially she seems like she is just strictly worse Lithis. She does not have his, like, serviceable, in quotation marks, combat. Her base strength is 0, and so even though she does have 10 speed and she can sort of, like, again, double people like he can, base strength of 0, base defense of 0, and max HP of 14. You're not doubling if you get countered and fucking die in retaliation. Yeah, she's not doubling shit. But, she still is very useful. So she can steal stuff, although she only has 3 constitution, so she's mostly limited to stealing, like, inventory items that don't have weight. I think she can't even steal a heal staff. Yeah, she can't even steal a heal staff. Heal staff is too heavy for her. She can't steal fire tomes. She feels like just like the worst thief, right? Like, oh, okay, I guess I'll steal a vulnerary. I'll use lockpick to open chests, which is good. Like, thief utility is good in specifically Chapter 4. Although it can be decent in some other chapters as well. But the main way that people make use of Lara during the Mancer Escape arc, and I think this is her best use, is as capture bait. Like, she's 3 constitution, so everyone can capture her. You just have her empty her inventory, not even holding, like, vulneraries that she stole, because she would just get them stolen back if she gets captured. No lockpick either. Like, don't lose the lockpick by having her get captured. Do not do it. But just empty your inventory and have her get captured by someone, and then she cuts their stats in half, and then you can more easily either capture them or kill them. And if that's all that she was, like, oh, I just open doors and I guess I have a movement star, so I have a 5% chance of being able to open a door and then go open a different door. Hardy har har. Like, it's literally less movement stars than Lithis as well. Horrible, horrible, horrible in terms of raw numbers. No skills, no nothing. Can't even steal as well as him. She's S tier. She's S tier. So Lara has a secret event in chapter 12X? Yeah, 12X. Lara has a secret event in chapter 12X where she promotes from thief to dancer. This is like a sideways promotion. So it's funny because like she loses stats. If she goes from either thief or rogue to dancer, she will lose stats. She actually loses movement because thieves have 7 movement and so do rogues. Like they don't gain any move on level up or on promotion. So she goes down to 6. Dancers have 6. But that doesn't fucking matter because dancers are phenomenal. Now dancing does build fatigue. So only having 14 HP is annoying because it means that she can only dance 14 times per map, or 14 times before having to sit out, because you're probably deploying her on almost every map. Rotating her out, it is a good way to sort of like keep dancers from being as overpowered as they necessarily are in other games. But given just how useful player phase actions are in this game, I feel like being, the secondary thief in a portion of the game where thief utility is useful, and then the dancer is enough to make her meta-defining. I feel like it's always weird, like, where do the dancers fall on tier lists? And I think in general, bottom of S tier, top of A tier is usually correct. There are some exceptions. But I think that for Lara, she's just barely squeaking out S tier. And the reason is, yes, you combine dancer with the thief utility, but she has to take maps off. And she has to take maps off pretty frequently unless you give her like the life ring to bolster her HP. And that can be a limiting factor. You can't just always make use of the extra action. That being said, on maps where you need a lot of staff actions or where you need a lot of specific combat actions and stuff, she is a godsend as a dancer. And combine that with her early thief utility, even if it is just opening chest doors and stealing vulneraries, that's often good enough. Oh yeah, I guess she does also have 5% constitution growth, so you could proc her constitution growth in order to steal items. She is actually 1 con from stealing rapiers, which would be nice. 3% movement growth as well is, like, I guess notable because it's generally higher than a lot of the cast. Or rather, it's on the higher end of things, but it's also... I'm not going to rate units based on having higher movement growth. Like, I'll acknowledge it if it's a part of their kit, but it's not 3%. Come on. And now we get to another one of the GOATs. Fergus is one of my favorite units, not just in Thracia, but in the franchise. He's an incredibly fun guy, an incredibly strong guy. He is, while there are some units who are fun in bad ways, I find that more often, if a unit is, at least for me, fun to use, is often a sign of some amount of inherent strength that they have. And Fergus, despite having kind of a vanilla-looking toolkit, has quite a lot of things going for him. So he is a free knight. This is basically just a sword cavalier under a different name. Starts out low level, level 3, but his stats are surprisingly good for the time. 6 strength, well, actually, so he starts out dismounted. So he starts out with 5 strength, 6 skill, 7 speed, 6 luck, 4 defense, and 8 constitution, and 26 HP. Although it is worth noting that his outdoor stats are actually 26 HP, 6 strength, 0 magic, 7 skill, 7 speed, 6 luck, and 5 defense. He doesn't take all that severe dismounting penalties. Dismounting penalties will vary by class, but Free Knight, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is the least harsh of all dismounting penalties. He loses 1 strength, 1 skill, and 1 defense, and 3 movement, and nothing else. Which is kind of incredible. Like, I already think dismounting penalties are a little bit exaggerated. You know, Brighton loses a strength, a skill, a speed, and a defense. Finn loses, I think, around the same. Karin loses 2 speed, 1 defense, 1 skill, 1 strength. But Fergus only losing 3 stats. You know, the movement, obviously, everyone loses the same amount of movement because they lose their mount. They go down to 5 move. Or 6 if they're promoted. So that's, like, a little bit unfortunate for him to not have the mount initially. But an advantage that Fergus has over other dismounting units, in addition to just, like, getting fewer penalties, is other units have to use a different weapon when they are mounted versus dismounted. But because Fergus is a sword knight, he just gains immunity from that. It does feel a little bit unfair that free knights and cavaliers and paladins are affected differently by the dismounting mechanics than everyone else, just because they get to use their primary weapon at both instances. He also starts out with a very high sword rank. He has C plus 30, which means that he's only 20 combats away from B swords, which is relevant because that is the sword rank for the Flame Sword, which it is possible to smuggle into Thracia, and the Brave Sword, which you acquire in Thracia. Both of which are very, very strong, both of which are very, very useful during the escape arc, and are also useful during the rest of the game. Like, you don't just stop using them after the escape arc. I know there's a narrative that, like, you stop doing combat after the escape arc, and you can warp skip a lot of maps, but you're probably not warp skipping all of them. And the ones where you're not, Fergus's combat is useful. And hey, he's also useful during warp skips, because you can potentially have him be your boss killer. Yeah, so Fergus, just very strong vanilla combat, very strong ability to use horse outside and transition into indoor combat with relatively little pushback. He is one of very few horse units that I think transitions well into endgame just because he doesn't have to change his weapon type. And he starts with amazing ranks. He comes right on time to do some phenomenal combat, especially because he's a great user of the rapier. Fergus has an FCM of 5, which is the highest in the game. So already we're off to a good start because with the rapier on a follow-up attack, and since he has 7 speed and the rapier is very light, and he has 8 con, so he'll have 7 AS with it, he's almost always going to follow up attack against like the weaker enemies in the early game. And his speed growth of 35% is solid enough that it can keep up, especially if you give him a scroll. He does probably need a scroll if he wants to keep doubling, and he sort of lives and dies by doubling because of the way that his FCM, like, contributes to his combat. But hey, like, if a unit really appreciates being able to double, giving them the tools to double is good. But yeah, his FCM of 5 already with the rapier, like just turning that from a 10 to a 50 is very good. But he's supported by Karin. It's actually a 2-way support. And that'll give an extra 10. And that means you can guarantee a crit. Because crits can go to 100. Hit rate stops at 99, but crits can go to 100. With 10 from the rapier and 10 from Karin, Fergus just gets to crit on his second attack no matter what. And hey, if you're not using the rapier, like if you want to conserve the rapier for whatever reason, just positioning Karin to give him the 10 crit, 10 hit, 10 avoid, 10 crit, 10 crit avoid, like, and then he multiplies it by 5 with his FCM, coin flip to crit, pretty darn good. He can make, the fact that he can take advantage of the coin flip to hit is what some people get out of killing Edge plus an FCM of 2, right? It's fucking incredible. It's fucking incredible. Fergus' combat is just phenomenal. Now, he gains 3 speed on promo, actually. So, in addition to his 35% speed growth, 3 speed on promo, give him the steady scroll a couple of times for a couple of levels. I think his speed keeps up fine. He does really want to keep doubling. But he can use a lot of strong swords. I mentioned the Flame Sword. He has a magic of 0, but it boosts your magic by 5. and it is, much like the light brand, just valuable 1-2 range that hits on enemies' weaker defensive stat that is especially useful in the Manster arc. I think it gets less useful a couple of chapters after the Manster arc. On Fergus specifically, there are other units who can make use of it better, but on Fergus it gets less useful, but it is still probably a better 1-2 range option than hand axes, just because it'll actually fucking hit stuff. And so that's nice. And if he crits with it, like, it doubles might. The unfortunate thing about, like, his FCM being built around crits is it means that attacking on res is, it's less relevant because, like, crits pierce defense, right? But, like, if the enemies don't have res, then using your FCM to double the flame sword is just, like, a little bit whatever. But yeah, I mentioned a ton of strong swords for Leif. The Kingmaker, the Paragon Sword, that's the nice thing about the Paragon Sword, actually, is he can use it while he's mounted. So he can bolster his defense, which is, base of 5, growth rate 25. Could do better. You can bolster his defense with it, and then slap a scroll on him for 1 chapter, let him go burr with Paragon, and suddenly he's fast enough to start doubling again, like if he falls behind speed-wise. Yeah, just a really, really phenomenal unit. Really, really phenomenal unit. I go back and forth whether or not I think either he's slightly worse than Finn or slightly better than Finn. Because Finn does have the Brave Lance working for him. Because they're very similar. Let me pull up Finn actually real quick. Because they have very similar starts and also growths. Like, they go through similar arcs, but Finn uses a worse weapon type. So yeah, Finn starts with slightly higher stats, but he's also at level 7. And Fergus is going to get, combat in the Manster arc and catch up a little bit. Finn has 11 speed with a 35% growth rate at level 7. Fergus has 7 speed with a 35% growth rate. Doing the math on that real quick. Getting up to level 7. So Fergus is slightly slower on average than Finn. But he also uses a lighter weapon type. Although Finn does have the constitution for most lances. So Finn will probably be faster than Fergus. Yeah, Finn will probably be faster than Fergus. But Fergus uses a better weapon type and is able to transition that combat into indoor prowess. And I think Finn is probably slightly better than Fergus, because Finn's dismounted combat, so he loses 2 speed, 1 defense, 1 skill, 1 strength. So his dismounted combat's not like that much worse than his mounted combat. The big downside is now he has to use swords and he's a low sword rank. He can't make use of all of the fun swords that Fergus can. He's 20 sword combats away from being able to use the rapier and the Kingmaker, whereas Fergus gets it at base. If you want him to be able to use the flame sword or the brave sword, like, good luck, Finn's not getting to use it. He does get the brave lance, so he doesn't really care about that because he can do it outdoors. It just sort of makes his indoor combat worse. I think being able to be both valuable indoors and outdoors is a very strong attribute. And it does allow Fergus to sort of snowball as well, because with other units, who you're like, I only really want to deploy you in outdoor maps, or I only want to really deploy you in indoor maps, they can sort of fall behind because they take time off. But also the Thracia EXP curve is incredibly generous. So it's really easy to catch up even if you have fallen behind. I think this is probably a good ranking for them. The sort of 3 titans of physical combat. These are the best 3 physical combat units in the game. And all 3 of them will hold up going into endgame. Fergus probably has the best performance in endgame just because, like, he has the best dismounted performance. And Dagdar's not very good against mage. Isn't a cost, it's just like a downside. Finn is probably better than Dagdar in endgame, because like I said, his dismounted combat, I think people exaggerate just how much it hurts him. And then Dagdar, a cost drags him down. He's low magic, his low speed. You can fix him. Like, he's very fixable, but that's just because every unit in Thracia is fixable. I do think these are the best 3 physical combat units in the game, and I don't think it's particularly close either. I think any other unit that's sort of on their tier is either magical or, like, is up there for utility reasons, right? Like Safy and Lara. And honestly, I like this order. The fucking 3 pillars holding things up. On the opposite end of the spectrum from Fergus's godlike combat, we have Karin, who is his support partner and enables that. And she is very much a support unit. Again, one of the reasons that I drew attention to Lithis' combat is to point out how everyone is very similar to him in that regard. I would say that Karin, when she is dismounted and indoors, has actually probably worse combat than him. So she's got 3 strength, 7 magic. Too bad that she only has D-rank sword, so she's never reaching the flame sword. 3 skill, 12 speed, which she'll double things, but again, 3 strength. She does the thing that Lithis does, right? Where she, like, lives and dies by doubling. But she also does the thing that Lara does, where she has 3 defense and 18 HP. She will survive some counters, and I think her combat is better than some people give it credit for. I know that sometimes in Mancer, she's just looked at as, like, she gives a little bit of support to Fergus, and she can be a capture bait bot, and she can do those things, but she can also, like, survive 1 round of combat, so she can attack someone, double them, and, like, it's more than Lara can do combat-wise, right? I do still think that the majority of her usage during the indoor maps is to bolster Fergus's combat and to bolster other people by getting captured. But when worse comes to worse, and in the Mancer arc, worse does sometimes come to worse, she can double someone and deal some amount of damage. D rank plus 20 means that she's 30 combats from using the rapier, which is kind of what you would need to do. It's just like, her combat's a little bit cringe, but it's like, it's Lithis level, right? Like, where it's workable. I think his combat's a little bit better than hers, but, like, he steals stuff, right? So he's much more useful during the indoor portions. But then you get outdoors. And Karin is able to mount, and suddenly she's a Pegasus Knight, and she gains all of these stats. And also, so Karin starts with the javelin, or you get a javelin. She doesn't start with the javelin. You get a javelin, right? In the Mancer arc, right? You get it in one of the chests. And it's like, oh boy, once Karin mounts, I can't wait for her to use this javelin. Because she has D-rank swords, and a javelin is a D-rank lance. But when she mounts, she has E-rank lances. Now, she has only 10 combats from being able to use the javelin, but I really do think that the developers put that there to show you Karin is not doing good combat. She has 14 speed and 4 strength when she's mounted. But she's using lances, which suck. She only has 4 constitution, so that speed is gonna drop when she uses any lance that's, like, just tanking her speed, right? Karin is a utility unit through and through, but she is the only flyer you get until chapter 14, and there are a lot of flyer-centric maps. Chapters 6 and 7 stick out because they are the immediate chapters where she's free deployed. Chapter 6, you want to carry people over the wall, or multiple walls, to get out of the city. Chapter 7, Karin can fly down through the mountains and get to the escape point before anyone else. And even though you need to have everyone escape in order to win the map, Karin escaping, because once you have one person escape, Hannibal shows up, right? And Hannibal will fight off your opponents and cause all the reinforcements, the cavalry reinforcements, to retreat. So having Karin rush down there, she can also bait Shiva's squad down there to make him easier to recruit with Safy. Because he's in a situation where, like, he's running towards your squad and Safy's running towards him to try to recruit him. So Karin can do some, like, AI manipulation baiting stuff to bring him down. She can rescue drop people down the mountain as well if you need some combat down there to help, like, protect Finn and Safy and Shiva from the other members of Shiva squad, because once Shiva goes blue, they're still red. And those are just the two immediate uses for her. Chapter 9 is a big map where you want her to rescue people over the mountain, and potentially avoid having to deal with the whole mess down south. Or even if you are going slow and going around the mountain, right? Having Karin deliver stuff to the scrub squad, very useful. Having Karin airdrop a competent combat unit to protect the throne while the rest of your group shows up, very useful. Chapter 10, there's several rivers you want to fly over in order to get the villages, the side objective villages, because there's the ensorcel staff and the rescue staff, and both of those are valuable, and both of those are being chased down by thieves. There are ballistas that are guarding them as well, so she's going to want to dismount in order to not immediately die to the ballista, but another, portion of utility for her. In Chapter 12, there's a bunch of forests she can fly Leif over. In Chapter 13, there's a sort of cliffside mountain she can fly over to get you to the city. So there's a lot of flyer utility that is unique to her. And then even after Chapter 14, there's still some more flyer utility. And while you do have other flyers, I find that you can often find jobs for 2 or 3 of them. And you do have 3 flyers at that point. And that's just nice. Now, her combat is pretty bad. Her magic is decent, but that's more, because it's resistant. She's really not realistically going to be using the magical swords just because her sword rank is just not getting there. Which is unfortunate, but it is what it is, right? But I think for all of her flying utility, she, at the very least, I can see her being, considered just strong short term, because flyer utility does eventually run dry, or she hands the reins off to Deen, the metaphorical and literal reins off to Deen, because he's, a combat flyer. But even then, Karin and Etta still have some stuff they can do. I think she's probably the very bottom of strong long-term. Flight utility is, obviously you can replicate it once you have warp on Safy. You could warp someone to the house or whatever. But flight utility is quite good, and I think it is good on Karin. And I think that Karin deserves credit for that, and that's nice for her. She also supports Fergus and Misha. The supporting Fergus is also something that, it completes his build, right? So that's a really good bit of utility she can do, and since they're both mounted units, she often wants to be deployed outdoors. It is a two-way support, but she doesn't really benefit from it. I know, some LTCs appreciate her getting extra avoid from Fergus just to up their reliability, but if you're just playing, normally, you really don't want to bank on it, because if she doesn't avoid the attack, she probably dies, and Fergus giving the plus 10 avoid is not enough to get her to a reliability threshold that I'd be comfortable with, right? So you really, it's a two-way support, but it feels like a one-way one. And then she also supports Misha, but that's late enough into the game that, Karin's probably not getting deployed after she recruits Misha. Yeah, and then she's supported by Sed, so the same deal as Machua is oh boy, the Goto supports me, except for, Karin can't even, she can train to be a combat unit, right? 30% strength, 70% speed, 15% defense. Slap some scrolls on this woman. But, she doesn't want to. I am convinced that the Javelin is there to communicate to you, don't try to do combat Karin. She has more useful things to do. Next member of the Manster crew is Dalsin. And Dalsin, very interesting unit. So, initially, I was pretty low on Dalsin. I was familiar with, the standard Dalsin strats, right? Where the idea is you send the Brave Axe to Manster, and it really bolsters Dalsin's combat. And then whether or not you're using him long-term, he's contributed a bunch, because he joins at the end of Chapter 4, but, during the big combat of Chapter 4, so he's useful for Chapter 4 and 4X and 5. And then 6 and 7 are less combat-oriented, although he can use the poleaxe to fight Cavaliers if you're taking 6 slowly, and also in 7. But even if you're not using him long-term, just giving him the Brave Axe to be another competent combat unit in Manster is sort of, it's the advised strategy, and I was resistant to it for a while, because I was like, yeah, but the Brave Axe is a really strong weapon. I'd rather save it for, like, Dagdar and Osain to be able to do stuff. And I don't necessarily think that's invalid, but I do think that sending the Brave Axe to Manster makes Manster a lot easier. Okay, so let me just go over his numbers to begin with. Dalsin has 29 HP, 9 strength, 0 magic, 3 skill, 2 speed, 0 luck, 11 defense, 15 constitution. So, he's not doubling anything, and he's getting doubled by most things. But, he also has really good bulk. 11 defense and 9 strength. Those are not just good for Thracia's, those are not just good for Thracia's early game. Those are good, like, in general for Thracia. I mean, he does become general, in general. But those are generally good numbers. The biggest downside is 3 skill, 0 luck. And, like, yeah, he has a 40% skill growth, but you're crawling out of a very deep hole, especially because he uses axes as his primary weapon type, as his only weapon type. He has B rank axes. Here's the thing, though. Because the Brave Axe not only is super accurate, but hits twice, it can really shore up his accuracy issues. It's got 10 more hit than the Battle Axe. And yeah, it hits twice. Oftentimes, Dalsin, with 9 strength and the Brave Axe, only needs to hit once in order to do the damage you need him to. Alternatively, he can leverage that 15 constitution to capture people if you want to be capturing in the Manster arc, which I question the efficacy of that, because, like, I find that it's hard enough to do regular combat, right? Capturing just adds a whole other dimension to it, and his hit rates are already struggling, but if you want to, the Brave Axe is kind of the only way to do it. I would advise against it. There's not really anything worth grabbing, like some tomes, but you can steal half of them. There's a Devil Axe, Lamau. Some people have physics staves you might want to capture. Yeah, I mean, you can steal... So you can capture the... You can't steal the physics staves. You can capture the people who have physics staves if they don't have a weapon. It's just like... The real reason you use the Brave Axe is so that Dalsin has better combat for Chapter 4, 4X, and 5. And then once you get outside, Dalsin's downsides really start to show. He has 5 movement, and because of his 15 constitution, anytime that either Karin or Brighton or Hicks, who we get later, or Fergus picks him up, they're going to get their movement cut in half. And while it is definitely feasible, especially with Karin, to sort of like, you get him over the wall and then he just starts moving on his own and you don't really need to move super far on the turn, you pick him up and drop him. It does make positioning more awkward, it makes movement tech more awkward, and oftentimes I will just leave him behind. And then that also guarantees entry into Chapter 21X, or not 21X, yeah, 21X, the prison map, right? But usually I leave him behind in Chapter 6, like, I just find it's not really worth the hassle of bringing him over. If you do raise him long-term, just like everyone else, like, he gets a lot of weapon, or he gets a lot of experience, gets a lot of scrolls, yada, yada, yada. On promotion, he gets every single weapon type, which is kind of cool. Unfortunately, low ranks, and he gets 5 skill, so, like, it's the same thing as Marty, right? Where it's like, okay, you get 5 skill, but, like, if your base is already that low, it's kind of not enough to crawl out of that hole. With 11 defense, he actually, like, he has a really low defense growth, hilariously enough, only 20%, but he gets 4 on promotion, so that'd be 15. which is like 11's really high even on its own, and then the extra 4 is nice. It can make him quite bulky, but yeah, I think that his combat is appreciated during the Manster arc. Do those 3 chapters, are those enough to qualify for being strong short term? I would say so. Like, he's using a very good weapon, but he's the only person who can do it at the time. And then you get other, like, indoor axe users. Long-term, Halvan is probably better than long-term Dalsin, just because, like, I mean, they have the same movement value once Dalsin promotes, because fucking hero doesn't get movement on promotion, which is lame. But it's more just like he's statted better for it. He actually has a skill. Dalsin doesn't have any skills inherently. But the portion of the game where you have Dalsin for free, I think you need Dalsin more than the portion of the game where you have Halvan for free, right? Like, you got Dagdar at Eyvel, you're fine. With Dalsin, it's all hands on deck, and he is contributing more combat-wise during those portions of the game than both Brighton and Machua. Maybe he goes down to the very top of decent short-term. Because I don't think he's an entire tier better than Brighton and Machua. Especially since Brighton can do that, like, rescuing stuff, right? Once we get outside. Karin is doing the majority of it because she can get people over walls. Both of them can use the pole axes against the Cavaliers. So, like, it's not like Brighton's combat against the Cavaliers is, like, the standout portion. I think Dalsin is just a little bit better than him, but not a tier's worth. I think that I wouldn't call him strong short-term. Because here's the thing is, like, even with the Brave Axe, which is the best axe in the game, the best non-PRF axe at least, you know, you could argue the Vouge is better. Because it does have 1-2 range, and the crit stuff. Even with the Brave Axe, he's just, like, not performing as you would like, let's just say. But I do think it is worth sending. Like, having seen people do it, and having done it myself now, I do actually think it is worth sending. Because worst case scenario, you can just Hamern it if you absolutely need to. It does really, really improve his combat. Making yourself have an additional, like, in addition to Fergus and Leif, a third just really reliable combat unit during 4 and 4X is very nice. And then a fourth reliable combat unit during 5. Because you do get another reliable combat unit. And on that topic, let's talk about Asbel. Does anyone... We know he's going in S tier, right? Anyone familiar with Thracia knows he's going in S tier. The question is he better or worse than Safy? He's better than Laura, definitely. I think he's probably better than... So the thing is that Safy is your first warper, but Asbel is your first mage, right? Safy's your first warper by a pretty long shot. You do get Nanna, but she's got E rank stabs, and she doesn't gain any on promotion. I think Safy is better. Because your next warper is Salem, and he needs to be trained up to do that. And even though he does come sooner than Homer, Homer doesn't really need to be trained up to be your next mage, right? And you can also use magical swords, like, they'll be worse than Asbel at it, but they can still do the mage stuff. Now, there's a lot of reasons why being a mage is valuable. I've dunked on physical 1-2 range a lot in this tier list, and that will continue because it is bad. Mages get the privilege, shall we say, of using magical 1-2 range. That's awesome because it's actually accurate and it hits on resistance and it does, like, actual fucking damage. In addition to this, Asbel he has all the favoritism in the world. Okay, so his starting stats and growths probably don't look super impressive. 22 HP, 0 strength, doesn't matter. 4 magic, 3 skill, 7 speed, 5 luck, 0 defense, no bulk whatsoever. He gets 10 hit and avoid from a Leif support. And with 7 speed and a 75% speed growth, His speed is high enough that he will often double people and often have decent avoid, especially with Leif support. And later you get charisma and other sources to stack on top of him. Wind magic is very light, so even though his constitution doesn't offset it, he's often not weighed down by Graph Caliber or even Fire Tomes or Wind Tomes later when you get them. He is Adept, kind of just a reliability buffer. He's a movement star, again, kind of just a reliability buffer. See my section about Leif. I do think that both Adept and movement stars are reliability buffers. And he's an FCM of 3. He can obviously use the Leif support to get 30 critical, or he can use his personal weapon, which has 40 crit. So with an FCM of 3, it's a guaranteed crit on the second hit. Now, it might not be that good because, Thracia crits really rely on piercing defense. They're just doubling. It's not like, it's not as huge as piercing and Armor Knight's defense. But here's the thing. It's also got 13 fucking might. Even though, it's only doubling. It's doubling the 13 might when it crits. Truly fucking absurd. Truly fucking absurd. Even if you're not critting, a 13 might magical weapon with 100 hit, by the way. Most accurate weapon in the game. 100 hit, 40 crit. He might just, crit on the first attack. 40 is more than a fucking killer weapon. This thing is ridiculous. Unfortunately, it's only 40 uses, but it is one of the personal weapons that I do think, I mentioned, the Light Brand, you might do the Brave Lance or the Voog, or you might do Graph. Graph is so good. There is, a bit of a, Asbel lives or dies on Graph narrative, and I've fed into that, and I do think that, his growths, so his magic growth is a little bit lackluster, right? Only 35%, but that's we've seen a lot of people with 35% in stats that they really want to grow. Fergus has a, does he have a 35? Yeah, Fergus has a 35% speed growth, right? So yes, you can supplement that with the set scroll. You don't really have a magic supplementing scroll, but you do have magical rings, and Asbel's probably the best users of them. And also, he gets +5 magic on promotion. Actually, can we talk about his fucking promotion? Okay, so he gets D rank stabs. He gains E rank fire, or he gains a whole rank in fire, a whole rank in thunder. He gets C rank light, which light is cracked in this game. He gets D rank stabs. He gets an extra point of movement, 4 extra defense to help shore up that bulk, 6 extra speed. You heard me right, 6 extra speed. 5 skill, and 5 magic. Oftentimes, though, because his speed growth is so high, he won't even make use of that full 6 speed. Oftentimes, he will have more than 14 speed, and the cap is 20. Asbel is fucking ridiculous. Sage bonuses are fucking ridiculous. Also worth noting, with the 75% speed, you get a speed boosting scroll in the same map that Asbel is Asbel's recruited, and if you put it on him, he gets 105% speed, so he guarantees speed growth every single level up. Absurd. The biggest downside about him is he gets a little bit of a glass cannon. Like I said, 0 defense, 10% growth rate, and 22 HP, 55% growth rate. So it's not bad, but it's not great either. It's low for an HP growth, but you will still gain it. It's a weighted coin toss, right? And you do get 4 defense from promotion, so it helps short up a little bit. Mostly just attack from 2 range. Attack from 2 range until your speed gets to the point where you're just avoiding people. Because while dodge tanking isn't reliable, you can reduce dodge tanking to a acceptable reliability threshold, especially if you stack bonuses like Leaf support and charisma. You can get it to the point where it's I'm comfortable with multiple enemies have 20% hit on me and I need to get hit by 2 of them, and I will be just a-okay. Although you do need to watch out because of the way that tomes work. normally other weapons, right? If another weapon breaks, then you get weighed down by an incredibly heavy broken weapon, and other units who, like, have to rely on dodge tanking can really struggle if, like, say I'm a dodgy Myrmidon and my sword breaks, and I'm weighed down by a heavy broken sword. That sucks. Asbel, on the other hand, does not have to deal with that. Instead, if a tome breaks, then you'll just equip the next one in the inventory. So, I think I said you have to watch out, as if it was a bad thing. It's a good thing. Everything about Asbel is good. Everything about Asbel is good. Yeah, he's really good. He's really good. Often seen as the best boss killer in the game, both because Graf Caliber is a busted tome, and because so a lot of bosses are on thrones and gates, and they, in addition to just usually having higher defense than resistance, will gain massive defense bonuses from thrones. Thracia thrones are kind of cracked. Let me look up the specifics, actually. Okay, so thrones, gates, and forts all give 10 defense, which means that if you're fighting a boss, you really want to be able to avoid that bonus if possible, which you can do via crits, or you can do via just having, like, all the sauce in the world in terms of combat stats, or you can just do by using magical stuff. Yeah, Asbel just, like, Lithis is stealing the tomes so that Asbel can start doing great 1-2 range combat. I do think you need to be careful about having him bite off more than he can chew. It is not uncommon to see Asbel just delete armies, but you do want to check hit rates. You do want to try to stack auras and stuff, because if he does face high hit enemies, specifically like anyone who's using a sword, he can struggle to build up enough avoid to reliably take them on enemy phase. But hey, just attack them on player phase, right? Asbel's really good. Asbel and Safy sort of like do the handshake meme in order to be warp skippers, right? Safy's got the warp staff and Asbel's got the craft caliber, and they just go brrrr, pick the map that you don't want to play and then kill it. Just delete it all. Yeah. The other thing, I guess, is, like, since I talked about warp, Asbel does get stabs on promotion, but staff EXP, it goes up so slowly, and Asbel is often too busy doing other more important things, like combat, that I don't think he makes a particularly good warper. In other Fire Emblem games, oftentimes promoting your mage can give you the benefit of, hey, you've compressed combat and staffing roles, and, like, he can fire off a heal staff here or there. But I don't ever think his staff rank is going to get to the point where he can use those really high-in-demand utility staffs like Warp and Rescue. Although, I have gotten him to rewarp at least once. It was tempting, but it sort of feels like it was a poison pill, because he would rewarp over to the boss, but then he dies on enemy phase, because he really does, especially in the end game, once enemies start getting more accurate, he really does struggle against them. So yeah, I don't think his staffing is particularly useful. He does have a single movement star, which I guess you could view as a reliability buffer. Or I view as a reliability buffer, just like his adept, but you could, like, plan around rewarping him and then proccing the movement star, and if it's a one turn anyway, you can just, like, reset until it happens. I don't know how much I factor stuff like that in, because it's one of those things where, like, unreliable strategies are a lot more palatable on the first, like, if it's on the first turn of the map, right? But then if the only turn of the map is the first turn, it becomes a question of, like, well, what are we doing here? Regardless, I do think he's just, like, a very meta-defining unit. Really, really phenomenal. Really, really phenomenal. And yeah, just all of the busted mechanics around Thracia magic really work in his favor. Plus he gets a PRF, plus he gets the support from Leif. also the fact that he's 4 Constitution. I mentioned this with Leif, but Leif is perfectly capable of rescuing Asbel, and so you can sort of like do that in the mid game if you want to save warp uses. Have Leif drop Asbel to fight bosses. It becomes a lot less feasible once you start having tougher enemies who can either kill Leif or like more accurately hit Asbel, but it is nice. It is nice to keep in mind as a possibility. Okay, next up we have Nanna. Nanna is another one of my favorite characters in the cast. There's a lot of the early game cast I really, really like. You just get more time with them, and then also they have more sort of cutscene interactions with each other, and I think that that's probably why I like them more. They're just very appealing from a character perspective. The limited work that is done with them works for me. Now the thing about Nanna is that she doesn't really specialize in any one role, but there's a couple of different things that she can do, all of which she does pretty well. I guess if you had to describe her with just one role, it would be utility, but she can do a bunch of different utility okay. So she's a troubadour, which means she has swords, staves, and a horse. As a horse unit, like, anyone who has a horse can do horse stuff relatively well. The fact she can't fly means that she is, not doing rescue dropping as well as Karin, but she is doing it as well as, like, Brighton or Hicks or Fergus or any of the other mounted units you might be deploying just because they have a horse. Her combat stats look pretty bad. She starts out with 18 HP, 3 strength, although 2 if she's dismounted, which she will be in the first map. 5 magic, which doubles as resistance, but she can also make use of that. 6 skill, 8 move from the horse, 7 speed, 9 luck, 3 defense, and 4 constitution. So with physical weapons, she's like not doing a ton of damage. 3 strength and 7 speed means that she isn't doubling the things that like Lithis will double, but she's also doing less damage with physical weapons than he would. She does have C-rank swords to start out, but honestly, Lithis probably has C-rank swords by the time Nanna joins. The bigger thing with Nanna is she can leverage that magic, making use of her personal weapon, the Earth Sword. The Earth Sword is pretty bad in Fire Emblem 4, just due to the fact that it only has 10 uses, and also that weapon might is generally higher there. But in Thracia, a 12 might 80 hit weapon with the Nosferatu effect is real good, and it has 60 uses, so she can just sort of like sweep up groups of enemies, and this is the earlier Fire Emblems where Nosferatu healed up full amount of damage that it dealt. Now, it is weird the way that magical swords work, and at 1 range, the Earth Sword will use her strength, but at 2 range, it uses her magic, so ultimately, like, you kind of want enemies to attack from 2 range so that Nanna can use her magic. It also counts as light magic for the purposes of the weapon triangle, which is largely irrelevant because using magical weapons against magical enemies is never good, but especially not in a game where magic and resistance are just the same stat. But the Earth Sword itself can enable Nanna's combat, and in the same way that, like, the Vogue can allow Osain to do a lot of combat because it's powerful 1-2 range, the Earth Sword is powerful 1-2 range with a life drain effect. Even though she only has 18 HP and 3 defense, Nanna can end up being surprisingly bulky. As long as she's not one-shot, she can live against quite a few enemies just through that life drain effect. Yeah, it's very nice. It's very nice. But of course, her combat is not really the main appeal of her. It is a nice thing to have, and it's appreciated in, like, Chapter 5, but then you get to Chapter 6 and 7, which, much like Brighton, Hicks, and Fergus, Nanna's horse becomes invaluable in terms of ferrying all the people around. Those are much more movement-oriented chapters, and there's a couple of other movement-oriented chapters you might want to have her for. She also has the ability to staff. She starts out with E-rank staves, so she is quite a long ways from the stronger utility staves, and she doesn't even get any staff experience on promotion, so Nanna is not a warper. Despite the fact that she's a staffer and staffs are really, really powerful in Thracia, she doesn't really get to benefit from those powerful staffs just because staff experience builds so slowly, and she starts so low. Unless you do something like grind her staff experience on a poison enemy, or poisoned unit, not poison enemy, she's probably not going to reach any of the high rank staffs. But the fact that she's on a horse means that if all you need out of the staffer is healing, she can do sort of like hit and run healing stuff, in order to run ahead, heal someone, and then run behind to safety. She also has the charm skill, which is functionally, she supports everyone in the army. It's a good way to think about it, because it gives plus 10 hit avoid, crit, and crit avoid to anyone within 3 tiles. So it's kind of like she supports everyone in the army. Or, no, sorry. Charm only gives hit and avoid. It doesn't give crit and crit avoid. But the extra hit is appreciated, especially if you're trying to like capture with Finn, Fergus, or Dagdar using a brave weapon. Just getting that extra hit is nice. And she does support Finn, Leif, Dermot, and where is he? Homer. And those are all pretty competent combat units. The Finn one is especially relevant because she can help him have more accuracy in the capture attempts, like between charm and support. She's giving plus 22 accuracy. I guess also the fact that she gives a little bit of crit can help Finn. If he's brave, he gets like multiple chances to get the crits or whatever. The bigger thing is the accuracy. Her supporting Leif can also be relevant in the Mancer escape sequence. I guess it's more for avoid than it is for hit in that portion, because sometimes you want Leif to be positioned to support Asbel, but then he himself is in position where he might get hit by people, so you give him Nanna support, and it's sort of like a chain of supports where like Nanna supports Leif so he can dodge Meteor, and then Leif supports Asbel so he can dodge all the enemies that are attacking him. So that can be really nice. And again, she has a horse. She's a horse in the Mancer escape portion. That in and of itself is very good utility. I think all of these roles together, it's kind of like Leif, which is probably one of the reasons that I like to ship them, is that both from a story and gameplay perspective, they work in very, very similar ways. I think that she's probably slightly better than Leif, but they are both units who the story of their usefulness is sort of like crawling forward by 1,000 little things. She is also supported by Leif and Dermot. Those are two-way supports. So if you are doing like Earth Sword, Nosferatu tanking, getting the extra accuracy from either, you know, her lover or her brother. I just realized that's like in FE4. It's like an FE4 reference where you get supported by the lover bonus and the brother bonus. That's actually so good. That's so cool. I love that. That's really, really cute. Nanna's awesome. But getting that extra accuracy if you're Nos tanking is appreciated, because if you miss and you're relying on the healing from hitting in order to not die, then that is a bit of a problem. Next up, we have Hicks, and Hicks is basically just 50% of a Brighton. He's an Axe Knight with comparable stats: 7 strength, 6 skill, 8 move, 5 speed, 8 defense, 15 constitution, 30 HP. He's gonna have accuracy issues. He might not have as extreme accuracy issues as Brighton, but 6 skill, 6 luck is still not enough to crawl out of axe hit rate hell. You're gonna have like 70s and 80s against most enemies. Much like Brighton, he can supplement his accuracy with a support. He's supported by Leif, which is appreciated. Much like Brighton, he's a horse who's available in chapters 6 and 7, and he can escort people through the town or down to the mountains, and he joins with the poleaxe, so anytime you're doing poleaxe combat to fight the Cavaliers with either Dalsin or Brighton, Hicks is also an option. And you can do poleaxe trade chains, right? Because both Hicks and Brighton have Canto, so they can Canto to a position to trade it to another one to poleaxe people. And that's appreciated. Supplement the poleaxe hit with Leif. And then after that, like, there's nothing really, like, what else is he doing? He doesn't even have a skill. Like, Brighton at least has Wrath, so you could potentially raise him up with scrolls and make him, like, ooh, I'm gonna kill people with Wrath. Whereas Hicks is just sort of like, I'm 50, like, he's 50% of a Brighton, right? He's appreciated when he carries people around in Chapter 6, and when he just poleaxe combat in Chapter 7, and maybe for carrying people in Chapter 7 as well. And in like an Iron Man scenario, if you had some people die and you just need a horse to carry people around, Hicks does have a horse and he can carry people around, but I think that's probably better than the archers, because if you do invest in him, like, at least you get a great knight out of it, but he doesn't have anything special, like, no skills, only support is Leif. Yeah, that's not really anything. Even his, like, he has E-rank swords, so, like, he can't even transfer into, like, indoor combat well. At least Brighton has D. Yeah, Hicks is just sort of here. This is the first of the units that I don't really have much to say about, and there are a few others like that. Hicks also has an FCM of 2, which, like, kind of sucks that you can't make use of it, because, like, what, are you going to stack Leaf support? Or use the Killer Axe? I think those are your only options. His growths are, like, again, very just across the board all-right Thracia growth. 35 strength, 40 skill, 55 luck. So he will grow out of the hit issues if you train him. If you're, like, long-term training, he's probably better than Brighton. But Brighton does stuff indoors in Thracia, whereas Hicks just doesn't. If you want a long-term Great Knight, for whatever fucking reason, Hicks is probably better. But even then, like, Brighton has Wrath, and you can do funny Wrath stuff. And Hicks just sort of doesn't have anything going for him. Yeah. It's unfortunate, but it is true. Next up, we have Shiva, and Shiva is an interesting unit. So the narrative around Shiva is that he is an incredibly good combat unit, but since he joins at the end of the Mancer Escape arc, there's not a lot of combat for him to engage in, and while I do agree that the Mancer Escape arc is a very combat-oriented stretch of the game, and probably the most combat-oriented maps back-to-back-to-back we get, there are other combat-oriented maps in which he is potentially appreciated, especially the indoor ones. Chapter 8X is the first one that comes to mind, but there's a good amount of combat to be done in Chapter 12. That's the one with Salem. If you're not warp skipping it, or if you're going for the side objectives to try to get the stealables from the boss, then it's nice to have dismounted combat units there, just because the terrain can be really difficult for horses to deal with. Obviously, Chapter 12X, you don't really do much combat in, but Chapter 13 is a fairly combat-intensive map. The route split chapters can be pretty combat-intensive. Chapter 18, depending on if you're going for the side objective. Chapter 20 definitely is, and then some of the late-game maps, if you're not warp skipping them, they can be combat-intensive. Still, it's pretty hard to deny that Shiva joins at a very awkward time, because aside from Chapter 8X and Chapter 9, there's not really any maps where he's suited for, so he does kind of need to train up if you want him to be a combat map in the mid, or a combat unit in the mid to late game combat maps. He'll be outclassed by people who join after him unless you give him training, and there's not too many opportunities for trading if you're not doing heavy combat in the portion of the game that he's in. His bases are 6 strength, 24 HP, 12 speed. 6 strength, 12 speed are relevant because he's doubling a lot of stuff and he's doing a significant amount of damage, especially because he has B-rank swords, so he can use a decent number of swords. Again, all the swords that I talked about with Fergus and Leif, Shiva can use them as well. He starts with a Killing Edge in his inventory, and he has an FCM of 4, so much like Fergus, he can make use of either his support, which he gets from Safy, in order to multiply that up to 40, or he can hold a rapier and multiply that to 80. It's not as good as Fergus with the 5, but it's pretty good. And then with the Killing Edge, it gets to 100%, regardless of whether or not he has a support. He has the Soul Skill, which I guess helps with his bulk. 24 HP, 4 defense, 0 magic. Means that he's not the bulkiest boy out there, but 12 speed means he's probably not getting doubled, and swords are a good weapon type, especially if you're relying on some amount of dodging. A support from Safy is appreciated just because Safy is a good enough unit that she's often deployed, although they kind of are wanted for different maps, because she's important for, like, the warp skips, and he's important for the maps you're not warp skipping. That's not to say that, like, they can't be on the same map. Oftentimes, the way that I will approach Chapter 12 is I will warp Finn over to capture Salem, but then if I want to do the side objectives, I'm going to take the rest of the map somewhat slow to go for them, whether that's the stealables or the houses or whatnot, and Shiva can be appreciated there, so that's the big one to make use of their support. I guess also 8X and 9 if you're training Safy for the warps later in the game, then Shiva hanging out with her to sort of like use the support while she's training can be appreciated. Overall, though, I do think that, like, while I wouldn't say there are no combat maps left after he joins, I do think it is awkward that, like, by the time you get around to other combat maps, you have units like Mareeta and Trude and Ralph, or the other magical units, and Shiva just feels outclassed. It's nice in 8X and 9, though. Like, I like him there. I think I would say he's probably decent filler. He's sort of Halvan tier, right? He's better than Halvan just because swords are a better weapon type. He gets adept on promotion as well, so that can sort of further push his combat over the edge. Yeah, I think he's probably better than Halvan. If you scroll him up, like there's a lot of units who it's just like, well, if you scroll them up, then they can be strong with investment. Which is sort of where the C tier is, and he can be filler or decent short term. 8X and 9 are pretty good showings for him, and then if he never gets fielded afterwards, like, boo-hoo, who cares? Next up, we have Callion, or Carrion, depending on the translation that you have. And Carrion is the first traditional cavalier that you get, so he can use both swords and lances, and when he dismounts, he maintains his sword rank. In this way, he's very similar to Fergus in that he gets to keep just focusing on his sword rank, which is the more powerful weapon type anyway. You could theoretically be like, oh, well, I guess it's an advantage over Fergus because he can access javelins if need be. And I do frequently talk about how, access to bad 1-2 range is better than no access whatsoever. So you could make the argument that, like, okay, he's in a better class than Fergus, and he has, honestly, a remarkably similar toolkit. That being, he has an FCM of 4, and he has 2 people who support him, Leif and Selphina, so he can take advantage of those supports and the FCM to do the crit stuff that Fergus can do, or 1 support and a rapier to do the crit stuff that Fergus can do. He can just focus on maintaining his sword rank, and that is going to carry him throughout both the indoor and outdoor maps, and even their base stats and growth rates are fairly similar. Just for comparison's sake, Carrion has 24 HP, 5 strength, 1 magic, 5 skill, 8 speed, 6 luck, 5 defense, and 6 constitution, versus Fergus, who has 6 strength, so that's 1 more, 0 magic, so that's 1 less, 7 skill, so that's 2 more, 7 speed, so that's 1 less, 6 luck, so that's identical, 5 defense, so that's identical, and 8 constitution, so that is higher. But the thing is, I feel like this is a Rutger Fear situation where they have superficial similarities in a vacuum, and because Carrion starts out at a lower level, like, similar to Fear, he's asking to be trained in order to be a second copy of Fergus. 4 FCM is not as good as 5 FCM, but because he has 2 different supports, you can sort of like, it feels like a wash, right? Like, you can use Selphina and Leif to sort of replicate the effect. And I think it's generally good enough. And then he has lances, which, like, you could see as the advantage. The problem is, a big part of what makes Fergus good is he is your best option for combat during the, like, or at least for physical combat, during the portion of the game that you have him. And even once you get Asbel, he becomes, like, your second best option, right, for combat. But during Chapter 4 and 4X, he is just the best thing you got. In addition to that, Fergus starts with C-rank swords, so he can already make use of the rapier strategy, and he's very close to being able to use the flame sword and the brave sword. Carrion starts out with E-rank swords, so in addition to being underleveled, because Fergus will get a good deal of experience in the Manster arc and will sort of like level ahead of him. Carrion is stuck at E rank swords, which does kinda suck. The advantage that he has is because he joins, like weirdly, because he joins under-leveled later, he can take more advantage of scroll stacking, and he gets you the Paragon Sword in Chapter 9. And I do think he gets credit for that in a similar way to giving Thief credit to the things that they stole. But, like, one item, no matter how good the item is, because, like, the Paragon Sword is real good. It doubles your EXP gain, and it gives +5 experience, and any sword user can use it, even if they're, like, Finn, for example, right, who has to dismount to use it. If what you care about is doubling your EXP gain, Thrasia's EXP formula is already very generous. You could just do chip with Paragon and level up very, very quickly. And with scrolls, and decent growth rates, and relatively easy to reach caps, there's a lot of people who benefit from the Paragon Sword. But it's still just one item. Just one item does not give you very, very high Thief credit, right? Beyond that, he's just trying to be second Fergus, but he needs to train his weapon rank to use the good weapons, and he needs to train his level to be able to, you know, have stats that match Fergus's. He does definitely have, like, a better long-term potential than, like, Halvan, or Shiva, or Mareeta, or even, like, Brighton and Hicks and whatnot. I still think... I think I want to put him in... So the payoff is better than these units, right? But at the same time, aside from, like, I think he's better than Shiva and Halvan, because they don't really offer you too much. Shiva offers you a couple of chapters, but Carrion can, like, do stuff in those couple of chapters as well. Comparing Carrion stats to Shiva stats, Shiva has, like, 1 more strength and 4 more speed. And 1 less defense. So, like, I don't know, having a horse during those chapters might arguably be better. I think for the sort of, like, yeah, if you want a second Fergus, you can train him up and make a second Fergus. He ends up in C tier. Again, they can be strong with investment, but I wouldn't say that it's like he demands disproportionate investment to his payoff, because his starting stats are fairly decent. You can certainly do worse for a shitty growth unit. I think the fact that he gets the Paragon Sword sort of gives the impression that, like, oh damn, this guy, and he starts at level 1, right? So, like, this guy must suck, but I don't know, 5 strength, 8 speed. You can do better, but you can do worse. The funny thing is about, like, his position as an underleveled growth unit as well is his growths aren't even that good. 40% strength, 65% skill, 45% speed, 25% defense, 55% luck. Like, those are not great growths. Those are not great growths. Yeah. The weapon ranks is the biggest thing that holds him back. It's unfortunate because, like, I don't know, I guess the way that people talk about Carrion as being absolute trash versus, like, Fear as being some kind of god, when they are very much in similar situations where they just want to be a second copy of a really high tier unit, maybe that says a lot about society. But Carrion's very usable and functional, and that's kind of what the C tier is. Next up is Selphina, and I don't know if this is just me or if anyone else has this problem, but I always forget that Selphina isn't a pre-promote. I guess it's because, like, a combination of the fact that she is the leader of the squad that she's a part of, and she's significantly better than the other 3 units in the squad, both in terms of, like, well, not really her base stats. Her base stats are kind of mediocre, but she has B rank bows, which is an advantage over Robert, I guess. And she has a skill, she has a cost, like, that's something that makes her stand out from Kind Elba and Robert. But yeah, I guess just because she's a leader, I always forget that she's not a pre-promote, but no, she's just a level 8 Arch Knight or Bow Knight, depending on your translation patch. Selphina is She's an interesting character, or rather an interesting unit. As a character, she's pretty one-dimensional, but she's an interesting unit. She actually has one of the higher support pools in the game, with 5 people she supports and 2 she is supported by. Unfortunately, almost every unit who she support interacts with is pretty bad. The best of them is Glade, who we'll get later, but then she supports Alva, Carrion, Kane, and Robert, and Glade. And then she's supported by both Glade and Leif. So 7 is quite a lot of different support chains. I guess technically it's 6 because the Glade one is just a 2-way. But yeah, 6 is still a lot for a character that's not really impactful for the rest of the story. It's just unfortunate that she's generally not good enough to consider deploying outside of a couple of maps for filler. And the units she supports are even worse than her. Her stats, oh boy. I don't know why I always forget she's pre-promote, because she does not have pre-promote stats. So, 5 strength, 3 magic, 7 skill, 10 speed, 7 luck, 6 defense, 5 constitution. Yeah, those are not pre-promote stats, so I don't know why I always think of it. I guess just because compared to everyone around her, she looks like a god, which is kind of speaks to how pathetic they are. The big selling point is that Selphina has B rank bows, which means she can use the killer bow, she can use the brave bow. She's probably the only unit you'll ever get to use the brave bow, because like Ronan and Tanya are pretty bad, and Robert is pretty bad. And Selphina is also pretty bad, but like at least she can use it from base. I guess Xavier can use it much later in the game, but yeah. What is there to say about this unit? Her combat's pretty bad. She has a cost, which theoretically is good on a bow unit because you can attack from 2 range and not be countered, and a cost is at its best when you're not being countered. But one thing that I mentioned with Dagdar is that if you have a cost, it's a pretty big downside if you're facing off against ballistas or against siege tomes, because now you're not countering, but you're still proccing a cost. And Selphina's bulk is not the best. 6 defense with 22 HP. You can do worse, but you can also do significantly better. Like, Dagdar can make a cost work, at least against physical enemies, because of his super high HP pool. Whereas Selphina, basically, if she gets accosted by a ballista, she dies. And that's pretty unfortunate, because the next 5 maps going forward after her join map have at least one noticeable ballista or siege tome or both. And honestly, even her join map has a meteor, but that guy's probably not interacting with Selphina. Like, she's not going down to deal with him. But Chapter 10, bunch of ballistas and siege tomes. Chapter 11, couple of ballistas. Chapter 11X, a siege tome that is a central focus of that map. Chapter 12 does not have any of those, actually. But then Chapter 13, and 12X doesn't either. But then Chapter 13 has several ballistas. Chapter 14 has several ballistas. She's just really not well suited for most of the maps immediately after she joins. And the 2 that do come immediately, like the 2 that don't have ballistas, right? It's not like she's good on those. She'll just be like a filler unit firing off the killer bow or the silver bow. I guess it's nice that she's 2 levels from promotion, but she doesn't gain much out of promotion. Like, oh, 2 strength, 2 speed. She gets A rank bows if she promotes. Yeah, you can use the master bow when you steal it. It is nice that she gets to maintain... She has like the sword cav thing where you get to maintain the same weapon type when you're dismounted. It just sucks that that weapon type is a bow. 7 skill, 7 luck. Not great. I mean, it's better than some units, but she's still dealing with bow hit rates. She's still dealing with the inability to capture. Being a mounted unit that can't capture feels like extra insult to injury, and I say that she's better than the people around her. It really is just the bow rank. Arguably, you could even say that a cost holds her down, because looking at Robert, Karin, and Alva, all of them have very similar base stats to Selphina. It's just that they do not have her weapon ranks. Yeah, they start at D rank each, and Selphina is at B rank. It does mean that, like, if you want someone to just, like, do filler Brave Bow stuff, she's probably better than the archers at doing that. So maybe she ends up here because a horse is good, but, like, God, it does feel really, really bad. I do give her credit for getting the Brave Bow in the same way that I give Callion credit for getting the Paragon Sword, because I view it the same way. Is like, it's like a thief who gets one item, but, like, whereas the Paragon Sword is a very good weapon that a lot of people want to make use of, the Brave Bow, it's not Selphina's PRF weapon, but it might as well be in most situations. Like, you training Tanya and Ronan, you could argue that, like, the 10 support that Tanya gives Osain and Dagdar is worth more than, like, Selphina's horse. Yeah, I think that actually is... I think I like that better. Yeah, I think I like that better. Hey, this is post-recording Danny, and if you can hear the lawnmower in the background, I'm sorry about that. I've been waiting about an hour to record this note, and, decided, fuck it, there's gonna be a lawnmower in the background now. But I just wanted to address the Selphina ranking right now because it's wrong. It's very wrong. And I realized that later in the tier list, so I do end up correcting it, but she is going to sit in D tier for a while longer, and she does not belong there. There's a timestamp to when I correct the Selphina ranking. I did finally go back and look at the stats of the Brave Bow, which I should have done to begin with, but I am a fucking idiot, so I didn't do that. But yeah, if anyone is concerned, Selphina is not staying in D tier below Tanya. That is an unreasonable assessment. Next up are Kain and Alva, and I'm talking about these units together because more so than basically any other pair of units in the franchise, except for, like, the Xmas Cavaliers and FE1, these are just the same unit. I think that they're supposed to be a reference to, or perhaps even a parody of, the Kain and Eyvel archetype. Like, they're named Kain, but spelled differently, and Alva, which is very similar to Eyvel. They are green and red, like green collar, red scarf, and they are a pair of Lance Knights who join together, have remarkably similar stats and remarkably similar growths. These are the other units that I'm considering for F tier, just because they are very, very similar to Robert performance-wise. So, do I want to just talk about all three of them actually at once? Because all three of them are remarkably similar. I'll talk about Alva and Kain first, just together. Alva and Kain are Lance Knights, which means that, like Finn, they're dealing with the whole dismounting, you have to change to swords, mounting, you use lances. They use shit ranks in both of them. It's funny, actually. So, like, Kain has D rank in lances and E rank in swords, and then Alva has D rank in swords and E rank in lances. That's probably the biggest differentiating factor. Yeah, so Kain has 7 strength, Alva has 6 strength, Alva has 9 speed, Kain has 7 speed, so Alva's the fast one, and Kain is the strong one. And then their growth rates are actually surprisingly good. Like, it's not anything like Nino level, right? But 40% strength, 50% speed on Alva. And then 55% strength, 35% speed on Kain. Slap some scrolls on them. They end up getting decent numbers. It's just a matter of, like, what do they have to offer? They get supported by Glade and Selphina, so they can make use of, like, the 20 hit crit and avoid and crit avoid. But then you're fielding Selphina and Glade, which Glade, like, there's reasons to deploy him, but not really Selphina. They don't have any movement stars. They have 1% movement growth, so, like, can't even do the funny, like, haha, they're gonna do great with their random chance-based stuff. No skills, FCM of 1, these really are just, like, I exist, and I am a Lance Cavalier, and I do Lance Cavalier stuff. I think that ranking them against each other is also fucking impossible. This was the pair when I did my Xmas Cavaliers video, right? I was just like, I don't fucking know. I think I threw a dart at the wall. Like, I think I literally flipped a coin, and then I was like, yeah, you know, this one has a better speed growth or something. These really are just, like, the unit of all time. Because the other thing is their slight stat differences and growth differences might be worth commenting on in other games. But in Thracia, you just patch those up with scrolls. Like, they're just meant to be, like, the scroll 'em up units. I guess, okay, so technically speaking, Kain has a higher lance rank, which is probably better because if you're using them for anything, you're using them for outdoor combat. Even though swords are a better, like, weapon type, if you want to train these units, you probably are doing it because you just want to make use of a cavalier. But, like, you just use Callion then, right? Like, what is the point? These are very much just, like, I'm here in case you lose people in an Iron Man. But then, like, if you're counting on them in an Iron Man, God, these units are so bad. Like, they're usable. Everyone in Thracia is usable. It's like what I've been saying with so many people. And they do have decent growth. 35% defense on Alva, or Kain. Alva has 30% defense. Like, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. They're just existent. Like, and then there's Robert, who is just them but with bows. And you could argue that, like, him being able to maintain bow rank indoors is an advantage because they sort of have to manage between lances and swords, but he starts with E rank bows. I mean, come on. At least Kain and Alva have D rank in one of their weapons, and maybe if you just exclusively focus on lance rank on Mr. Green or sword rank on Mr. Red. I can never even remember which one is Kain and Alva. Kain is the green one, right? Yeah, Kain is the green one. Alva is the red one. So focus on Alva's swords. Maybe he can use a good sword by the end of the game. Focus on Kain's lances. Maybe he can... Well, he can't, because the only good lance is Finn's personal lance. So fuck, I don't even know. Like, do we just say swords are better, so, like, just fucking dismount them? God, these units are also trash. The Lance Knights are better than Robert. Like, noticeably so, right? Like, Robert is the worst unit in the game. Robert is the only unit that really, truly feels unsalvageable. Because, like, hey, you know, you stack scrolls on whichever of these guys, right? And then you do get a Lance Knight for your trouble. And they can do, like, whatever combat. Whereas Robert, it's just, like... I guess there's Chapter 11X is a big map for bows, and it's very shortly after he joins. And then there's maps to shoot down flyers, but like in both of those instances, you would just deploy Selphina because she has the rank to actually use fucking important bows. And their stats are like that. I guess the emphasis of like, here's how bad Selphina is, like, her stats and growth rates are very similar to Robert's. Like, Robert has the same strength as Selphina and 2 less speed than Selphina. He's got a little bit less skill and luck, which is relevant because you're using bows, you need all the hit rate you can get, but like, God, these units are really bad. These units are really bad. I don't think that Kain and Alba are better enough than Robert to justify being in D tier. They are really just like... Why do you exist? Next up is Alfred, and I hope you're sick of me talking about shitty units, because Alfred is quite good, and he's the first in a pretty long line of units who range between good and decent. I believe he's actually the first pre-promote you get since Chapter 1, because you do have the 2 Jagans, right? But after that, unpromoted. Yeah, he's the first pre-promote since Chapter 1. Which is a good sign, because he starts out with very good stats. 33 HP, 10 strength, 4 magic, which is actually relevant because he can use the magical swords. 11 skill, 10 speed, 4 luck, 9 defense, and 11 constitution. He's a paladin, so he gets to use swords and lances, much like Callion, and much like Callion and Fergus, he can keep his sword rank indoors, which is good because his sword rank is fucking A. So that means he gets to use all of the good swords. Everything I talked about with Leif and Fergus, he gets rapiers, he gets Kingmaker, he gets Killing Edge, he gets Brave Sword, he gets Paragon Sword, which you might not think is relevant because, you know, he's a pre-promote, he already starts with decent bases, but he actually has surprisingly good growth rates. Arguably some of the best growth rates in the game. 75% HP, 60% strength, 40% skill, 35% speed, 35% defense, 25% luck. Like, these are skills that growths that range from average in terms of his speed and defense and skill to phenomenal. 60% strength is great, especially because he starts with 10. Like, he's halfway to the cap and he'll just keep growing. So Alfred makes a surprisingly good user of the Paragon Sword, and he joins shortly after you get it. The EXP formula in Thracia is generous already, but if you double the EXP formula, then even though he's a pre-promote and therefore gaining experience slower than the other people around him, he's still going to be able to make use of those really strong growths. I think that the appearance of Alfred so soon after you get Callion and the Scrub Squad is a large part of what invalidates them. Like, I did just talk about how, like, oh, the Lance Knights have potentially, like, good growths and you can supplement them with scrolls and whatnot, but you can just do the same thing with a unit who is already competent at base. That's kind of Alfred's whole deal, is he's just generically a good paladin. Like, level 2 paladin shows up with stats that are ready to go and weapon rank that's ready to go. C rank lances is also decent because if you want him to do physical 1-2 range on an outdoor map, like he can do that with the Javelin, he can reasonably get to Master Lance if you focus on his Lance rank, although I would argue that hurts his combat, and it's better to just be like, well, we're going to use swords, and who cares if he doesn't build sword rank, he can already use all the good swords. 4 magic is also, like, it's notable because most physical units just don't start out with a magic stat, and magical swords are a good way to make a unit use 1-2 range. So 4 magic is not super high, but he starts out with the bolt sword in his inventory, and that actually boosts his skill as well from his base of 11 to 16. If he has it equipped, the lightning sword gives +5 skill, but remember the flame sword gives +5 magic. So with the flame sword, he functionally has a 9 might magical attack. Yeah, other than that, he's supported by Olwen, and he has an FCM of 1, so he can't really make use of, like, the rapier stuff. That is the advantage that Fergus and Callion have over him, is that crit stuff, and then for Fergus, it's just availability, being around. You know, even though Callion is around longer than Alfred, I don't really think that being around is the important part of availability. It's what you do with that time you're around, right? And Fergus is just your best option during the time he's there, whereas Callion is anything he's doing is for self-improvement or grabbing the Paragon Sword, which, like, to be fair, he's competent enough at base on Chapter 9 to, like, not be an active burden doing that. Alfred, just very, very good combat stats. Generically good unit. If you're using Olwen, you should probably use Alfred because he can make use of the Olwen support, and if you're not using Olwen, you should also probably use Alfred because he can just be a generically good combat unit. Loki, like, probably one of the most slept on units in the cast. I'm not just saying that because Casual Jacob has Alfred as a profile picture. Alfred is a very good unit. He joins at a time that doesn't really emphasize his strengths. He kind of gets the Shiva treatment where it's like really, really good combat, but joins after Manster. But also, like, Chapter 12, if you're doing the side objectives of getting, like, the manuals and stuff, is a good map for a combat unit. Chapter 13, good map for a combat unit. 14, if you're not cheesing it, is good for a combat unit. 14X, I don't like it, but it's good for a combat unit. The route split, like, even the indoor maps he's good at. Alfred's just, like, generally very solid. Even if you don't give him the Paragon Sword, he's just going to be solid on his bases. But if you let him make use of his really good growth rates, maybe slap a speed scroll on him as well. Because if you give him a speed scroll, then he'll have both high strength and high speed. And he's already got decent defense and HP, both in terms of his bases and his growths. Just be a phenomenal combat unit all around. I think he's probably... I would put him here. I think he's very strong in the short term, and he can be decent long term. Arguably, missing Mancer really does hurt him. Looking at these, like, Osain doesn't necessarily feel like he's in the right place. Just because, like, I want to put Alfred above Osain, but I also struggle to justify putting Alfred above the people who contribute during the Mancer arc. Lithis especially. Maybe it's Lithis who's in the wrong spot. I think Lithis probably goes, like, up here. Osain goes down here. Alfred goes here. Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, that seems about right. This is what I mean about, like, as the tier list starts forming, Osain was one of the first ones ranked, which is probably why he ended up in such a weird spot, because as you start seeing who forms around the tier list, you start being able to more solidify, like, oh, this unit should be higher than this one, and shuffle people around. Yeah, Alfred just very, very solid. Next up is a unit who is significantly flashier than Alfred in Olwen. She's sort of his counterpart. They have a relationship with each other. They're pre-promotes that join in the same map. Plot-wise, they're related. So there's a lot of parallels between them. And one of the parallels is that they are the first two pre-promotes that join you. And they both have very decent stats for their starting point. Olwen does come off a little bit worse in the stat department. 24 HP, 4 defense is a not great physical bulk. She has 10 speed, which matches Alfred's, but functionally, she has worse speed than him because she has 5 constitution for when she's using physical weapons, and if she's using magical weapons, then she doesn't get to offset weight at all. And even though tomes weigh not that much, she's still weighed down a little bit, and so she ends up a little bit slower than Alfred if she's using, like, generic tomes, like Fire and Wind and whatnot. If she's using her personal tome, Dire Thunder, which is sort of the flashier part of her kit, because it is the Brave tome. It is functionally, you know, there's 5 Brave weapons in the game, not counting the Master weapons. 1 of each weapon type, and Dire Thunder is the one for tomes. The way that Thracia treats Brave weapons is actually really weird, right? Like, I want to take a break from Olwen just to focus on that, because the Brave Axe is D rank, the Brave Sword and Brave Bow are B rank, and the Brave Lance and Brave Tome are both PRF weapons. It's just kind of weird. Some weird lack of consistency, and they're all considered to be special weapons that can't be stolen if the unit holding them is captured. But Olwen's personal weapon is the Dire Thunder. It is a 15 might Brave weapon, Brave tome. It has 70 hit, just like all of the other Brave weapons. Actually, I think the Brave Sword might be more than that. Let me check, just because swords are accurate. Yeah, the Brave Sword's 75 hit, so that's the advantage that it has. But yeah, Dire Thunder, Brave Lance, Brave Axe, Dire Thunder. I don't know Brave Bow, and I don't give a shit because it's a bad weapon, because only Selphina can use it. 70 hit, 15 might. That's pretty good. Unfortunately, it's 12 weight, which means that Olwen actually has 0 AS with it at base. And even if you raise her and increase her speed, when Olwen caps speed, she will have a maximum AS with Dire Thunder of 8. This means that there is just a large number of enemies she cannot quad with it, which isn't the worst thing in the world. Like, the similar thing can be said about the Brave Axe and the Brave Lance. You can offset them a little bit with Constitution, right? And Dagdar in particular is really good at offsetting the Brave Axe. But it does hold back the potential of Dire Thunder, especially since, like, oftentimes you would be doubling with other weapons. You know, if you use a Fire Tome, or especially Wind Tome, she would be doubling with that. But the Dire Thunder has its uses. Like other Brave weapons, you can potentially use it for capture strategies, since Olwen isn't a mounted class Mage Knight. But she's a lot worse at capturing, because 24 HP, 4 defense, with the other units who typically engage in capturing, those being Fergus with the Brave Sword, Finn with the Brave Lance, and Dagdar with the Brave Axe, all three of these units, and even like Alfred with the Brave Sword, right? All these units are significantly bulkier than Olwen. Alfred has 33 HP and 9 defense. Dagdar is the beefiest boy ever. Fergus and Finn, you need to raise in order to make them super bulky, although Finn in the early game is bulky. But both of them are units that you end up raising, right? Around the time Olwen shows up, you've raised them. Olwen is surprisingly frail for a pre-promoted unit, which tracks because she is a mage, and mages are supposed to be frailer than physical units, but it does mean that capturing with the Dire Thunder, since you would have to do it from one range, is a lot less feasible. Again, because it weighs her down to 0 AS, she's usually going to get doubled, which is also, like, take away, like, even if she's not taking that much more damage than Finn, Fergus, Dagdar, and Alfred, they're probably not getting doubled. They might if they're getting if they're capturing, but, like, because it does cut your speed in half, but they won't always. And she always will. Like, 0 AS, come on. It just makes it really hard for her to capture with that. A lot of people will also talk about the accuracy of Dire Thunder because it is only 70 hit, which is worse than most tomes. And one of the advantages of mages is the accuracy. You know, I talked about that with Asbel and the ability to just, like, pew pew, kill a bunch of people really accurately, right? And Olwen doesn't really have any way to bolster her support. She gets 10 from Leif. It does kind of sucks that Fred is one way and she boosts him as opposed to two way, because one of the advantages of Finn, again, is that he gets multiple supports, so you can really bolster his hit rates with the slightly inaccurate Brave Lance. But I do think that thinking of Dire Thunder versus other tomes is a little bit unfair. It is like the other Brave weapons. It has the same hit rate as the other Brave weapons. And as long as you're not using it for capturing, Olwen can pretty safely attack from 2 range. And yeah, she's not going to double, or rather she won't quad, but she will hit twice, right? The bigger thing is how it affects her bulk, because again, it'll make her get doubled so much. And she's already super unbulky. Like, she gets doubled. I've seen her get doubled by fucking, so many goddamn things. I'm trying to think of an example. Oh, I've seen her get doubled by Armor Knights. Yeah, I've seen Olwen get doubled by Armor Knights because of how enemy stat variance is. Like, that is just a thing that can happen. So she is a lot frailer than even the other mages because of the speed issue, at least with Dire Thunder. If you equip another tome, suddenly, speed of 10, decent. She's not going to get doubled by those things. She's still frail, but she's not, like, weighed down. So you can potentially, you know, trade to help keep her alive. Much like Alfred, her growth rates are surprisingly decent. They're not as extreme as his, but for a pre-promote, you wouldn't expect 40% strength, 45% magic, 50% speed, and then, perhaps most importantly, 55% skill and 70% luck. Because her base skill and luck of 8 and 5, they're not terrible, but they are a little bit underwhelming for a unit who really does want to use her PRF. You want higher skill and luck to contribute to the hit rate. Like, there's a reason people criticize her hit rates, but if we're being realistic, her hit rates are not that much worse than the other people using Brave weapons, except for, like, Fergus. And Alfred with the Brave Sword as well. The big sort of elephant in the room around Olwen... Actually, I should talk about her growth rates first, because I did bring them up. She can use swords. So she can use the Paragon Sword. So if you do want to raise her and help improve her accuracy, help improve... You won't really improve her bulk, because she only has a 15% defense growth. I mean, it'll improve her magical bulk, but I don't know how much that matters. But improve her speed. Maybe she actually can double some stuff. Maybe she can quad some stuff eventually. Like, you can make her work. You can train her weapon rank with Thunder in order to get bolting. She's 20 combats away from bolting. Or you can give her the Paragon Sword in order to focus on those stats. And it is a little bit unfortunate that she doesn't really want to use swords. She does get a second personal weapon in the form of the, what is it? It's called the, it's not the Miracle Sword. Okay, so later in the game, she gets the Blessed Sword, which is a... Okay, so it gives her plus 10 to her magic, which is functionally just resistance, because if it's equipped, she's not using the magic. It gives her Miracle, which is why I thought it was the Miracle Sword. Maybe it's called the Miracle Sword in an earlier translation patch. And then it deals effective damage to mounted units, and it is Brave. It's got 65 hit, so it is, like, less accurate than the other Brave weapons, but it's nice. 17 might, 11 weight. She gets weighed down by that, too. Yeah, she gets 2 Brave PRFs, and they're both, like, they're fine. Dire Thunder is definitely the better of the two, because it leverages her magic, and she can attack from 2 range safely and not have to deal with the fact that everyone and their brother is gonna double her, and then just, like, trade it away for enemy phase. I know a lot of people like giving her the Vantage manual, which you get very shortly after recruiting her. And so here's the thing, is that, like, I don't know, like, I guess the idea is that you're relying on Vantage Dire Thunder killing stuff before it can kill you, but Dire Thunder is, the thing about Vantage is you want to be able to definitely kill the enemy before they're able to attack you, and as much as I say that Dire Thunder's accuracy issues are exaggerated, I just don't think it's reliable for her to kill things on enemy phase with Vantage Dire Thunder. I'd much rather give Vantage to, honestly, like, even though it turns off Wrath, like, I think giving it to Osain and just, like, killing stuff with the Voog is potentially a better idea. Or giving it to, like, Asbel or someone, right? The Dire Thunder, it is 70 accuracy, so it's not the end of the world, but, like, you're not going to hit the 100s, and if you're not hitting the 100s, it's just not a reliable strategy. Yeah, it's just not a reliable strategy. Don't do Vantage Dire Thunder stuff. Like, when you miss, she gets fucking nuked because she has no bulk whatsoever. She's not really an enemy phase unit. She does stuff on the player phase, and that stuff can be valuable. She can deal a lot of damage. She can canto to safety. She can get traded, and potentially, like, ironically, I think if you wanted to do Vantage Olwen strats, you would want her to not have Dire Thunder equipped, but then she's just generally a worse version of Asbel and Homer for Vantage strats, and that's a little bit awkward for her. Ultimately, I don't think she's terrible. I think that, so she's, like, pretty strong when you get her, right? And you can train her up to be a long-term unit. The elephant in the room is that she is mutually exclusive with Illios in a very weird way. So she joins before you have the opportunity to recruit Illios. Olwen joins in Chapter 12X, and Illios is recruitable in Chapter 16A. If Olwen is alive, you cannot recruit Illios. But if Olwen dies, including if she dies in 16A, you can recruit Illios. It's very weird how they're mutually exclusive with each other. I've actually had Illios kill Olwen before, because he has bolting in his starting inventory as an enemy. And then, like, recruit, and then be like, oh, he's recruiting himself into the army because he killed her, right? So I do think I want to penalize her for that mutual exclusivity, because unlike the route split units, it's not a result of you picking A or B route. Like, yes, if you pick B route, you do get her instead of Illios. But if you pick A route, you are still choosing between her and Illios. Like, it's not like she stops existing if you go A route, right? You do have to actively choose not to use her if you go A route. You can still choose her and go A route and, like, just kill Illios. And Illios is just a significantly better unit than even a trained Olwen will be. So yeah, I do think strong short term probably is where she belongs, because she can do some powerful enemy phase, or player phase stuff. God, not enemy phase stuff. She's so frail. And she can support Alfred, which is nice. You can give her the Paragon Sword to take advantage of her growths if you want, but I think that's better suited for a physical unit, just because, like, yeah, her strength is not terrible. 5 strength, 10 speed, she can, like, do some stuff with it. Actually, the Paragon Sword boosting her defense might be the biggest appeal of it, just because, like, then she can pretend she has some amount of bulk Because with the Paragon Sword, she has 9 defense. And that can help, like, you training her. Maybe give her a defense boosting scroll. I don't know. She's tough. She's tough. She's tough to make use of. And she's just not really good long-term. She's decent long-term, but, like, there are better long-term units. I think bottom of B is probably where I want her. One last thing worth noting about Olwen is she does have a single movement star, which is a 5% chance to take an extra action. So if you look at this the way that I do and see it as just a buffer to accuracy, it means that those Dire Thunder missing allegations, at least on player phase, are even more fraudulent. Just because, hey, you know, not only is it not that much less accurate than other Brave weapons, I mean, the weapon itself literally matches them, but also 5% chance to just get another chance. I promise this is the last time I'm going to talk about a unit being really good with the Paragon Sword, but Mareeta is kind of built for it. She joins shortly after Alfred and Olwen, and she is... Does she have the best growths in the game? I think she has the best growths in the game. Fact check me on that, but I was talking about how Alfred's growths, like his 60% strength, is impressive. And everything else is just kind of average. Mareeta also has an impressive 60% strength, but then she has 75% skill, 80% speed, and 60% luck. Her HP of 65 and her defense of 20%, as well as magic of 15%, are not as impressive, but they are, you know, they're decent. She's not going to be super bulky, but she's also not going to be like, you slap a defense boosting scroll on her, right? Like, if you've got good growths in every area but one in Thracia, that is a problem that is remarkably easy to fix. Unfortunately, Mareeta's bases leave a little bit to be desired at the time that she joins. 22 HP and 3 defense, combined with the abysmal defense growth, is not exactly what you want to see, but perhaps worse is the fact that she has 3 base strength. 13 speed is good, because she can double or quad a lot of things. And 7 skill, 7 luck means that she's going to be decently accurate, especially because she is a sword fighter, so she uses a very accurate weapon type. And speaking of weapons, she has a personal weapon. Just like Olwen, Mareeta is a growth unit with a brave personal weapon. The Mareeta sword is a 11 might, 70 hit brave weapon. Oh, so there is another brave PRF sword. God, all these brave weapons with 70 hit. 70 hit, 60 uses. It does also give her the Nihil skill, which is pretty alright. I believe that prevents critical hits in this game, right? I know it turns off other skills. Nope, it just turns off other skills. It's only FE4 that it prevents critical hits in. But you can just give her a scroll, like that's how you prevent critical hits in this game. Turning off the opponent's skills doesn't come up super often. There are some bosses that have skills, and a couple of classes have inherent skills, like Sage. But for the most part, it's like kind of redundant. Mareeta also has Luna at base, which lets her pierce enemy defense. This means that she is one of the rare physical units that's a good boss killer, because she can pierce defense, including the extra defense that you get from thrones. Yeah, it treats the target's defense. It also pierces resistance, actually, in this game, which is pretty cool. The downside is that her bases are pretty bad, but she can make use of that strong personal weapon to sort of get herself out of the hole, and her growth rates are genuinely phenomenal. And hey, unit with good growth rates and E-Sword access, right after you get the Paragon Sword, it's almost like it's made for her. I talked about Alfred being a good user of it because it lets him escape the promoted experience gain, but with Mareeta, she's already not in promoted experience gain. Like, she's unpromoted level 2, so she's already gaining quite good experience. If you give her the Paragon Sword, then she can just sort of double her experience that way. Alternatively, you do get a Paragon Manual you can choose to give to whoever you want to be your training project. And if you give it to her, then she can leverage the strength of her sword, the Mareeta's Blade, to just delete things. And again, with Luna, she becomes a pretty good boss killer. She also has a secret event in, I think it's chapter 15? Yeah, chapter 15, where she can talk to Shanam and get the Astra skill. Astra is a skill percent chance to hit 5 times, whereas Luna is the skill percent chance to pierce defense. Her base skill is 7, and she has a 75% skill growth. So while these are not, like, super reliable, again, thinking about them as reliability boosters is just another... I like to think of proc skills as reliability boosters. Astra in particular, it's like, okay, well, you know, maybe I miss an attack, but I proc Astra, so I get 5 more. You can also just use it as like a way to kill particularly tough bosses. And with a 20% chance to proc, like, 1/5 of the time, you're just gonna delete something. It's usually overkill, if we're being honest, but it's funny. It can be funny. Yeah, what else to say? Like, she can use magical swords. I get her base sword rank of D is also kinda sad, but she gains 2 weapon ranks on promotion. So she'll go up to B rank, well, probably up to A rank, actually, realistically, because she's seen enough combats to go up to C at that point. She gets adept on promotion. Again, that's a bit of a reliability buffer. And she has a single movement star, just like I talked about with Leif. That is a reliability buffer. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say. This is a growth unit, and you have the tools to make growth units work in this game. And much like Callion, she's more competent at base than people give her credit for. I think I'm going to put her directly above him, because unlike Callion, who doesn't really have the growths to say that he's a growth unit, Mareeta does truly have those bonkers growths. Even without giving her scrolls, she will cap a lot of stats naturally. And then if you give her scrolls, she's gonna cap things even sooner, and her combat snowballs very, very quickly. And I just think that's nice. If you are going to take the time to raise a project unit, then Mareeta is probably the best of the bunch, just because she does offer truly overkill combat. It does kind of suck that she's not mounted, like that is the one downside, but hey, I mean, indoor maps exist, and aside from the chosen favorites, mounted units really do get penalized going indoors, unless your name is Alfred or Fergus or Callion. Mareeta also, she does get supports, but it's from Eyvel and Galzus, and they are at the very end of the game. Eyvel has an FCM of 5, so she can do the Fergus thing too, where she uses a rapier, and I guess it would only go up to 50% because, like, Eyvel support and Galzus support comes so late. Funny enough, I'm pretty sure she gets the support bonuses when she's a red unit fighting against blue unit Eyvel in Chapter 5. Because I know Olwen gets support bonuses from red Reinhardt, when she fights against him in the bridge map. So I think Mareeta has the same deal as a red unit versus blue Eyvel, and if you manage to get red Galzus as well, then that can be another point in her favor as a red unit, so I guess anti-point in her favor because she's a pain in your butt. But that's neither here nor there. It is really unfortunate that she has the FCM of 5, and I guess the Killing Edge is the tool to make use of it, and like, yeah, Killing Edge Myrmidon, like, Swordmasters don't get crit bonuses in this game, but she has an FCM of 5, so that's basically a crit bonus anyway. God, can you imagine if they had the 30% crit bonus and then she had the FCM of 5, just every time she doubled, it would always crit. Yeah, Mareeta's quite good. Mareeta is quite good, but you do have to give her investment to get over that initial hump. But it's much less investment than you would expect because, like, with her personal weapon, she does really good player phase combat at base. And that's good enough to get the snowball rolling, right? Next up is Salem, and he's a little bit of a tricky character. He's a little tricksy. He tricks you into thinking that he's kind of more like Asbel, when really he's kind of more like Safy. So he's a dark mage, which means that he is able to use anima magic and dark magic. He's not just stuck using dark magic, which is actually good for him because dark magic is pretty bad. I mean, it's better that he can use it than not use it, because you can steal quite a few dark magic tomes by capturing various different enemy dark mages, and you can sell them, which I do think is a better use than throwing them on Salem. But like, if your economy's flush and you are running low on tomes for some reason, you haven't been able to buy them, I guess you can throw them on him. It's just like, it's really bad. 70 accuracy, 12 weight, without even being brave to make up for it. And Salem, he has 6 skill and 2 luck, and his skill growth is only 45%, and his luck growth is only 10%, so he's not going to be making up for that accuracy. Like, just give him animatomes, just give him wind if you want him to do combat, but realistically, make use of the fact that even while he's unpromoted, he has C-rank staffs, so he can make use of some of those good Thracia utility staffs right out the gate, but perhaps more importantly, he's level 5, which means he's only 5 levels from promotion, and at promotion, he gains 50 weapon experience in staffs. He just gains staff experience, by the way, like, as if you needed something else to send the message, hey, this isn't a combat unit, this is a staff unit. He doesn't gain any weapon rank on level up. He's like inverse Nanna, where Nanna gains only sword rank, no staff rank. Salem gains only staff rank, no tome rank. But that's okay, because you want him to hit A staffs. He is realistically going to be your second warper. He's the second fastest person to reach warp, and that's good for him. He also has, unlike the other warpers, actually a decent HP stat. 22 base and 60% growth is, you know, it's obviously not as good as many of the physical units, but it's better than Safy, it's better than Tina, it's better than Linoan. It's just downright decent. Yeah, I think in general, Salem is second warper, but like I was talking about with Safy, you want to be able to rotate through multiple different staffers. Even if you're on a map where you don't need 2 uses of warp, it's useful to have another one just to deal with fatigue reasons, right? Multiple maps in a row, you want to be able to use a staffer in both of them, and right out the gate he can use sleep, which is annoying as an enemy because he starts with sleep and he'll like start putting you to sleep and hey, you're using up uses of the staff, come on man. But you can hammer in them, I guess. He's just a very good staffer. I think strong short-term, decent long-term, just as another warper, is probably where he belongs. I'm gonna put him below Lithis, above Alfred. I think that's probably where he belongs. I didn't really talk about his stats because, like, he's not doing combat, but 22 HP, 8 magic, 6 skill, 7 speed, 2 luck, 2 defense. Like, this guy's not built for combat. He is supported by both Parne and Sarah. So, like, I guess for training him, like, if you're doing the Safy thing where you just get him 1 weapon rank and then you train him in order to promote him, he can do that better than Safy because he can actually do combat. Obviously, because he shows up later than Safy, and he also starts with exactly C rank in stabs, so he doesn't have any extra, he needs 50 staff EXP before he can get to warp. 50 staff EXP plus a promotion before he can get to warp. So, like, he probably needs to staff that whole time rather than do combat just to gain the experience. But, his combat's bad. His combat's bad. Like, don't use Salem for combat. He's not built for it. He's a staffer. On the opposite end of the spectrum, Parne tries to gaslight you into thinking he's purely a utility unit, but he actually has very good combat. So, like, while Salem tries to gaslight you into thinking he's both combat and utility, Parne actually is both combat and utility. Fitting that he would try to gaslight you because he's a piece of fucking shit. Like, I know a lot of people refuse to use Parne because he's a bad character, and that's perfectly valid if you feel that way, but he is a very good unit. I'll start with his utility role. He is the 3rd thief in the series, and he starts out with a constitution of 8, which is the highest base constitution of any of your thieves, even accounting for promotion bonuses. He is promoted, so he doesn't get any extra constitution from being able to promote, which is, you know, unfortunate, but you get a con ring later in the game in Chapter 18. Well, realistically, you might not, because it is actually pretty tricky to get if you don't use the Thief Staff on it, but you do get a con ring later in the game. You can bolster his Constitution. He also has an 10% Constitution growth to bolster that 8 con. There's quite a lot of things that Parne can steal that others just realistically are not going to, and that's really nice for him. He also has 5 movement stars. This means that there is a 1 out of 4 chance he gets a second action. In the past, I've talked about how movement stars should be viewed as a reliability buffer, and I think that with Parne, when it comes to his combat, that is a good way to think about it. However, 5 movement stars is a lot. It is a 1 out of 4% chance that you get an extra action every turn. It's going to proc quite a bit, and that means that he can often make use of his movement stars even while doing his thieving duties. It's not something you should depend on, but he can sometimes go over, steal an item from an opponent, and then proc a movement star and either steal an item again from the opponent, or steal an item from a different opponent, or just kill them. And it's just like, it's kind of ridiculous. And on the topic of him just killing them, his combat stats are really good. So he's in a sword class, which is already good, because you know how I feel about swords in Thracia. And he has B rank swords, so he can't access, I think his Master is the only A rank sword. Hold on, let me check real quick what swords he can't use at base, because he can use most of them. Okay, the only 3 swords Parne can't use at base are the Master Sword, the Sleep Sword, and the Berserk Sword. The Master Sword and Berserk Sword come so late in the campaign that, like, he'll probably have A rank by then. And the Sleep Sword, he also probably has A rank by then. It's the only one that I think realistically he might not be able to use, but it's mostly a utility sword used for recruiting Xavier. It's not a big deal that he can't use the Sleep Sword, in my opinion. Everything else is fair game. Silvers, Braves, magical swords, which he has 3 magic, so he can make use of magical swords decently well. He can use the rapier, and hey, guess what? He's got 5 pursuit critical, so he can do the Fergus trick, or the Callion trick, if you want to call it that. He's supported by Lara as well, so like he can do the full Fergus thing, where he gets the support and also uses a 10 crit weapon. And it's not the only 10 crit weapon, because he joins with the Kingmaker in his inventory, which is a brave weapon that already has 20 crit, so he will automatically crit on any follow-up attack. And hey, Parne has 14 speed with a 65% growth rate, so he's going to be doubling a lot of things. And it's not just his speed, by the way, that is part of why he's able to deal so much damage. 7 strength on a 40% growth rate is also incredibly decent. Parne's growths in general are not super good. The most notable ones are his speed, strength, and his luck, which is 70%. Otherwise, he has 45% skill, 25% defense, 65% HP, and 10% magic. He does have a 2% movement growth, which I guess is fun, especially since he also has that 1 out of 4 chance to take a second action every single turn. When he's an enemy, he has authority stars, but unfortunately he doesn't maintain them, but that's okay, because there's so much other good stuff to this unit that, he doesn't need that. His bulk, even his bulk, is, like, not that questionable. 5 defense, 24 HP is not great, but for a fast sword unit, who's often going to be dodging some number of attacks, it's more than you would expect out of Thief. And hey, supplementing his bulk is the fact that he has the skills Vantage and Soul. Soul is a skill percent chance to make your attack into Nosferatu, basically. You get the lifesteal effect, and you heal exactly as much HP as the damage that you dealt. And hey, guess what? Parne has a base skill of 8 and a growth of 45%. Like, it's gonna happen sometimes. It's not the biggest deal in the world. Vantage, however, for a unit like Parne, is going to supplement his bulk quite a lot. Because yes, Vantage isn't great for units that rely on doubling for their damage, and he does get some amount of his damage output from doubling. But 7 strength and B rank in swords, he can frequently just leverage Vantage to kill things before they're able to kill him, or even deal damage to him. And Vantage and Soul do synergize together quite well as well, because if you need to, you can potentially rely on proccing Soul with Vantage. Like, you shouldn't, but it is nice that he comes with both of them. Not many units have multiple skills, and to be fair, Vantage is specifically from his class, so if you promoted Lithis will also have Vantage, but Parne has better combat than Lithis. Parne does thievery better than Lithis. I do think that, like, the time that you're stealing with Lithis is arguably a better time for thief utility, because you do want to yoink those tomes. But, like, then Parne can yoink some tomes, and he can also yoink some physical weapons, because he has 8 constitution instead of the measly 6 from Lithis, or 7 after promotion. I do think that he probably ends up slightly worse than Lithis, just because he shows up after the most important thievery is done, but there's still there is still good thievery to be done, and you can also just, hashtag just use both. But the fact that his combat is so good, too, like, that's one of the other reasons that Shiva, and to a lesser degree Mareeta, because she does get that overkill combat, but, like, the combat infantry that you get in the mid-game, it feels bad because Parne is just a good combat infantry that also can do thief stuff if you need him to. And arguably he has better, he's arguably got better combat than Shiva. He's so fucking good. He's so fucking good. It's just, like, it's kind of incredible. One of the better combat units. Soth, take notes. If you want to be a combat thief, it's not the Soth archetype, it's the Parne archetype. Please don't call it an archetype. On the topic of combat infantry who's just outshone by the combat of a support unit, we have Trude, who is arguably worse than Parne. He has 30 HP, but matching 5 defense, so he's bulkier, but other than that, 8 strength, 12 speed is 1 more strength, but 2 less speed. Not looking great for you, buddy. And 11 skill, 3 luck, so that's more skill, but significantly less luck. He ends up having basically the same hit rates as Parne does, and no skills to boot. Well, I guess technically he has Nihil. Nihil doesn't super matter. When he promotes, he gets Adept, which is a nice reliability buffer, and his skill and luck growths are good, at 45% and 60%, so if you raise him, he'll get more accurate. He's also using swords, which are an accurate enough weapon type. 35% strength growth, 35% speed growth. Trude is, like, perfectly serviceable as a sword fighter, sword master. B swords in combat that's, like, on par with Parne, but I guess the argument in his favor is that his stats are pretty comparable to Parne, but he's unpromoted, so he makes use of the unpromoted EXP. But you can just, like, give Parne the Paragon Sword if you're that concerned about Parne's long-term prospects. Even looking at their growth rates, Parne has better growth rates. Parne has 40% strength growth, 65% speed growth, as compared to Trude having 35% strength, 35% speed. I guess he's a little bit bulkier because he has the higher base defense and then a higher HP and defense growth. But again, I would argue that, like, Vantage and to a lesser extent Soul supplement Parne's damage output. You're also, like, you get really, really good combat units at this time. And even, like, Olwen, right? Who I have a lot of negative stuff to say about her. Her bulk is awful. She does good player phase combat. You've got trained Fergus, you've got Dagdar. Just being yet another sword combat unit, arguably better than Shiva, just because, like, he actually, how does he look? I want to compare their stats side by side, because I think Shiva might have similar stats to Trude. So Shiva has 6 strength, 12 speed versus Trude's 8 strength, 12 speed. Shiva's got less skill and a little bit more luck and less bulk. Yeah, Trude's just like... I think he's just worse Shiva. Probably worse than Halvan. What is Halvan doing during the period of time before Trude shows up? Not much. Trude is like... He's just like the most nothing unit. I guess, do I want to penalize him for the fact that in order to recruit him, you do kind of have to burn a sleep staff? Because he retreats. As soon as you recruit Parne, he starts retreating, and you need to talk to him with Parne or capture him. And you basically have to put him to sleep and capture him with someone who has high constitution. But I think that pushes him down below Halvan because, like, you do basically have to burn a sleep staff to get this motherfucker, and it's not worth it. He's just like a whatever sword infantry. It's adept on promotion, gets some stats on promotion. He has beef swords at base. There's nothing he can do that Parne can't do, and there's a lot that Parne can do that he can't do, including the combat. Like, Parne's combat is just, I think, better because he can enemy phase with Vantage. You don't face that many two-range enemies. Vantage will work. Plus, Trude has 0 magic. So, like, if he's using magical swords, he's just relying on, 0 magic and 5% growth. Which, like, Parne only has a 10% growth and 3 magic, so it's not, like, that much of an advantage. But, again, it's just another way that he's a little bit better than Trude. And Trude doesn't even have the thief utility to his name. Incredibly usable unit. Like, he can be strong with investment, but I would question why you're investing in him. Oh, yeah, he does have a movement star. Again, 1 movement star, 5% chance. It's a reliability buffer. And he gets a support from Parne. So, like, if you're using Parne, it's like, you can make use of the support if you're using both of them, but also, I don't think that's enough to, like, elevate him. Like, what is he doing? Genuinely, what is he doing for you? Alright, this next unit is a very weird one, and she is one of the other big cases in my book for don't think of movement stars as gambling to get an extra action, but rather as a reliability booster. And that is Tina. So Tina is a cleric that joins at the same time as Parne, at the same time as Trude, and she is a level 1 priest with E rank in staves. So you just got Salem, who is C rank, and you've had Safy, who probably has hit warp by now. If not, they're getting it soon, and even Nanna, whose primary focus is not staffing, might be around, like, C or D, maybe even B if you, like, really focused hard on training her. I don't think training Nanna staffs is typically worth it, but, like, if you want to, you've got other options for staffers. So what is it about Tina that makes her stand out from the others? Well, for starters, she has 1 skill, which means that she'll miss a fucking lot. 64 hit with all of her staves. And by all of her staves, I mean heal, because she has E-rank staves to start out. So not looking good. She gets a support from Leif and Safy, and she supports Safy, but that's largely irrelevant when you're just a staff bot. And, like, her stats are not super great. 14 HP, 0 defense, 5 speed, 3 magic. She has 50% magic growth, but for most magic staffers, your magic growth doesn't matter. Like, you can warp people wherever, right? In Tina's case, I do actually think her magic growth matters. And that's because she has 2 personal staffs, and these are the appeal to using Tina, because of just how powerful these PRFs are. She's not a warper. She's not usually going to reach the really powerful staffs until you get very deep into the game, right? But she can use the Thief Staff and the Unlock Staff. The Thief Staff lets her steal an item from an enemy's inventory as long as she is higher magic than them. So with her 3 base, she can steal from most physical units, but anyone who has, like, a functional magic stat, she's not going to be able to hit, but she's got a coin flip to grow magic. And that's really the only growth that matters. Like, 65% speed and 90% luck are kind of funny, especially because she has 15 luck at base. She'll cap luck. what the fuck is she doing with it? What is she doing with it? She doesn't have any luck-based skills, because she doesn't have any skills. And, like, luck affects the hit formula, but not the staff hit formula. So, like, what is she doing with her luck? God, 90% luck growth, 15 base. I never even really looked at her luck, because it's irrelevant to her. But yeah. With the Thief Staff, she can steal items from enemies' inventory, which is good for a lot of reasons. Like, you can use it to steal rare items. There's a second Voog that, for example, she could steal. You can steal the Sleep Sword, since it's 20 weight. That's the best way to make use of it. A lot of enemy bosses will have really strong weapons, like Master Weapons. If you're dealing with a problematic Ballista, she can use the Thief Staff to steal the Ballista, and even though no one can use it, now the Ballista can't attack you. Yeah, a lot of really good items that can only be acquired via the Thief Staff. However, the sort of real big haul is she gets a lot of warps. In Chapter 21X, there are a large number of warps, and Parne can steal some of them, and Tina can steal some of them, and that just sort of like refills you for the end game, and it is quite nice. It's not the only thing she can steal. Far and away, it's not the only thing she can steal. I like stealing powerful weapons. The Sleep Sword is a big one for if you want to do the Xavier recruitment. But even if you just want to grab like some master weapons that you don't want to bother capturing or stealing, like grinding the Constitution to steal, that can be quite helpful. Berserk Sword is either you capture or you steal, and like Tina's the one who can steal that. So it's very nice. It's very nice. The Unlock Staff is definitely weaker than the Thief Staff. It unlocks doors and chests from a distance, but it's useful. I mentioned the Constitution Ring. You basically have to use the Unlock Staff to get the Constitution Ring before a thief steals it and runs away. There's some other faraway chests and doors that can be good to open in a timely manner. In the Castle Defense map, so Chapter 20, in taking over the castle, so Chapter 18, some chests in 21X, which is the one that I mentioned where she can steal Warp Staff. She can also unlock some distant chests. She can unlock doors for you in the final map. There's a bunch of doors that want to be unlocked. So the Unlock Staff, while it is definitely weaker than the Thief Staff, is also a big part of her utility. But then she has to deal with the lottery. Because the Tina lottery is I have a 64% chance for any of my staffs to fucking do anything, because I have one skill, and she only has a 25% skill growth. She's a very good abuser of any of the skill boosting scrolls, or skill rings. I know some people like to give her Paragon just so she levels more and has more chances to boost her skill. However, 65% is a little bit misleading. I don't know the exact math, but because she has 5 movement stars, if you miss the 64%, there's a 25% chance you get another attempt at the 64%. And again, I like to think of this as a reliability booster. Sure, you can absolutely win the Tina lottery and have her hit the 64% and then get her 5 movement star proc and hit another 64%. And it feels great when that happens. You can also lose the Tina lottery. She can get a 64% miss and then proc a 25% movement star and miss again on the 64%. And that feels awful. But I think oftentimes it evens out. I don't know the exact math. Someone who's better at math than me, do the math in the comments. Let me know, what are the odds of Tina successfully completing a single 64 hit staff action, accounting for her 25% chance to get a movement star in a turn? Because it is higher than it would seem at base as a result of that 25% movement star. And that's why, as I keep saying, and I will keep saying, movement stars should be first and foremost viewed as a reliability buffer. You can't plan around getting 2 actions per turn. But what you can do is hope to be able to do 1 action, and if it fails, a movement star gives you a second chance to do that action. And that is why Tina, that's not the only reason why Tina's good. Like, Tina's good because Thief and Unlock are good. But Tina is sort of the thesis statement for movement stars, and why, despite seeming on the surface like a completely random mechanic, maybe I'll make a video about this, False Swipe Gaming-esque the Tina theorem. I do really like, for the most part, not on enemies, but I generally really like movement stars as a mechanic and what they can do for units. I think they are cool. With that being said, Tina, very hard to rank. I think on the grounds of, like, Safy getting... I mean, obviously she's not just here for her Burning Warp and her Burning Pierce personals, but that's a part of her utility. Tina does that as well. She steals a bunch of warps, she steals a bunch of personals, she steals a bunch of strong weapons. She's kind of just, like, the best thief in the game. I would say that if we're ranking her based on the thief utility of unlocking things and stealing things from enemies, based on her magic, because the other thing is she can steal high con weapons, which other thieves really can't. Even if you're rigging for con, there's some stuff that they can't steal because it's 20 weight. Like the Sleep Edge, for example. I would say it's really hard to argue that Tina is any lower than either high B tier or arguably even low A tier. I don't think she can make it above Karin. Karin's unique flight utility. Yes, Tina has unique theft that she can do. See, this is the problem with Thracia, right? Is so many units fill a unique niche that, like, all tier lists are subjective, obviously. But in Thracia, things get even more subjective when you're like, how do I compare Karin's ability to fly people in the early game to Tina's ability to steal stuff? And I think I prefer this over this. But if you don't, you know, obviously, it's all subjective. Tina's much more fun to use because there's not another unit like her in the franchise. Yeah, I love Tina. She technically gets light magic on promotion, I guess. She technically gets a staff rank on promotion, I guess. She can feasibly use some of the higher rank staffs towards the end game, but, like, her personals are really where it's at, and for the most part, I don't even really deploy her if I'm not using her personals. It's nice that she can use, like, heal and stuff, right? As, like, extra, so that you steal something and then, like, she has something to do for the rest of the map. But yeah, she's just really good. So next up is Glade, and Glade is basically just Diet Finn. I really like Finn, but a big part of what I like about Finn is he joins very early on with quite good stats, and he has a good personal weapon, he has a skill that he can make use of quite well, and he's useful throughout the early game, and then will snowball due to that usage, because, you know, units grow in Fire Emblem. Glade is kind of like, what if you just got a Finn who kind of didn't grow at all beyond his promotion bonuses, and also he has no skills, and also he has no brave weapon, and also his supports are pretty bad. He does get a 20% support, or a 20 hit, 20 avoid, 20 crit, 20 avoid crit support from Selphina, which is quite nice. It's rare. The 20 supports are very rare. Most of the time it's 10 supports. And then he gives supports to Selphina and the Scrub Squad, but given where they are, I think you can tell how much I value that, right? It's just not super relevant. Aside from that, Glade is just basically Finn if Finn joined later and hadn't grown at all. Comparing their stats side by side, Finn should almost always be better, even if he just promoted at level 10. Because in 0% growths, Finn will have one less strength, and a promoted Finn. So, like, assuming promotion bonuses, but he never gets to make use of his growth rates. Finn has one less strength, one less skill, one more defense, one less luck, and 2 more speed. It's one less defense and 2 more speed. But, like, that's assuming that Finn doesn't proc any of his growth rates. And, like, Finn's growth rates aren't phenomenal, but, like, 35% basically across the board. He's going to get some growths during his at least 3 levels before he promotes, and like, that's assuming a 10-1 Finn. You can train Finn a lot more than that. Finn also gets the Brave Lance. Finn also has Miracle. Finn also has D-rank swords at base, and can potentially train a functional sword rank for indoor maps, whereas Glade is stuck at E-rank swords to start out, and he's kind of past the point in the game where you can, like, dismount him and have him train with irons and have that be a great use of his time. You could give him the Paragon Sword. If you're trying to train his sword rank anyway, might as well try to escape the EXP curve, but yeah, he's basically just sauceless Finn. They even both have an authority star, so like, oftentimes it'll be like, oh, well, you know, I don't really know which filler unit I want to deploy. Well, I'll deploy the one that has an authority star, but like, if they're fighting over being the filler unit, which Finn isn't, because he has the Brave Lance, and he's probably leveled quite a bit and has decenter stats than Glade. Like, it's not that Glade has bad stats for his join time. 11 strength, 11 speed, 12 skill, 10 defense. Like, these are very, very good. It's like what I was saying with Alfred, right? Like, it's comparable to Alfred, but he's in a worse class. Like, one of the nice things about Alfred is he can do both indoor and outdoor combat relatively the same to each other, whereas Glade really can only do outdoor combat, and also his outdoor combat is worse than Alfred's, because Alfred can use every lance that you really care about, that being Javelin, and then he can also use swords that are really, really good. Glade is stuck either dismounting and using fucking Iron Sword, or staying mounted and using, like, it's not that lances are a terrible weapon type. Like, he has A rank in lances, so he can use silver. And that's 75 hit, 15 might. Like, that's pretty good. You just don't get all the special options. You don't get stuff like Rapier. You don't get stuff like Kingmaker. You can't even use... Like, lances are the one weapon type that doesn't even have a brave weapon that anyone can use other than Finn. So it just feels really bad. Sauceless Finn at a time where, like, you are getting handed more and more very good combat units. He's definitely better than, like, Callion, just because he comes competent at base. Callion has a higher ceiling. Is he better than Mareeta? Because Mareeta is the, like, uber growths unit, right? I think just... I mean, Callion gets to use swords. I really don't want to put him below Callion, though. Like, he does have the 11, 11, 10 combat stats, right? So that's good. Like, 11 strength, 11 speed, 10 defense. He's very serviceable at base. And that's enough to elevate him above, like, I think above both of the growth units. Actually, no, Mareeta's sword means that she is actually very, very good at base. So yeah, no. Sorry, Glade, like I've said for everyone in the C tier, there's a reason often can be strong in investment here. Like, all these units are very usable. If you're a fan of Glade, just throw scrolls on him. He'll be like the most generic Lance Knight ever. What are his growths actually compared to the Xmas Cavaliers? I want to see just how bad they are. The Xmas Cavaliers, I mean, because like everyone, Glade has very, very serviceable growths. He's got 45% strength, 35% speed, 35% luck, 30% defense, 35% skill. Like, yeah, just very, very, these sure are growth rates that exist in Thracia. Okay, so he's got slightly worse growths than Kain and Alba. Like, looking at Alba has 10% more strength than him. Kain has a little bit more speed than him. Or no, Kain has more strength, Alba has more speed. But, like, Glade is functional at base and also has the authority star. I just really don't like being a Duke Knight in this game, unless my name is Finn specifically. And, like, even Finn does have to struggle with the fact that, like, he does need to start trading that sword rank if he wants to be feasible going into the late game. Which he is, you know, he can do. Okay, quick correction. It turns out that the Brave Bow is actually 95% accurate, which is well above the accuracy of the other Brave weapons, and I think that this is actually enough to elevate Selphina, since the Brave Bow is basically her personal weapon, I think she probably ends up somewhere around here. She does still have all of the same problems that I said before, but all the other bows are pretty bad. You don't get the Brave Bow until chapter 13, and at that time, you've got the Kingmaker, you got the Brave Lance, you got the Brave Axe, you got the Brave Sword, you got Dire Thunder, you got a lot of other Brave tools. But I think that she is above, demands a disproportionate investment to pay off, because she really doesn't need investment. Like, she uses the Brave Bow at base, and she can do some decent filler stuff at that point. I think, like, Callion and Glade, Callion, like, if you hit with the potential, and Glade with just having it at base are better than her, but not by much, and she does more than, like, Shiva, Halvan, and Trude do. But yeah, I think that is... I should have looked at the Brave Bow stats when talking about Selphina. If anyone was yelling at me in the comments, I'm sorry. That was my bad. Whoopsie doopsie. She's up here with her husband and, like, I don't think he's their son. Maybe, like, adopted son. He's like, under them in this squad, right? But, like, they're the scrub squad that she commands, so... Her stats are still truly atrocious, but the Brave Bow makes up for them, for the most part. Next up is Deen, and I was going to say he's the first wyvern you get, which is technically true, but you only get 2 wyverns and they join in the same chapter, so they're both the first wyvern you get, and the last wyvern you get. So Deen is definitely the more impressive of the 2 of them. He has incredible base stats at 36 HP, 12 strength, 2 magic, 13 skill, 12 speed, 5 luck, 13 defense, and 12 constitution. That constitution is nice because, unfortunately, when he's mounted, Deen is stuck using lances, and so it helps him to offset the speed penalty from using a heavier weapon type. The 5 luck is unfortunate. You would like a high luck and skill to offset lance accuracy, but at least it's not axe accuracy, and he does have a very good skill stat at 13. His growth rates in both departments are also nice, 50% skill and 40% luck. Because he's promoted, and he can't use the Paragon Sword without dismounting, his EXP gain is going to be slower than a lot of your units, even your promoted units, because a lot of the other good promoted units have the ability to use the Paragon Sword and sort of get out of that EXP gain moment. One of the nice things about him, though, is that if you do level him up, his growths are not bad, even not accounting for scrolls. The weak point is 30% speed, but otherwise 75% HP, 55% strength, 50% skill, 40% luck, 40% defense. If you just slap the Set Scroll on him, it can help shore up the speed growth, and he will continue to keep up. Not that that is a huge, like, concern for him, because he starts from such a good and competent combat point, and if you are trying to train him with the Paragon Sword, you're probably throwing a little bit, just because Wyvern has the harshest dismounting penalties of any class in the game. It's sort of the opposite of Forest Knight, where Forest Knight gets to keep its weapon type and also doesn't get heavily penalized for dismounting. Wyvern loses 3 strength, 2 skill, which losing 2 skill is not a huge deal because you get to use a more accurate weapon type. And then 2 speed, which again, lighter weapon type, so that's not as big a deal either. But the biggest downside to dismounting as a wyvern is you lose 5 defense. Now, Deen does have the base stats where he can still function dismounted, especially if he's leveled a little bit while mounted, and he'll probably have gained a couple of points of strength, a couple of points of defense, but he still really doesn't want to dismount. He does have A rank in both lances and swords, so in the maps where he's forced to, such as the indoor maps like Chapter 18, Chapter 19, the endgame maps as well, the fact that he doesn't really have to dismount to train his sword rank is appreciated, because if you're using Deen into the endgame, which I think most people probably should, unless you just, like, don't like him and want to build your team differently, then he's going to probably gain enough stats to not fully offset those dismounting bonuses, especially if you're, like, ramming caps, because a lot of units in Thracia will ram the 20 cap. You do have to level up while dismounted in order to hit the caps dismounted as well. But he'll get enough stats that he's not going to be terrible dismounted, and again, not having to dismount in order to raise your sword rank to use the good swords is also very appreciated. It can allow him to just sort of, like, get deployed when you need a flyer, and then still be competent in the end game. Now, not being able to use swords mounted does obviously suck. Swords are the best weapon type in the game. There's really only 2 lances that I would say are super desirable, and that being the Silver Lance and the Killer Lance. 2 non-personal lances, I should say. But Deen is one of the lucky few lance users who does get a personal lance. He gets the Dragon Pike. You do have to visit a village for it, and specifically visit it with Deen. And visiting that village with Deen probably involves burning a warp staff, maybe rescue, because it's guarded by ballistas. On a defend map can be a little bit difficult to reach, but if you do, you're rewarded with a 16 might Brave Lance that gives him Vantage. Unfortunately, it only has 65 hit, which is 5 less than Finn's, but honestly, Finn's Lance kind of has 80 hit because it gives you the extra luck. So Deen would really, really like to be able to use the Brave Lance. Like, boosting his luck and boosting his accuracy would be nice, but the Dragon Pike is a close second. I've seen some people say that, like, oh, you don't really need the Dragon Pike, and because it is difficult to acquire without using a Warp Staff, it is kind of like a trade-off, but I find that in Thracia, you have enough warp uses anyway. Unless you're LTCing, you do not need every single warp use to skip the maps that most people find problematic. Obviously, if you're LTCing and you're trying to, like, one-turn things, the Dragon Pipe doesn't save you any turns, and Warp does, so, like, that is not a trade worth making. But if you're just trying to use Deen in a more casual context, I think it's probably worth using a Warp Staff for, if you have the Warp economy to do so, which you probably do. The game just hands you Warp Staffs. And that's probably his best weapon while mounted. Vantage is nice. The fact that it's brave kind of serves to offset its shaky hit rate, especially because Deen is strong enough that, like, 12 strength as a 16 might weapon, there's a lot of enemies that he's just going to one-shot. And so he has 2 chances to do that, and that's nice. And if there are enemies that are tanky enough that he doesn't one-shot them, hey, it's brave. If he hits both times, he kills them anyway. Other than that, Deen doesn't have any skills, but he does have an FCM of 3, which he can make use of with supports with both Edda and Linoan. Edda is a questionable unit to deploy, but Linoan is one of the better units in the cast, at least at the time that she joins. You know, obviously availability is going to hamper things, but I think Linoan is a unit that is almost always worth deploying if she is not fatigued. And while Deen is a flyer, and so, like, it can be hard to have them in the same spot in the map, leveraging that to make use of his FCM can be nice. Otherwise, the Killer Lance is one of the better lances. You don't have too many, like, super competent lance users. There's Glade, Alfred technically, but he wants to be using swords, and yeah, not really any other, well, I guess Finn, but, like, Finn wants to use the Brave Lance. Yeah, so Deen is probably able to grab a Killer Lance or 2. You get your first one, I believe you get your first one in the chapter he joins, because it starts on Edda's inventory. I don't think there are any earlier. There might be some that are, like, stealable with a high con thief, but you can't capture Cavaliers, and the only dismounted units that could use lances are Armor Knights, and I don't think there's any Killer Lance armors. None that I can think of, at least, so I'm pretty sure the first one you get is in Edda. It's hard to check because the wiki lists, like, the ones you can acquire via people's starting inventory or chests or rewards or shops, but it doesn't list every single enemy's capturable, because why the fuck would it? Like, if you look up Iron Sword location, and it's just like every single enemy on every single map. So if I'm incorrect, Thracia experts, if there's an earlier Killer Lance, like, let me know, and I will pin your comment correcting me. The last notable thing about Deen is that he does have 2 movement stars. I've said it with a lot of other units, but since he's a lance user and doesn't have the best base luck, good base skill, so he's not going to be struggling with accuracy as much as some other units, but it is nice as just a soft reliability booster. Hey, you get a second chance 10% of the time to do something that doesn't have super high accuracy, and he has flight, and flight is very useful. He's probably your only competent flying combat unit for the portion of the game where flight is at its most important. Chapter 14, which is his join map, does kind of try to keep him in check. There's a lot of ballisticians, but even then, he can fly between them. You can kill specific ones with either Seize Tomes or Tina's Thief Staff functionally killing them. Or you can fly Deen over there. His combat is still good enough dismounted that, if you fly him over with the Kingmaker, he can dismount and kill one, and then sort of, finagle a position out of the way. His flight really starts shining on later chapters, however. 14X is a map that I personally hate, but being a flying combat unit is very useful there. Edda can also kill the Pegasus Knights if they capture any of the green units, but Deen is much better at it. Chapter 15, being able to fly over and support both Ralph and Amalda in order to have them, protect the church is nice. Chapter 16 is another one where flying around, getting over... Well, Chapter 16A is flying around, getting over the rivers. Chapter 16B is flying through the forest, and in both of those situations, flight is nice. Same with Chapter 17 in both situations, either flying through the forest in A route, or flying over the cliff in B route. And then 18 is unfortunately an indoor map, but by then, Deen's combat is probably good enough that he's fine dismounted. And yeah, then you start getting into the stretch of the game that many people will warp skip. If you're not warp skipping it, Deen's flight is still appreciated, because there are several maps where, 21, for example, 23 is another big one, where flight is just, it's really nice to have. 22, flight is very big. That's the Reinhardt map. Flight is just nice. Flight is just nice, and having a unit who's actually competent out of the box, not out of the bat. What is out of the bat? That doesn't mean anything. Having a unit who is actually competent out of the box and can fly is a relatively unique niche. I would say he probably belongs, probably the bottom of strong long-term. I guess I should talk about the one downside that he has that's... Well, there's 2 that are, kind of hidden. The first is that on his join map, he doesn't benefit from any authority stars. This applies to Edda as well. They're just considered a different faction than your army, despite the fact they're blue units. He will benefit from authority stars on all future maps, but just not Chapter 14. It's not a huge deal, although he would appreciate the minor boost to his hit rate, because again, Lance unit. The bigger downside is that if Linoan dies, Deen will leave your army as well. They're linked to each other, but it's not two-way, so if Deen dies, Linoan doesn't leave, but if Linoan dies, Deen leaves. It can lead to some very funny moments, like Linoan dies when you're in the very depths of the endgame, and then Deen's, from inside the castle, the, evil dark mage lair, hey, I gotta head out now. Bye. But ultimately, I don't think this is a super big downside. It sucks in Iron Man, just to have a unit with that sort of weakness, kind of like Penton Louise. But casually, Linoan's a good enough unit that I think many people are going to be resetting for her anyway. And if anything, it's stealthily a buff to Linoan because it means you reset for her more. I don't really know how to factor in the fact that Deen leaves for Linoan, so I'm not really doing that, but if you think that hurts him enough, then that's, valid. He's still incredibly solid, and I think he belongs up here, though. His counterpart, Edda, is in a much more unfortunate situation. She is a level 5 Dragon Rider, so she's the unpromoted variant of the Wyvern class, whereas Deen is the promoted variant. So she'll gain EXP faster than him, and she kind of needs it because her stats they're not especially good for the point in the game where she joins. 22 HP, 7 strength, 3 magic, 6 skill, 9 speed, 12 luck, 9 defense, and 5 constitution. She also only has a 1 FCM, so she can't really leverage the sort of crit stuff that Deen can. She is supported by Deen. Their support is a 2-way support, so it's nice that whereas Deen, like, doesn't really care about the fact he's supported by Edda, because oftentimes you're not using Edda. If you are using Edda, she appreciates the fact she's supported by Deen, because you're probably also using Deen. And as flyers, it's very possible and often likely for them to be maneuvering together. Edda's in the unfortunate situation where Karin shows up first and has a bunch of unique flyer utility. And by the time Edda shows up, she possibly has better combat stats than Karin, but not by enough to really, like, justify using her as a combat unit. And she's alongside Deen, who does have enough to justify using her as a combat unit, or him as a combat unit. So she's kind of relegated to the flyer utility role of rescue dropping people around, which is still valuable. 3 flyers is better than 2. So even though I know Edda is often dogged on as one of the worst units in the game, I fundamentally reject that, because even if you just use her as a rescue dropper with flight, I think that that is a good enough role for her to sort of play as filler on your team in the maps where you appreciate flying. At the very least until Misha shows up, and most of the really heavy flying maps come before Misha. So arguably, Edda's flyer utility is better than Misha's, although Misha does have some other stuff going for her. The obvious, like, downside is her combat's going to be worse than Deen's, but many people in your army are going to have worse combat than Deen. 14X, she's competent enough to be able to kill the Falco Knights, which is nice, and can be good if you want to train her long-term. Unfortunately, her long-term prospects are... It's really sad. So she has worse growth rates all around than Deen, which is, well, all around except for speed. And the speed growth is definitely nice, because she's not at that much of a speed detriment than Deen. He has 12 speed, whereas she has 9 to start out. So she can potentially, even without a scroll, or if he's not scrolled up, sort of eclipse him on that front. But she'll lag behind on everything else, and being faster than him, but dealing less damage because you have lower strength and lower bulk, so you can't fight as many units, is less than ideal, shall we say. It's not that she's unusable combat-wise. She's fixable with scrolls. Everyone is fixable with scrolls. Like, Cain and Alba are fixable with scrolls. I don't think the fact that she's fixable with scrolls is... I don't think it deters her from having worse combat in general than a lot of your other units. That being said, she does have B rank lances at base, and she'll get A if she promotes to, like, when she promotes to Wyvern Lord, which means that she can use basically every lance. Well, she literally can use every lance in the game if she promotes, but she can use every lance that she really cares about just at base. She starts with a killer lance, but if you want to, she can also use the silver lance. The unfortunate thing is you might notice that the 2 highly ranked lance users are the ones who have personal weapons, and Edda does not have a personal weapon, so her combat is, even if her stats end up matching Finn and Deen, her combat is always going to lag behind them just because she's stuck using the silver and killer lances, which are fine weapons, but you'd really rather use swords. And she is hurt much more by Wyvern dismounting penalties than Deen is, because she really needs every stat that she has. When she dismounts, she has 4 defense. So, like, she's the unit you want to train up more, but ironically, Deen is probably the better user of the Paragon Sword, just because he has better growths, and he can competently use it while dismounted. Like, let's just go over dismounted Edda stats. 22 HP, 4 strength, 3 magic, 4 skill, 7 speed, 12 luck, 4 defense, 5 constitution. This is very unimpressive. I would rather train so many other units using the Paragon Sword than Edda. The real thing that pulls her above everyone else is flight. flight only gets you so far when there are other options for flight, but like the fatigue system means that you might not always have those options, and 3 is better than 2. I don't think I can justify putting her somewhere. She's either like, she's probably a filler unit on the maps where you want flying filler. I don't think I can justify her putting her in B tier, but she's probably at the very top of C. She's in contention for the worst wyvern in the series, but if anything, that's just to show how strong wyverns in general are. Because she's still quite good. I still quite like her. Is she better than... The thing is that the contributions that these units give in Manster are very nice and relatively unique. I think she's probably closer to, like, here? Yeah, I think she's probably closer to, like, here. Because Mareeta has competent combat at base and wants to be trained up, and it's easier to do so, but has a less unique payoff in terms of, like, flying. But hey, you know, Deen flies as well, and in the end game, wyvern dismounting bonuses, like, Deen can manage in the indoor maps dismounted. Edda can't, especially because I didn't even talk about it. Her starting sword rank is D, which is possible with 40 combats because she's D plus 10 to push up to C, and C is where you get like a good number of the swords that you want to use. But yeah, it's not looking good for, it's not looking good for Edda. It's really not looking good for Edda. Next up is Homer, and Homer is a bard, which is kind of just a fancy version of the mage class. Most mages have access to all of the animatomes, and bard has that in addition to light tomes. If we weren't in Jud Girl, that wouldn't be notable because in GBA and Tellius, light magic is pretty awful, but in Genealogy and Thracia, light's actually quite nice. The base light tome has a might of 9, an accuracy of 75, weight of 6, and crit of 20, which is especially notable for Homer because he has an FCM of 5, meaning that when he doubles enemies, he will always crit on the second hit. Now, because he's hitting on the lower resistance stat, it's less impactful to be able to set up that 100% crit than it would be with a physical unit, but it still doubles his damage output on that attack, and that's nothing to scoff at. Now, obviously, at this point, you probably have Asbel promoted, so he can also use light magic, meaning that it's not exclusive to Homer, but the fact that he can use it at base is actually beneficial to him, both in the short term and long term. Short term, it makes training him easier, because it's just a good weapon type to be able to use training. And then long term, once he promotes, he will gain 2 ranks from his initial D rank, and be able to use Nosferatu, which you get in the same map that you get Homer. So even though Asbel can use the Lightning Tome, Asbel's almost never going to be able to use Nosferatu. You'd have to buy a bunch of Lightning Tomes in Chapter 22 and then grind up Asbel's light rank in the end game. It sounds miserable. It is doable. It is worth noting that there are only 3 Light Tomes in the game, that being Lightning, Nosferatu, and Aura. So the jump up from E to B is pretty extreme. Homer actually has D rank light, despite there not being a D or C weapon. It's just E rank lightning, and then Nosferatu and Aura at B and A respectively. But Homer's base light benefits him long term because he gains all of that light rank on promotion. And in the short term, obviously, being able to use a good weapon while you are training is nice. Speaking of Homer's training, he has Paragon as a personal skill, and that's awesome because you might have noticed I talked about the Paragon Sword helping to train a bunch of units. Homer doesn't have to worry about using the Paragon Sword. He can just get doubled experience gain no matter what weapon he's using. And since he is a level 5 unit, doubling his EXP gain is going to mean that he starts growing very, very, very quickly. He's not like he necessarily needs a lot of training to be competent, because his base stats are, while they're not super impressive, they are fine, especially for a mage. 24 HP, 0 strength, 5 magic, 3 skill, 6 move, 10 speed, 12 luck, 2 defense, 5 constitution. He is not going to be tanking enemies very well because, 2 defense, 24 HP. Hey, he's a mage. What do you expect from him? 10 speed seems pretty good, but you gotta factor in that Constitution does not offset tome weight, so using Lightning, for example, he has an effective AS of 4. If he uses Wind Tomes, which you probably have a good deal of by now, he has an effective AS of 9, which is much more impressive. But if you want to be able to double with Lightning and make use of that 5 FCM with the 20 crit, then you're probably going to want to sink some levels into him, but thankfully, he actually has a very impressive 70% speed growth. If you slap a SETI scroll on him, he breaks 100%, which is really nice. And his other growths are, well, again, not super impressive, fine enough, 65% HP, 40% magic, 70% skill, 55% luck, 15% defense, and a 3% movement growth, which I guess is notable in that it's on the higher end of the movement growths. I really don't value movement growth too highly, but it is something that he kind of brings to the table. The bigger benefit for training Homer, as opposed to his growth rates, though, is Sage promotion gains. Sage promotion gains are always busted. Now, the path from Bard to Sage actually has different gains than Mage to Sage, so his don't line up 1-to-1 with Asbel, but they are still broken. He gains 6 magic, 6 skill, 4 speed, 4 defense, and 1 constitution, which does not matter for him whatsoever because his constitution can't offset his tome weight. But he also gets the adept skill, which again is just another reliability buffer, I guess. His speed is going to be very high, both because of the 14 that he has at just 0-1 Sage. Like instant promoting Sage, even though he can't because he's level 5, like, assuming that he misses all of his growths, he still has 14 in Sage, and then he has a 70% growth rate. He's probably pushing the speed cap by the time you promote him, even if you're only promoting him at level 10, which you probably should, because, like, Sage promotion gains are just that good. He technically also gets D-rank stabs at promotion, but, like, he's not a staff bot, he's a combat unit, and I think he's a pretty good combat unit. Paragon means that he can hit Sage pretty quickly, and early promoting doesn't even really cut his EXP gain that much, because, hey, Paragon offsets that. He's worse than Asbel, but it's hard not to be worse than Asbel, and that's pretty good. One other thing, I guess, worth noting is that Nanna supports him with a bonus of 10, and because Wind has an innate 10 crit, then once the Lightning Tome breaks, because you only get one before the Chapter 22 shop, Lightning is not on any enemies except for maybe some late game bosses, but I don't think that's even true. Like, I can't remember a standout boss that has light on them other than, like, the Deadlord version. The Deadlord version of Sarah, I guess, has a light tome. But in general, you're not capturing or stealing any light tomes. You're buying them in Chapter 22, so he's probably going to be using Wind as his primary weapon type, since you can actually purchase that at a reasonable time. Nanna plus 10 Wind equals 20, and you can once again set up the funny FCM critical build, which is nice and appreciated. It's hard to say, like, oh, you're worse than the best combat unit in the game, therefore your combat is bad. I know a lot of people do say that, and I understand, like, okay, he joins, like, under-leveled, I guess, but his stats are fine, his growths are fine, Sage promotion gains are fine. Do you need another mage at this point? I mean, no, but also, I'm not gonna say no to one. I think he's probably better than Olwen. Worse than Leif, but I think better than Olwen. Just because I'd rather access Lightning than Dire Thunder, which is the big difference between them. I guess Olwen has a horse, but Olwen also, like, gets held back by the fact that Illios exists, and if Illios wants to exist, Olwen cannot. Next up is Linoan, and Linoan will join you either in Chapter 14X or Chapter 15 if you skip 14X. It is actually appreciated, at least by me, that you don't have to play the Gaiden to get her, because other Gaiden units, you miss the Gaiden, you miss the unit. And most of the Gaidens are, in my opinion, some of the worst maps in the game. Linoan's Gaiden is probably my least favorite, one of my least favorite maps in Thracia, and the fact that you can just skip it together is appreciated. This doesn't really impact her as a unit, but just something that I appreciate. I think she's pretty nice. She starts out with semi-decent mage stats, arguably better mage stats than Homer. She has 16 HP and 0 defense, so she's less bulky than him, but like, Homer's not winning awards in the Armor Knight department. But in trade-off for that marginal, well, not marginal, that is a significant bulk downgrade, but like, it's already an unbulky unit, right? She has 7 magic, 4 skill, 9 speed, 8 luck, and 3 constitution, which doesn't really mean anything. So, she's going to be dealing more damage with tomes, at least initially, but because she doesn't have Paragon, because she can't get to Sage as quickly, not even because of her lack of Paragon, just because of the way that she promotes being weird, and we'll get to that, she is not going to stay ahead of Homer. Now, having a 3rd magical combat unit is nice, but the real gas that Linoan brings to the table is her starting staff rank of C. At this point, you probably have an S-rank staff user, and maybe a second one. Linoan could start grinding staff rank in order to try to be your 3rd, but it does take her 100 staff uses to get there, so I don't think thinking of Linoan as a potential 3rd warper is realistic. If you want to, you can grind her up to it, but otherwise, I think she's more just a utility staffer. C rank is nice. It gets you access to a couple of good utility staves in the form of Torch, which actually starts in her inventory, and Ensorcel and Restore, which also start in her inventory. It's almost as if the game is trying to tell you the best way to use this this unit is not in combat, but as a utility unit. Staff butt out of 10. She's very much a staff butt out of 10 because, unfortunately, she can't promote and take advantage of the awesome Sage promotion gains until Chapter 21. She's the only unit in the game who can't use a Night Crest to promote, well, aside from pre-promotes. She's the only unpromoted unit that can't use the Night Crest to promote, and instead she has to wait for a special event in Chapter 21. There's a church that you can visit, and if you visit it with Linoan, then she finds out, like, ooh, I'm the descendant of a specific crusader. It's the one Julie is a descendant of. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Fudge. I need to look that up, because otherwise people are gonna get mad at me. It's Naga. I don't know how I forgot Naga. Like, one of the most important lore figures in Judgirl. Yeah, it's Naga. So she has Naga's blood, and that's how she promotes. But as cool as that is from a lore perspective, it does definitely hurt her as a unit, because she would really appreciate those Sage promo gains. For her, it's 6 magic, 5 skill, 5 speed, 3 defense, and 1 constitution, and an additional 2 points of move, because unlike the other mages, she only has 5 move, which is a little bit weird. Now, the notable thing about Linoan at base, if you do want to use her for a role other than just being a staff bot, is she starts with B rank light, meaning she can use Nosferatu at base. Homer can use Nosferatu as soon as he promotes, and is probably better at it, because even though he's not super tanky, he's tankier than Linoan, just higher HP, higher defense, and Nosferatu is... it's not really a tome you want to use unless you were using it to tank. Like, the lifesteal effect is sort of the appeal. Linoan, if you do want to try to raise her, other than just using her as a utility unit, she has decent growth rates. 50% HP, 45% magic, 60% skill, 55% speed, 55% luck, 10% defense, and for some reason, 3% strength. I don't know if that's a coding error or something, but she can't make use of the strength at all, ever. I think it's just, like, to be funny, maybe? She does also have a 2% movement growth, so she has a higher strength growth than movement growth. It's a shame, because if she had a 1% higher movement growth, then she would be a Rena archetype. Any Tearing Saga fans out there get that joke. But yeah, I think Linoan is best used as a utility unit for the staves. Also worth noting that she supports Deen, and it is a stronger 20% support bonus that she gives to Deen. She's supported by both Leif and Deen, but she only gets 10% from each of them, but further adding to the utility role is the fact that she gives Deen that 20% support boost. Now, it is sometimes a little bit tricky to make use of because she's a frail unit who doesn't want to see the front lines, and he's a flyer who wants to rush ahead and fight people, but when you can do it, it's nice, and especially in the indoor maps where his combat is slightly worse than, well, he gets to use better weapons, but he has to deal with wyvern dismounting stats, so it's probably a wash. But in the indoor maps, there's like more walls and stuff to make use of, right? So you can more easily position to get the support bonus. I think overall, just looking at her as staff bot out of 10 plus support bot out of 10, it's hard to put her anything lower than B tier, but she is definitely on the bottom end of it. You have better staffers already, and you're about to get more better staffers. And also, she's like, the not being able to promote until chapter 21 really does hurt, because otherwise you could be like, okay, well, as soon as she promotes, she has B rank stabs, maybe even A rank, depending on how much staff experience she's gotten over that period of time. But yeah, C rank stabs, it's nice, it's appreciated, either if like you just need another utility staffer, but she's not going to warp anytime soon. She's probably not even going to rescue anytime soon. And you have other options for those roles. I still like her. Like, it's an unfortunate situation. From a fairly boring staff bot to a fairly boring combat unit, we have Rolf. And Ralph is just kind of like a dude. He doesn't have any skills. He doesn't have any supports. He is an FCM of 1. He's just a guy. When in Thracia, you might notice from Kane, Alba, and Robert, I don't really super value units who are just a dude, don't really do anything unique, but Ralph at least has the benefit of being just a dude who's competent at base. He's in the mercenary class, and he has an impressive 38 HP, 12 strength, 1 magic, 12 skill, 14 speed, 6 luck, 9 defense, and 14 constitution. He also starts with A rank swords, and he's only 10 uses from B rank axes, meaning that he can use every sword in the game, and at B rank axes, he can use every axe in the game, because Thracia doesn't have any doesn't have any A rank axes. It does have B rank axes in Master Axe. But yeah, Ralph just has really good infantry combat. There's not too much to say about him beyond that. Sword access is nice. His growth rates are unimpressive. 35% strength, 30% skill, 20% speed, 60% HP, 15% luck, 35% defense, 5% magic. But he doesn't really need growth rates because he's kind of just like got good combat at base. His combat is actually comparable to Deen. And obviously Deen has the upside of being able to be a flyer and having growth rates that allow him to scale even better into the end game, but Ralph uses swords and has a higher speed base, so he's gonna double some people that Deen doesn't, and he uses a better weapon type. Obviously, I don't think that Ralph is a better unit than Deen, but if you're going to be an incredibly boring unit, do it like Ralph. Come without the training arc, come without any of the downsides that the other, well, I say downsides, like they don't have downsides, other boring units just don't have upsides. Ralph is just an incredibly competent but unexciting guy. Kind of the definition of like peak filler. I feel like he's like better than Mareeta, worse than the Manster squad just because I really value them in Manster, but he's just a guy. He's a dude who's useful. I know that he is often used in the Xavier recruitment, because if you weigh him down, then he doesn't double with the sleep sword, I think is the logic. Also, the fact that he only has 1 FCM means that if he's doubling people, then he's not going to have like the increased crit chance, which can sort of screw you over with other sleep sword users. Good indoor combat, fine outdoor combat because like it doesn't change. Yeah, I don't have much to say about him. He's just a guy. Next up is Illios, and unlike Ralph and Linoan, Illios does have a lot of interesting traits, and I think they make him better. I should address the Illios Olwen situation. For anyone who doesn't know, these two units are exclusive to each other. You cannot recruit Illios if Olwen is alive. It's kind of weird. It's not like a traditional Aaron and Samson situation, because you don't get to choose between the two of them at the same time. Olwen gets recruited much earlier than Illios in chapter 11X, and then Illios joins in 16A, which is a little bit farther away than it sounds just based on numbers because of guidance, which means that you can do the funny thing of using Olwen in the short term and then killing her off in order to upgrade her to Illios. And I do think that's probably optimal, although obviously if you like Olwen, she does have some positive qualities she's worth using. I just think that Illios is better. He starts out with 40 strength, or sorry, not 40, geez Louise, can you imagine? It's 40 HP, 10 strength, 9 magic, 13 skill, 14 speed, 14 luck, 10 defense, and 6 constitution in the Mage Knight class. And that means that he can use all 3 flavors of animatomes as well as swords. The fact that he actually has a respectable strength stat at 10 means that these swords aren't just like a fun bonus for him. If he's attacking enemies who have higher magic than defense, he can use swords to hit them on their weaker attack or weaker defense stat. And vice versa with magic. I do like the fact that he can attack as a hybrid unit, and his growth rates aren't terrible either. 50% HP, 40% strength, 45% magic, 55% skill, 50% speed, 70% luck, and 15% defense, but he's already plenty bulky with that 10-40 spread. The problem with using his decent growth rates is he is at level 8 promoted, so even with the Paragon Sword, which is sort of the savior of promoted units like Alfred to let them use their growth rates, even with the Paragon Sword and the Thracia experience formula, Illios is not going to be the fastest grower, but that's okay because he's a shower. He has some very good skills and stats and weapon ranks. Like, his base stats are incredibly nice. He also starts out with A rank in swords and A rank in thunder. Thunder is arguably the worst weapon type, but A rank means he doesn't have to use the other, or worst magical weapon type, I should say. It's not worse than, like, axes. But the fact he starts at A rank means that he doesn't have to deal with using Thunder Tomes and can just use the bolting in his inventory. Hey, free Seize Tome user, I like that. You can steal boltings from some enemy mages as well, which is nice, and then just bolting people with Illios, firing off attacks from 10 range. It's kind of awesome. The fact that he has A-rank swords also means he can leverage that 10 strength to use powerful swords like the Master Sword, which he starts with his inventory as well, the Kingmaker, the Brave Sword, the Flame Sword, which, because he's a magical unit, he can leverage the Flame Sword, oftentimes better than physical sword units who won't have the same magical stat than him, although arguably it's a little bit wasted on him because he can just use Wind Tomes instead. Yeah, he's really, really awesome combat-wise. The biggest downside of his combat is he has an FCM of 0, meaning he can never crit on the second attack if he's doubling. But because he doesn't have supports anyway, he was never going to be able to do FCM strategies, and it does suck to have a 0 FCM, like, to not be able to do anything funny with it, because he does have Wind Tome access, I guess, but it's not the end of the world. His combat is good enough without it. He has 2 skills, Miracle and Soul. Miracle I talked about with Finn, but it is good on units that have high luck, and he has a 14% luck base and a 70% luck growth. Finn can, of course, leverage Miracle to get the 90% chance of it happening with the plus 10 from the Brave Lance if he rams the luck cap, but he's going to hit 20 luck. It's going to take, like, scroll stacking to get him to 20 luck, whereas Illios is going to hit 20 luck just kind of naturally. 14 as a starting point is nice. That is, I believe, a 42% chance of miracle activating. I still think that, like, even when you hit the 20 luck cap and it's a 60% chance, it's not a skill that you should rely on. Outside of the Finn Bravelance build, I just don't think of it that highly, but it's nice occasionally, like, saving him if he fights a large number of enemies. It can be, much like with Adept and with Movement Stars, it can be a reliability buffer. Because he's already an incredibly tanky enemy, you can have him fight a bunch of enemies, and maybe he needs to get hit by 5 or 6 enemies in order to die, and all of them have a chance of missing him, then Miracle increases that miss chance. So you can think of it that way rather than something that you are super relying on. So it's kind of nice on Illios. Like, 14 base luck it's certainly better than if he had low luck. Soul is the other skill that he starts out with, and he hilariously kind of starts out with double soul, because he also has the soul manual, which allows you to teach it to another unit in his starting inventory. Again, it buffs him in terms of, like, he's really, really tanky, so soul boosts his reliability on enemy phase in a similar manner to Miracle, and they kind of stack with each other because, hey, you know, he needs to get hit by 6 different enemies who have a 60% hit rate on him in order to die. Miracle could stop him from getting hit, but he could also proc Soul and recover the health back in order to not die that way. It is also really nice that he has natural 1-2 range. Soul on 1-2 range is valuable because, you know, enemy phasing with accurate 1-2 range is already better than enemy phasing with just 1 range, or inaccurate 1-2 range, like hand axes. And the fact that he can enemy phase with soul with 1-2 range that's accurate just further buffers that. This is the sort of unit that you can just throw into a horde of enemies and expect all the enemies to die and him to not. And very often that will happen. And that's not the sort of thing that you get super often in Thracia. I think Illios... It's hard to argue that Illios deserves anything lower than A tier. I think he's worse than Deen, both because he shows up later and he doesn't have the flight. But these are both units who are incredibly strong outdoors, and they translate a lot of their skills indoors. Illios is hit by dismounting bonuses much like Deen, although the Mage Knight dismounting bonuses are pretty generous. They can use all of their weapons, and he only loses 1 strength, 1 skill, and 2 speed and 1 defense. No magic, notably, so if you just want to use him as a mage, he's still fine in that. And, like, 40 HP, 9 defense is still very respectable bulk. I think Illios is quite good, and his competency is a big part of why I don't like Olwen. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to mention it, but he also has a movement star, which, again, just view it as a reliability buffer for player phase actions. Miracle and Soul are his reliability buffers for enemy phasing, which is most of what he's going to be doing, but say you need to hit a dodgy enemy with bolting, or, I don't know, attack someone and you're hoping to hit them and you're not using wind for whatever reason, like, the 5% reliability buffer, it's probably less useful on him than most other units, both because Illios wants to be enemy phasing, which, like, movement stars don't help with, and because, like, he already has wind access, right? Like, he was wind and sword access, one of the more accurate units out there, but I guess it can help him with bolting. Like, bolting hit rates are going to be a little bit shaky, so yeah, it's less of a big deal on him because he doesn't really need the reliability buffer. Next up is Sloof. Sloof is an incredibly boring and competent staff unit. He has 18 HP, 0 strength, 11 magic, 12 skill, 4 speed, 9 luck, 1 defense, and 4 constitution. But the only stat that matters is his 12 skill, meaning that he'll never miss, because he starts out with A rank staves, so he's kind of just a warp bot. He can also use utility staves like Linoan can as well. but the fact that he has A rank means, like, he can use Warp, he can use Rescue, he can use Torch, he can use Restore. His 11 magic, I guess, is technically relevant because, like, hey, he can use Physic pretty well as well, or Heal, which, like, Heal is not the best use of him. He's level 6, but honestly, like, he fulfills his role without ever promoting or leveling up or anything, so it doesn't matter. Like, he's just an A-rank staffer that you get for free. This is the most boring good unit in the game. No supports, no skills, no personal stabs, just, like, I guess he has 3 movement stars, but, like, on other units, the movement stars are, like I say, a reliability buffer. On Sloof, it's just, like, he doesn't need the reliability because he has 12 skill already. So all of his staffs work already. He can't even do combat. Really, the only use for movement stars on Sloof are, like, you get to do a second staff action 15% of the time. Which is nice, but you shouldn't be planning around it, and, like, it's undeniably nice if it saves you from a bad situation, but I don't value it as highly. Like, he's probably got, despite having 3 movement stars, which is quite a lot, he's probably got the least use out of them, out of everyone in the cast. I can't put a free Warper anywhere lower than A tier. He might even be better than Deen and Illios. He's definitely not better than Tina because, like, Thief Staff is unique. Whereas, like, you can warp with Safy. You can warp with Salem. Like, I'm never going to say no to another warper. Especially with, like, staff fatigue being a thing. And, like, there are maps where you want multiple warpers. But he's just, like, so boring. Just so boring. Next up is Misha, and Misha is a unit who, until very recently, I was actually quite negative on. She's a flyer, she's a Pegasus Knight, and she joins after the point at which flight is at a premium. She actually gets recruited on the last map that I really value flying, but she can't be used on that map, because to recruit her, you have to do a convoluted recruitment segment where you talk to her with Karin, and then you put her to sleep and capture her with someone else, because you can't capture her while she's awake because she's a mounted unit. This does also mean that she does technically have a recruitment cost, either one use of the 3 use sleep staff, or you have to use the thief staff to steal a sleep sword because they have 20 weight, and put her to sleep with the sleep sword, which only has 10 durability, and is very useful for the Xavier recruitment. And just in general is kind of a nice weapon to be able to put people to sleep with. And either of those, like, they have recruitment costs, and I do hold that against her a little bit, but you probably want a sleep sword anyway, again, because of the Xavier recruitment, and it does suck to use the sleep staff use on her. It really does. But she's a respectable unit in her own right once you get her. The first map that you have her in is an indoor map, which is a feel bad for a flyer, but I think that it actually does highlight her strengths, ironically enough, because she has both A-rank swords and A-rank lances, which is what you want from a mounted unit since she has to change weapon types indoor and outdoor. And because she's a Pegasus Knight, she has 13 magic, which means that she can roleplay as a mage using the magical swords and actually do a very good job at it. She's one of the better users of the flame sword, and she starts with the wind sword, which boosts her speed as well, and you can even use the bolt sword on her if you want. She has 28 HP, 8 strength, 13 magic, 11 skill, 16 speed, 6 luck, and 6 defense alongside her 6 constitution. She also has an FCM of 2 and a Karin support, so she's the very extra Walmart brand version of Fergus, kind of like Callion, but, like, even worse because it's an FCM of 2. You're not doing rapier strategies with her. If you want to pierce enemies' defense, just use the wind sword and flame sword. She's got 13 freaking magic. I actually really like her dismounted combat. I think it's deceptively good. Pegasus Knight dismounted bonuses are only 1 strength, 1 skill, 2 speed, 1 defense. So she kind of just roleplays as a mage. She'll have higher speed, or she'll have high magic and speed. Probably not higher speed than your mages, because, like, if you've trained Asbel and Homer, they're going to be zooming. But she'll be on pace with them. And she has arguably slightly better bulk than them. Her growth rates are also respectable. She's not gaining much magic because she's got 15%, but 65% HP, 55% strength. 65% skill, 80% speed, 40% luck, and 20% defense. She's quite nice. And when you combine that with the fact that she can still do flyer utility on maps like 19, 21, 22, 23. That's it. Those are the only 3. Or 4. Those are 4 maps I named, not 3. It's nice. Like, she's just kind of a strict upgrade over Edda when it comes to that flyer utility. And she has a role on armies indoors. I think that so 17A is late enough that I wonder whether you can consider that to be, like, long-term. I think I like her a little bit less than Linoan, but enough to be in B tier still. Like, a low B, but I think realizing the mage potential of her indoors really unlocked something in terms of, like, her viability. She doesn't have any skills, and, like, Lance's outdoors kind of sucks, but all the flyers have to deal with that, and at least she has A rank, so she can use, like, Killer and Silver and stuff. I mean, all of the flyers can use Killer and Silver, except for Karin. Poor Karin, she is just the utility flyer, but, like, Misha's good. Misha's good. I used to be a Misha hater, and I'm in my redemption arc now. Next up is Sarah, and Sarah is in a similar situation to Linoan, in that she joins in a class that technically can do combat, but she starts with stabs, and she has a B rank in stabs to start out, so she can use rescue at base, she can use all the same utility stabs as Linoan plus rescue, but unlike Linoan, she is a unit who is realistically going to hit Sage, very soon after she joins, potentially even on her join map. So depending on whether you go A route or B route, Sarah will join in, actually it is, 16B and 17A. So different map, but the same general time period. She is a level 7 cleric with 14 HP, 11 magic, 12 skill, 9 speed, 10 luck, 0 defense, and 3 constitution. She does have an FCM of 0, which is, I guess, a little bit unfortunate, but, she's not really meant to be doing combat. Like, she is clearly designed to be a staff user. In A route, she joins with Silence, and in B route, she joins with both Restore and Silence. And it sort of signals to you, use this unit in a utility role. And she even has the Paragon skill, meaning that despite being staff locked, she only needs 3 levels to get to 10, and then immediately promote, gain those extra 50 weapon rank, and be able to use Warp. She is a very easy Warper, kind of like just behind Sleuth in that, because he comes with it for free, and she comes 3 levels away from it with Paragon. But Paragon is not her only skill. She also has Miracle and Wrath, which can allow you to do some very funny things. With 10 luck, Miracle's only going to proc 30% of the time, and with 14 HP and 0 defense, Sarah is not living too many physical hits. But if she does enemy phase, she can guaranteed crit against people because of the way that Wrath works. If she's ever attacked, then when she counters, she deals an auto crit. She's probably not suited to fighting physical enemies because she has to rely on dodging and proccing Miracle, and it's just like, you're really gambling with her in that sense. You can do it, it's funny, and with Paragon, like, she will level quickly, but also she doesn't have, like, a bulk growth. 40% HP, 10% defense, she's never crawling out of that hole. Instead, I think the use for Miracle Wrath is actually as a mage killer, which is a fairly niche role, but 11 magic means that mages are not going to be doing too much damage to her, and because of Wrath, she will pierce their defense effectively because of the way that crits work. So she's one of the magical units that actually likes critting because she wants to fight other mages because she can't really fight physical enemies. Which does make the 0 FCM kind of suck, but it is a good way to raise her if you're just trying to get her raised to be a staff bot. I do think that her best role is as a staff bot, but Wrath against mages is something, like, not to be dismissed, and the fact that she's incredibly frail is not, like, it doesn't mean that she can do player phase stuff, right? Because especially after she gets Sage promo gains, she gets 6 magic, 5 skill, 5 speed, and 3 defense, which doesn't matter off of that. She will have a magic stat of 17 bare minimum, but with the 80% magic growth and the fact she needs 3 levels to even get to promotion, she's probably capping her magic on promotion. It is incredibly unlikely for her not to gain those 3 levels of magic over that course. I mean, it's possible, but like an 80% growth, you're not missing those too often. And you can give her a plus magic scroll to just guarantee it. She also gets Adept as a Sage, and she has 5 action stars, so if you want to use her as a player phase nuke, like, that is some fun stuff. It can be, like, somewhat unreliable, especially because, well, I say somewhat unreliable, but, like, she has 20 fucking magic. She kills whoever. The unreliable part of it is if you want to kill 2 people and are relying on a movement star. Like, she doesn't need a reliability buffer, just use wind. I guess Adept and Action Stars can make it so that, like, she's even more likely to hit, because, again, you can never get above 99% hit rate, so I guess, no. The fact that she has a 25% chance to take an extra action, and she has Adept, means that she is probably the most reliable fucking player phase nuke ever, because she has a 99% chance to hit someone, and then she might proc Adept for another 99% chance, and she has a 1 out of 4 chance to proc a movement star for another 99% chance. Like, this is sort of the power of thinking of Adept and movement stars as a reliability buffer encapsulated in a single unit, because it just makes her very, very good at nuking people. Yeah, fast route to A rank stabs and the ability to do something combat-wise. I think she's like, I want to put her as better than Sleuth because she does offer more than him. She does take 3 levels to get to Warp, whereas he has Warp at base. But, like, it's 3 levels on Paragon. I think that trade-off is... Realistically, she's probably only staffing. Yeah, realistically, I hate Sleuth so much. He's so goddamn boring. The fact that she can do the mage thing with Wrath makes me want to put Sarah above Sleuth. He's so goddamn boring. It is worth noting that she does technically have a personal staff in the Kia staff, but you get it in Chapter 24, and all that it can do is cure petrification, which is good for recruiting Eyvel. Okay. The Kia staff is basically nothing. Like, it's similar to thinking of Eyvel as, like, a plot thing. It's kind of like a plot thing as well, because the only unit who can petrify people is the final boss, and you're probably killing him before he does that. But, because I don't like how fucking boring Sleuth is, I'm going to pretend that combined with the mage killer stuff is enough to elevate her above him. Whether or not that's accurate is very arguable, but God, he's so goddamn boring. I do not want him to be above one of the more interesting units in the cast. Because Sarah's really cool. She's got a really neat toolkit, and I like her because of that. Next up is Shanam, and so Shanam and Miranda are the 2 B-Route exclusive units, as opposed to Illios and Sleuth and, where are you, Misha are the A-Route exclusive units, although Illios is also exclusive with Olwen, so it's really weird. Like, you technically get the same number of units going either A or B route because you can keep Olwen alive, but Olwen can also be used on A route if you don't recruit Illios. The A route B route split is kind of weird in Thracia, but in general, A route is considered to be better, both because people tend to enjoy the maps more, and I am in that camp. I will fully admit I like the A route maps more than the B route ones, but also because you get better units. Like, Sleuth and Misha are pretty high quality units, especially for joining this late in the game. It's respectable to be in B tier, and like, Sleuth, as boring as he is, like, he's a free warper. Can't say no to that. Meanwhile, Shanam is a joke unit, and Miranda is a trainee. I'll talk about Shanam first, because that's who I'm theoretically talking about, but there's not too much to say. The joke is he's trying to be Shannon, but he's like a fake and a knockoff. He's actually in a secret event in FE4 if you use the substitutes. A couple of them have secret events with him that are mutually exclusive from each other. Substitute events are weird. But in Thracia, he is a sword master who joins with 24 HP, 5 strength, 1 magic, 8 skill, 9 speed, 1 luck, 4 defense, and 6 constitution. He also has a 0 FCM, which is just like insult to injury. Swordmasters is supposed to be the crit class, and he can't even crit if he's doubling. Not that he's doubling much, like 9 speed, motherfucker. At least he uses swords. I say he's not doubling much. He'll double some stuff, just... he's very sad. He's very sad. His growth rates are also incredibly funny. He has 50% in half of his growths and 5% in the other half. They're bad though. Like, he's not a training project. He's just a joke unit. But he does actually offer a little bit of benefit in his skill set. He has Adept just because he's a swordmaster. That's not helping him. You need to have actual competent combat for me to care about Adept. But he also has Bargain, which allows him to purchase items at half price. And he's the only unit in the game to gain access to this skill. Now, there's not too many shops after he joins, and I've seen some people say there's actually nothing worth purchasing after he joins, but I've pushed back against that. There is the secret shop, which you're probably not getting, but it sells stat boosters, and those can be appreciated, even though it's only on the final map. Those can be appreciated if you get it. More importantly, I believe, the Chapter 22 Armory sells light tomes, which can rack up quite a price if you want to buy a bunch of them. And, like, you have people who can use lightning pretty well in Asbel, in Homer, in Linoan, in Sarah. It's nice to be able to stockpile those going into the endgame. Like, there's only 23, 24, 24x in endgame left, so it's not a huge boon. But Shanam is grasping onto every bit of things that he can use to, like, justify his existence. And I do think that having access to a 50% discount on the light tomes is nice. It's just not enough to keep him out of F tier. It makes him, like, better than Robert and the joke Xmas Cavs, but not by much. He's just barely edging it out. Bargain is a weird bit of utility. But yeah, I guess technically speaking, there are some infinite money exploits in Thracia, even without using save states, because, like, you can save state in the arena, but, like, yahaha, save state, it's, you know, whatever. I don't account for that, but you can also manipulate the enemies, because enemies will go shopping if they have no items. So you can steal an item, sellable item like the silver bow. There's a shop where you can farm silver bows with Parne and you can get infinite money that way. I would consider that to be excessive grinding, which is why I'm not accounting for it in the tier list, but technically speaking, like, if you're allowed to grind, Shanam loses the only fucking thing he has over these 3 scrubs, which is a little bit sad. Miranda, on the other hand, is an actual training project. She's a mage who starts out at level 5 with 19 HP, 7 magic, 2 skill, 8 speed, 7 luck, 1 defense, and 3 constitution, which doesn't really matter until she promotes, because she can use swords when she promotes, because she becomes a mage knight. Now, she only has a 5% strength growth and a 0 strength base, so, like, she shouldn't be using them. I guess you can promote her and then, like, use the Paragon sword, but she's already unpromoted, so, like, she already gets good EXP gain, so that feels really counterintuitive. Mostly the benefit to her promoting into Mage Knight is she gets a horse. This does hold her back in endgame, because, hilariously, promoted Mage Knights have, because of the dismounting bonuses, less move than unpromoted mages. So you can, if you promote Miranda in an indoor map, you can lose 1 point of movement, which is very, very funny. But otherwise, she does appreciate having a mount outdoors. The problem is that, like, she's starting with not particularly good stats, and you have a lot of other good magical units. You won't have Illios because they're exclusive with each other, but you'll have Olwen, and like Olwen is a better mage knight than Miranda is. Miranda does start with the highest base fire tome in the game, so there is the argument of like, oh, train her to Meteor, but like, if you wanted to train someone to Meteor, Asbel joins much, much sooner, so even though Miranda has D plus 35, Asbel's going to get Meteor sooner than Miranda. Asbel can get Meteor before she joins, I just don't think it's super advisable, just because you're spending a lot of time using fire, and fire is not a very good weapon type. The main, I guess, draw of Miranda is, like, she does have good growth rates. 70% magic, 70% speed are very respectable for a glass cannon. Unfortunately, her bulk growth is not that good at 60% HP and 15% defense, which makes it really sad that her only skill is Wrath, because she wants to be an enemy phase mage knight, but much like with Sarah, she's relying on dodging a lot. You could give her a defense boosting scroll to sort of supplement it, and she does get 3 defense out of her mage knight promotion, but it's really not good. She can do the thing that Sarah does where she fights enemy mages with Wrath, but because she has a lower starting magic, it's not great, and that's already not, like, the appeal of Sarah. The appeal of Sarah is her staff rank, which Miranda will never have. I think if you want an enemy phase mage knight, like, Illios is right there. You can even give him Vantage, so he can do, like, Vantage soul stuff. He's got good mixed bulk, and she doesn't. Like, I guess she has good magical bulk, and Wrath means that she deals actual damage to the mages, but, like, it's just not good. I think that she is probably worse than Hicks, because Hicks at least, like, does a couple of things for free on join, but better than the other bad training projects, because at the very least, like, despite the fact she joins later, there is a payoff. It's not one that I'm overly fond of, but Wrath on a mage knight is something. Whereas, like, Sniper, Inaccurate Warrior is just, it's not selling me. She is also supported by Leif, and she does give Connemore one of the higher support bonuses, the 20 support bonus, which is nice, but Connemore's also not very good, TBH. Next up is Xavier, and Xavier has the most convoluted recruitment in the series. For anyone who doesn't know, you need to have, I think it's 8 NPCs, yeah, 8 green NPCs. Talk to 8 red armor knights, and each of them is matched with a specific armor knight. The armor knights will then turn green and start fighting the other red armor knights. If any of the other armor knights die while they're red, you cannot recruit Xavier. If they die while they're green, it's fine. It's also worth noting that, like, while the armor knights will not attack the citizens, the soldiers will. And the citizens are incredibly frail. They need to be ferried around by your units. The general accepted best strategy is to use a sleep sword to start putting all of the armor knights to sleep, so that the green units can talk to the armor knights without risking any sort of, like, danger, and the green armor knights also won't attack their friends. But then this adds the added complication of armor knights getting put to sleep and clogging up the hallways, and it's just really, really annoying. I think once you know about the sleep sword strat, it goes from being difficult to just being annoying, but it is a frustrating recruitment, and I will be honest, I do not think Xavier is particularly worth it. So he has impressive stats. 38 HP and 17 defense means that he is probably the physically bulkiest unit in your army. He has 13 strength, 3 magic, 9 skills, 6 speed, 3 luck, and 15 constitution. And he also has A rank in both axes and bows, so he can just, like, steal Selphina's Brave Bow, and suddenly she's completely pointless as a unit. And then, like, he also has C rank in swords, which lets him use a lot of very good swords. He can use the rapier, he can use the kingmaker. he can use the Paragon Sword in order to increase his level, which is relevant because Pavice is level percent. So, like, if you want to be extra silly and use Pavice to its fullest, you can give him the fucking Paragon Sword so he gets to level 20. You don't care about his stats, which is good because his growth rates are also, like, unimpressive. 70% luck is, like, the big one. 50% speed is higher than you would expect. And then everything else is like, okay, 40% strength, cool. 45% magic, cool. 55% skill. I guess unimpressive is the wrong word. He just doesn't need them. He just doesn't really need them. But yeah, don't give him the Paragon Sword. Like, do not give Xavier the Paragon Sword. His appeal is his base stats, and his base stats are, like, fine. But they're on an Armor Knight, so, like, he only has 6 move. And then he has the Dagdar problem also of, like, he has a cost which does not scale well into the late game, and 3 magic. Thankfully, unlike Dagdar, like, he has low speed, so oftentimes, like, a lot of enemies won't be proccing a cost for him if they, like, outspeed him, but at the same time, like, Siege Tome users will, and Ballistas will. Ballistas he can shrug off with that 17 defense, but Siege Tome users proccing a cost on him is a fucking death sentence. In fact, basically any mage is a fucking death sentence. Especially if it's an Accost mage. Like, God, this is so sad. This is the unit you worked all that hard for, and he's just, like, a physical tank at the point in the game where that's just not valuable. He might honestly, like, is his recruitment disproportionate investment to the payoff? It's tedious, and, like, it costs a sleep sword, which technically costs a thief staff usage. But yeah, it's like, I don't think he's a D tier unit, but I don't think he's particularly good. He just shows up, like, it's kind of like Trude, where, like, he shows up and you've just got better units for his job. It's funny, like, he does also, okay, so he has Wrath and Pavise, so he can technically, like, do a lot of funny stuff on enemy phase. Pavise is level percent chance to just negate all damage that an enemy would do. So much like Illios, it can be just a reliability buffer if you're doing a big enemy phase, but unlike Illios, Xavier doesn't have high movement and doesn't have mixed bulk. He just has physical bulk. He's got better physical bulk than Illios. So, like, if you want to do that, I guess maybe it makes him better than, like, Trude and Shiva. Selphina's probably better, because as much as I joke about, like, him making her redundant by stealing the Brave Bow, she has the Brave Bow when it matters. He has the Brave Bow with the movement of a general, I should say, when it doesn't. Like, arguably, even if you want to use Brave Bow combat, Selphina might just be better for shooting down wyverns in, like, Chapter 23, because she can actually fucking reach them and canto away. Whereas, like, Xavier doesn't canto away, but I guess he also, like, doesn't get hit by them. Just give him a scroll so he doesn't get crit, and then his defense is enough. I'm just not super high on this unit. Like, he's very usable, but I do not think it's worth the hassle. Potentially worth noting, Xavier does have an authority star, so, like, if you've got him in the barracks and you don't know who to deploy, he does give everyone a passive +3 to their hit and avoid, which is nice, especially on maps where enemies have leadership stars as well, because it can sort of cancel them out. So that's nice, I guess. Like, it is one of his better qualities, probably. Next up is another pair of exclusive units, Amalda and Connemore. And first we have Amalda, who is generally accepted to be the better of the two. The reason they're exclusive is that Amalda can only be recruited by Sloof, and Connemore can only be recruited by Miranda, and those two units are exclusive with each other, so it's sort of a 2-for-1 deal with these two. But Amalda is a female paladin, which means that she can use swords and staves instead of swords and lances, and this is just an upgrade in my opinion. I'm not high on lances in this game. She also starts with A rank in swords, meaning she can use every single sword in the game, and has a master sword in her inventory, but she's probably better used as a utility unit despite the fact she only has C rank staves, because her strength of 8 is not super impressive. She has 34 HP, 8 strength, 13 magic, which is good for flame sword gaming. And then 11 skill, 15 speed, 11 luck, 9 defense, and 8 constitution. She has an FCM of 2, but she can't leverage it with any supports or... I mean, like, I guess you could use the rapier or the killing edge, but it's like, it's whatever, it's not a big deal. The bigger downside is the fact that she only has 13 magic, which is a lot, but it does mean that, like, it's a lot for magical sword combat art, but it does mean that her niche of being one of only 2 staffers who can use the flame sword is not great. So because the flame sword gives you extra magic, it lets you bump above the cap of 20, it allows you to silence some units who you otherwise would not be able to. And of particular note, in endgame, there's a 20 magic Deadlord standing on a tile that grants plus 10 magic. And so with the flame sword and the plus 10 magic tile, you can silence her. It's the Sarah Deadlord, right? Unfortunately, Amalda only having 13 magic and a 15% magic growth as a level 6 promoted unit means it's actually pretty hard for her to get there. Unless you save magical stat boosters for her, Nanna is going to be better at that job, even though Nanna also has pretty bad growth rates. Still, being a mounted staffer is nice. She needs 50 staff uses to even use B rank, which is what she would need for silence as well. So, like, it's really oversold just how, like, her ability to do that. That is more Nanna's job than Amalda's job. And Nanna starts at fucking E rank staff, so, like, I mean, she's 10 away from D, so, like, yeah. Amalda's not going to be doing it as well as Nanna is. She can be, like, a backup plan, but she's more just, like, a utility unit. She has a horse, she has staves, she can do, like, mounted staff stuff. 11 skill means she'll never miss anything. That's kind of all there is. Like, magical sword combat. 1 authority star, which is nice. And she has a movement star, which I guess, if you're using her for combat, which you probably shouldn't, can be a reliability buffer. I think she's just, like, a fine filler unit. She's in a similar camp to Xavier, where it's like, if you're looking at your squad and you're trying to decide who to deploy, she does have that authority star, and that can just, like, be the selling point of, like, maybe she won't do anything, but she'll buff everyone else. And, like, you know, being a mounted staffer is nice. You've got a lot of dismounted staffers, but if you're playing the game without, like, if you're playing a map that you're not warp skipping, mounted staffer being able to, like, canto heal and stuff is nice, I guess. It's certainly more than her counterpart Connemore, who is a male paladin, so he gets to use lances and swords. He does have A rank in both, so he can use whatever lance or sword he wants, and he starts with a master lance in his inventory, so, like, that's cool, I guess. His stats are acceptable. 39 HP, 13 strength, 3 magic, 18 skill, so, you know, honestly, that's good enough to, like, really offset the downside of lance accuracy. 4 luck, which, you know, is unfortunate, but 18 skill is nice. And then 11 speed, 12 defense, 13 constitution. The fact that he has A in swords and lances, you know, shared weapon ranks for the indoor maps is nice, and much like Amalda, he has both an action star and an authority star. The action star is probably more useful on him because he's more likely going to be doing combat than she is, and when he is, he might be using lances, which aren't super accurate. He has a cost, which, like I mentioned with Dagdar and Xavier, I think is more of a downside than an upside at this point in the game. Especially with a fat HP like 39, but he can do physical tank stuff, kind of like Xavier. He's worse at it, but he's also on a horse, so, like, it gives him more flexibility, I guess. Again, just like with Amalda, just like with Xavier, like, the fact that he has an authority star is sort of, like, the selling point for, like, maybe use this unit instead of others. Like, if you're just looking at your bench trying to figure out who to use, a 10 movement dude with authority star and, like, filler combat is fine. I think it's probably worse than Xavier, because, like, Xavier does at least have that physical tank Wrath role, whereas Connemore, like, he can be just another mounted unit, but, like, you've got so many at this point. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about him. Like, he's kind of just here. He kind of just shows up. He does get one of the rare 20 supports from Miranda, so if you're doing the Miranda experience, another benefit, I guess, is she's, like, a support bot to the most fucking mediocre paladin ever conceived. And he has an FCM of 2, so, like, it's 40% on the follow-up, right? Or, like, it can stack with the Killing Edge. Actually, Killing Edge plus the 20 support is just a 100% crit chance, so... Yay! We found the way to fix Connemore! One of the big reasons why Connemore feels underwhelming is he's very similar to another unit you get very soon afterwards, who I'm also not super high on, but I think does offer more than Connemore, and that is Dermot. Just because, like, at least if you get a Mulda, she's filling a different role in that staff utility, but Dermot and Connemore are both just mounted combat. Dermot is a ranger, so he doesn't have lance access, and he has slightly worse stats: 36 HP, 11 strength, 5 magic, 12 skill, 12 speed, 7 luck, and 9 defense. The fact that ranger does not get very harsh dismounting penalties, he only loses 1 skill and 1 defense, no strength or speed, is definitely in his favor, as is the weapon he starts with inventory. It's kind of a personal weapon, the Bayo sword. It can only be used by both him and Fergus, leading to much speculation about the various infidelity of Beowulf, which we won't be talking about in the tier list, but he can use the Bayo sword, which gives him the non-bow of Vantage and Wrath when equipped. It's basically just Vantage, because Vantage and Wrath cancel each other out, but if you're facing an enemy who has Vantage, then you do get to take advantage of Wrath, because their Vantage will go before your Vantage. He's also supported by Nanna and has the FCM of 5, so he can do Fergus stuff. Like, how many Fergus at homes do we need? We have another one. And on the topic of Fergus at home, I didn't talk about this with Leif, Nanna, or Fergus, which is an oversight on my part, but it's not really, like, a huge part of their kit, but he is the 4th and final unit who can use the Blagi sword, which is a sword you get for the late game that is basically designed to kill the final boss. It goes through the final boss's the final boss has, like, so not the final boss, but, like, Veld specifically, wait, what's his name? It's not Veld. Fuck, what's his name? Raedric, that's the guy's name. Raedric has the Lopter sword, which halves the damage that would be, or not the damage, the attack of anyone attacking him. So it, like, can make it so you just don't deal any damage at all for a lot of people. But the Bragi sword negates that effect. And so it does give Leif and Beowulf, and not really Nanna, but Leif and Beowulf, that's not Beowulf, that's Fergus. Leif and Fergus, a reason for you to train them. And then, like, Nanna, if you want to do haha funny physical Nanna stuff. Dermot is sort of the safety valve. He can use it, and if you haven't trained up Leif or Fergus died and Leif got stat screwed, like, you do still have someone who can use it. The Bragi sword also grants Miracle, which is nice, and it deals effective damage to Armor Knights. It just comes super late. But yeah, the Bayo sword is nice. The Bragi sword is nice. His stats are fine, and he has Charm, which is good. Multiple instances of Charm do not stack with each other, but Charm is still nice. Like, it's a good trait on Nanna, it's a good trait on the Kingmaker, and it's a good trait on Dermot. I think the fact that he's able to do some, like, decent filler combat and serve as that sort of safety valve for taking on Raedric makes him, like, just below a Malda in terms of usefulness. I'm not super high on him, but he's nice filler at the end of the game, and I've used him in a few playthroughs. I've even killed Raedric with him a couple of times. He's fine at it. And now we have the 3 Gotos. And Sias and Sed are actually exclusive of each other through a convoluted thing in Chapter 23. In LTC, like, if you care about turns, Sias is technically better because Sed costs a turn, but we don't care about turns here, so Sias is mostly worse than Sed. I won't say strictly, because he does have one attribute that puts him above Sed. They're both mages that have A-rank stabs, but Sias has 3 authority stars and 3 action stars, so that means he has a 15% chance to be able to take a second action, and he gives all of your units +9 to their hit and avoid. Other than that, he's just 18 magic, able to use lightning, and able to use stabs and help you out that way. He starts with a warp staff in his inventory, so even if you're not going to choose him over Sed, he's actually so he's playable in Chapter 23, but he leaves if you recruit Sed. So the way that you get around this is you take all of his stuff from him and then let him leave. And that lets you steal his warp staff, his silent staff, and his lightning. And I guess his door key is also valuable. The heal staff, you can take it or leave it, but yeah, he is a very competent staffer, 18 magic and 12 speed, with the ability to use lightning and Nosferatu and aura. He can use all light tomes. It does kind of suck that, because he only has 12 speed and lightning weighs 6, he functionally only has 6 AS. There's actually going to be quite a lot of enemies that he won't double with those stats, which is very, very unfortunate. He can delete stuff with a crit, I guess, and he has 0 FCM, so, doubling wouldn't let him crit more often. He can't crit at all if he's doubling. But yeah, 4 defense, 23 HP. He's kind of frail. He's just not a combat unit. He's just a late-game staff bot. And, Sloof is a late-game staff bot who comes earlier than that. Sias at least can, try to delete some stuff with lightning. Just, his speed really holds him back. The authority stars are nice. I think it'd be cool if he's joined with all 10, because he has 10 as an enemy, but that would probably not make him as good as Sed, but it would... 30% boost to your hit and avoid is a lot. 9 is just not enough to be enticing. I think, he's decent short term. If you have him instead of Sed, he's still probably a good deploy for every map that you would deploy him. But I don't think he's doing much for you, other than just being a warp bot. In contrast, Sed can also be a warp bot because he has A-rank stabs. And he can also use every light tome because he is A-rank light. And then he has A-rank in fire and wind, so if you've been saving any meteors or blizzards, it's time for meteor time. And he has Forsetti. Forsetti, when equipped, gives him +20 to his skill and speed, which he already has the respectable values of 16 in both. 32 HP, 3 strength, which doesn't matter, he can't use physical weapons, 17 magic, 16 skill, 16 speed, 10 luck, 9 defense. In addition to just, being bulky enough to take a couple of hits with the 32-9 profile, the 20 speed that he gains from Forsetti means he's gonna be dodging a fuck ton as well. This unit will also double everything. 20 is the cap. He gets a speed bonus, which is the cap, on top of his 16. It's kind of ridiculous. Some people will say that the combat is overkill, and, it is, but also you delete everything. That's better than not deleting everything, right? I think that's the Sias, the Sias copium is oh, Sed's combat is overkill, and, Sed's combat is overkill in comparison to units like Asbel and Homer, but Sed's combat is significantly better than Sias's in ways that matter. Sed will double things that Sias won't. Sed also has an FCC of 3, which means that, he'll score some crits because of Forsetti. Oh, I didn't even mention, Forsetti as a weapon. So, in addition to being able to use lightning, which is the same weapon that Sias uses, he can use Forsetti not just for the stat boost, but for a 20 might weapon. It is 6 weight, but like, because it gives plus 20, it's functionally minus 14 weight. And it's effective against flying units, which doesn't matter because you're just doing indoor maps, but I guess he can help fight the wyverns on his join map. And has 30 crit, which stacked with his 3 FCC means that he can even kill magic enemies with it, because he can crit in order to pierce their defense. Truly incredible unit, only held back by the fact that he's only around for 4 chapters, including his join map, which he joins near the end of because he's on the throne. But like, it's always weird ranking Gotos. Is 3 chapters short term? I'd say it is. I'd say he counts as strong short term. Probably like, he's either just above or just below Misha. I think I'm gonna give him the edge over Misha. But it's very close. Like, he's only around for a couple of maps. And then we have Galzus. Galzus is the physical Goto. And funny enough, so like, I talked about the Boggy Sword being the anti-soft lock, but because Galzus has Luna and Astra, and he can proc them together, he can actually just like go through the damage halving effect and kill Raedric anyway. Galzus has some truly incredible numbers. So 54 HP and 14 defense alongside 9 magic. This guy's never dying. He also has 20 strength, 20 speed, 20 skill, and 17 luck. I'm not a huge fan of the master weapons in this game because they're really inaccurate, but with 17 luck and 20 skill, I think there's a reason that Galzus starts with the Master Sword and Master Axe in his inventory. He can actually use them incredibly, incredibly well. He also starts with an additional Flame Sword, which, like, with his respectable 9 magic, that doesn't just work as a defensive tool, he can use it offensively. He's only around for 3 maps, and he joins partway through one of them, but he's going to be worth a deploy on all of the maps. I think the only reason you wouldn't deploy him in 24X is if you're worried about him getting fatigued and you don't have the S ranks for it. Just an incredibly competent combat unit. Not just competent, like fucking phenomenal combat unit. Absolutely bonkers. In the same logic as Sed, like, I think his combat and Sed's combat are comparable to each other, but Sed has the staff utility. But like Galzus with 20 speed, he's doubling basically everything anyway. And he has 18 constitution, so he's not even weighed down. And like, he has the master weapons. Like, just use the fucking master weapons if you find someone he's not doubling. Like, he actually has the stats to use them. I didn't even mention the master weapons with like Xavier, because Xavier does not have the skill and luck for it, but Galzus does. Luna is a skill percent chance to pierce the enemy's defense. Astra is a skill percent chance to attack 5 times instead of 1, and with master weapons that goes up to 10 because it's brave. Yeah, it's just real good. It's just real good. Real good combat. One of the payoffs of training Miranda is like she recruits him, and then that makes her like less likely to die on enemy phase with all the enemies around them. Anyway, that's my Thracia tier list. Looking over things, I like where everyone ended up. Nothing really sticks out as egregiously right or wrong. Let me know in the comments if you agree, disagree, who you would put higher or lower. The Gotos in particular are it just depends on how much you value availability more than anything. Like, Sed and Sias and Galzus could be in a variety of different tiers. If you value availability less than me, then they probably deserve higher, and more than me, then they probably deserve lower. It's always really hard to rate a Goto, although I think it can be an interesting thought exercise, if nothing else. And then for everyone else, oftentimes you just use who you want to use, because Thracia is, despite its reputation, it's not a super hard game. The existence of scrolls and the fact that a lot of units just inherently have very good growth rates means that you can train whoever you want, and you should if you like someone, either for the personality, their portrait, or just because you want to be a contrarian. Like, kill the final boss with Robert. Completely power to you. Yeah. Let me know what your agreements, disagreements, thoughts, etc. are. I hope you all have a wonderful day. Bye-bye.